Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Clockwork Cantina, episode 162. That's a lot of episodes. I'm one of your hosts, Josh902. At the other end of this panel now is the other co-host of the show.
I am DT3. Hello, everyone. How are we doing today? How is everyone? And look at that. We got some familiar face in the middle again. Oh, hello.
It's me,
It's
DaBaba.
DaBaba85.
It's
Hello.
DaBaba. So, DaBaba was here when we did The Last of Us, which was the last time we had a guest on the show. And I know this because I didn't have to change anything on OBS. All your overlays were still on it, so I didn't have to do anything. I didn't even have to make anything. Yes, exactly. So DaBaba is going to join us because DaBaba, DT, and I have watched Ted Lasso, season 3.
Yes.
All of Ted Lasso, to be fair. We watched it all together, pretty much. And Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. So that will be the second half of the show. It's going to be full of spoilers, so you don't have to worry about that right now, though, because we're going to do the usual stuff. And then when we get to that part, we'll be like, hey, get the fuck out of here. We don't want you here. We don't want to spoil you. And then we'll talk about the spoilers and the TV show and Across the Spider-Verse. We'll probably start with Ted Lasso and then move into Across the Spider-Verse. So thanks, everybody, for joining us. Let's go ahead and get this show on the road. What do you say? DT, what have you been up to this past week?
It's been a busy ass week for me. Not as much fun stuff. I've had to go to like funeral and that kind of stuff, so that's not as much fun. But in terms of the fun stuff, this past week, I've been watching a couple movies and not so much TV. I kind of been slacking on TV this past week, but again, it's just because I've been so busy. A couple video games. Yeah, I watched this movie called The Rental. It was from 2020, a few years ago, and it has your boy from The Bear, the main guy. What's his name? Jeremy.
I actually don't know
I
what
don't
his
know
name
his
is.
name. Jeremy Allen White or something like that. I'm sorry, Jeremy. I don't know your name, but the main dude from The Bear, he's in that. Allison Brie is in it. Dan Stevens is in it. It's pretty good, pretty decent.
Jeremy
So
Allen White, yeah.
Jeremy Allen White. There we go. Thank you, Baba, for double checking that. So I watched that, and that was pretty good. What else? I watched that one movie with what's his name? Fuck, I'm just blanking on names today, guys. Pop star never stopping.
From
That
Brooklyn
was
Nine-Nine?
the Brooklyn Nine-Nine guy, Andy Samberg. That's his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
I was gonna say Jake Peralta, but that's what his character name is in Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Yeah.
But I don't know what his actual name is.
Yeah. I've never seen it, but it was a fun, decent little thing if you're into comedies. I watched this other movie called Naked Singularity, which, man, I was kind of disappointed by that one because the cast was pretty good, but the movie was kind of like just nothing. Like it was like kind of lame and kind of boring, to be honest with you.
With John Boyega and Olivia Cook.
John Boyega, Olivia Cook, Bill Skarsgård. Yeah, this pretty decent cast, but the movie itself was just kind of underwhelming, to be honest with you, in my opinion. So I watched that. And then I also have, like I said, video game wise, I've been playing some Fortnite. We're ending out the season here. Pretty strong. New season coming up, which I imagine we're gonna see the new season at Summer Game Fest this upcoming week. Should be fun. Play a little bit of Road Company. Then getting more into that again. Play a little bit of Valorant. Been playing squad with a couple friends. So that's been fun. Last time we played was rough though. And then on stream, I have been playing Final Fantasy VII Remake. That game has been phenomenal. I've been loving it. I'm looking forward to hearing more about Rebirth when we do. But yeah, that game has been awesome. It's my first like full actual like Final Fantasy game. I always say that like I never really played a Final Fantasy game before this. I mean, I don't like unless we count the MMO, which is Final Fantasy 14. This is like my first real actual Final Fantasy game. And then like I always say too, like years ago, like in the PS2 era, I played Final Fantasy 10 for a little bit, but like I never played through it all from start to finish or beat it or anything like that. So this is like my first real Final Fantasy game, and I'm loving it. It's been awesome. I love the characters. I love the look, the way it looks, the remaster, the setting, the everything about it. It's so good. And I know Baba has played it, so I know she can talk about it too. And then Josh, you have not. So when you get to it, man, that game's all. I know you're hyped. I know you're hyped for 16, and that looks amazing too. But the 7 remake is
I got it right over there.
so good.
I'm gonna play it.
It's fantastic.
And neither of you've played the original 7, correct?
No.
You too, Joshy?
No, I have not.
Yeah, I want to see you guys both play it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm currently going through the 7 remake, so I know it. I know it stops at a certain point because they're splitting it up into like multiple parts or whatever. Rebirth is the next one. We're kind of getting a little bit more news on that, so hopefully we'll maybe get more this week. But who knows?
I know
But yeah,
nothing about Rebirth.
I'm loving it. I'm really loving the game. It's been awesome. I'm loving all the characters and it's just so good. I've been enjoying it a lot. So definitely recommend everybody who hasn't played it because it's awesome. But that's pretty much all the fun stuff I've been up to. So yes, go ahead, Mr. Josh, or do you want to have Baba?
Baba,
go
would you like to
first?
go in between, or would you like me to go next? Out of curiosity, I'll leave it up to you.
Guys prefer.
Whatever you
How
want to
about
do.
you?
It's just
I'll
like
let you go, Baba. That way I can
Okay.
bring up the rear and lead us into the next section. How about that?
It's just talking about what we've seen.
just
whatever
cool
you want to
you've
talk
done.
about.
Like,
Really. Yeah, what you been up
yeah,
to?
if you've been watched movies or shows or anything that you think people would like to hear about
I
or
did not
just
prepare for this, and I was here last time, so
it's all good. Just just cool things, just things you want to share that you've been up to the past week.
I just binged Ted Lasso with you guys,
Mhm.
so I'm happy to talk about that. We
Well,
have
later,
to
yes.
start Miss Marvel.
Listen, I've
Mabel.
seen Miss Marvel, Baba, so I don't know what you're talking
Marvelous
about.
Miss Mabel.
Yeah.
Marvelous
Yes.
Miss Mabel.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that because I was literally last night I was gonna tag you both. I'm like, they're both asleep, so I shouldn't do that. So I'll later today I was gonna tell you guys. But
Yeah, now that we
yes, we
finished Ted
should
Lasso, we can start Miss
because
Marvelous
it's
Miss
also the
Mabel.
last season of Mrs. Maisel, right?
Yeah.
And I'm hearing
So
good things about it.
yeah, I heard good things too. It's over now, right? Like it ended. So like it's all out is what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm definitely whenever you guys are down, I'm
I'm
ready.
down.
I'm watching with Jake. Queer
Yay.
Eye.
Queer
And so
Eye.
that's
Okay.
always fun. I love Queer Eye. I don't know about shows. I watch everything and anything. You guys know that. I started
Yeah.
Silo with Thacker and Jake. That's an Apple TV show. It's interesting. The movies just recently we saw The Little Mermaid and Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Video game wise, I just finished Horizon Forbidden West and I'm in the DLC and I'm loving it.
Nice.
I don't want to talk about it because Josh is currently playing and he'll go into that.
Yeah.
The first Horizon. Right now I'm so addicted to Diablo 4. I right now want to play it.
You and like everybody on the internet right now.
I brought up could we play while we did the podcast?
Yep. And I'm like, I haven't even started yet. I'm starting tomorrow.
I was
I can't wait
playing
for you to
before
play
the
it. I hope you like it.
podcast. I was running. I got all the Lilith statues in the first area. Baba, and now I know I've asked you this before, but you know how my brain is. You've played previous Diablos, yes?
Yes, I played Diablo 1 when I was a little kid when it came out. My dad was actually the gamer in the family. He played it, and he got me into it. And I believe Diablo 2 was the first online one, because I don't remember now. And his username was DaBaba.
I remember
And
you saying this, yeah.
I stole it from him, and so now I'm DaBaba because of him.
Mm.
But I played those games when it came out, and I remember playing them for hours, like all day. And this is just bringing that nostalgia feeling back of playing
That's
Diablo all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, what
All
were you
right.
gonna say about Diablo,
Who? Me?
Joshy?
I was just asking if
Yeah,
you
you were
played the
like,
previous ones.
oh,
So because I couldn't remember. That's all.
and I'm
Uh,
excited to play Requiem.
Oh yes. Um, Plague
I
Tale,
forgot.
right?
Yeah, A Plague's Tale Requiem. I was
Plague
super
Tale
excited when
Requiem,
it
yeah.
came out, but I think that's the first game I'm gonna end up streaming, so I've been waiting to play
Yes.
it.
That
And
game
Tatsuya,
that game is so good, Baba. I can't
I
wait.
heard it's
I look
amazing.
forward to watching you play it because I
The
played it
first one was so good.
yeah, the first one was great. This next one is awesome too. It's really good.
And
So yeah,
then
look,
Tatsuya. I don't know if you guys heard of that. I've been wanting to play that as well.
Tachia. You're talking
Mhm.
about Chia?
Yes. I
But
pronounced the T. The T's there.
Tachia, yeah. No, I got you. I was just trying to think in my head which one. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know which one you're talking about now. Yeah,
that one
it's
looks cute.
yeah, I did think that one looked nice too. It came out like in March, a couple months back.
I
It looked
gotta
good
counterbalance like the demon hunting with
with some
something
wholesome
adorable.
games. I got you.
Something
Makes
wholesome.
sense. Yeah, that game does look wholesome for sure. Yeah,
Mhm.
All
I
right.
got you. Cool. You know what game I haven't played it myself. I really want to, but you know which one I would recommend to you too, Baba?
Which one?
That we both need to play at some point because again, I
Yeah.
haven't played it either. But I think it would be up your alley. Is the game called Kena Bridge of Spirits?
Oh yeah,
How do you
Kina.
spell?
Kena Bridge of Spirits.
Nice.
I think you would like that as well because it
Ooh,
also
it looks.
looks like something that I'm into. So I definitely want to
Ooh,
try
it
that
does
out at
look
some point.
nice.
And yeah, looks cool. Anyway, uh, she she will, Loki. She will.
Yeah, Loki.
That
She
ain't that
going
right,
to
Baba? Ain't that right?
I will. I will. Oh, I DM'd him that instead. I will.
All right, Baba. Anything else you've been up to? Any other games?
Or any
Uh,
other stuff you want to share?
Yeah.
Fortnite just finished the season last night.
Yeah, you ready for next season?
Super excited. Fortnite, please put Sailor Moon in there. I will spend all my
Did
money.
you
I'll spend all
did
my
you
money.
see I feel like eventually they might because they're doing a lot of anime. But did you see those new Academy skins that came out that are
I
customizable?
did.
I was gonna
I was
say, did you
playing with it.
see that custom somebody made Sailor Moon with one of those
Usagi,
skins? Did you
yeah.
see that?
I played around with it today to see if I could make it again, and I'm tempted, but Fortnite, please just make Sailor Moon.
You want an official one though. I get you. I
I
understand.
want Sailor Moon and Jupiter and Mercury and Venus, and I can go on. Go
I
Joshy.
feel like
And weapon wraps and emotes and gliders.
and everything. Yeah, I do like those customizable skins, but like I wish they were even more customizable than that. Cause
Yeah.
and what I
Mhm.
mean by that is like sure you can choose. They have like the cool thing about Fortnite is they have for the customizable skins they have like oh here's a black person or here's an Asian person or here's a brown person or here's a white person and like
Yeah.
you can and that is cool and they each like are like the same but different in their own ways. But it's cool how they have like different options for people. But one of the things that I wish they did with these is they let you choose the hairstyle because they kind of limit
Yeah.
you to the singular one hairstyle, no
Yeah.
matter which one
Mhm.
you choose. So I'm like, damn it! Like I know you can change the color, but I want
Yeah.
to change the actual hairstyle.
I agree.
That is something that I'm like, I wish they would go even further and let you
Yeah.
change that, because
Mhm.
if I'm not mistaken, they've had other previous customizable skins where you can change the hair. So it's not like they don't do it, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up real quick. So
They would
I,
have to charge more.
I mean, whatever, dude. What's like if they did like another 100, 200 V-bucks more for that, who cares, right? But I don't know.
True.
I feel like that would have been even better if you could do that, but whatever. That's just kind of my minor thing with those skins. They look cool. There's a lot of different possibilities. Like I've seen people make like David from Cyberpunk Edge Runners and Princess Peach from Mario and
Oh, I saw the
the
Princess Peach one,
the
yeah.
Powerpuff Girls, which I was like, that's pretty cool too, but I just there are certain things that even though it is super customizable, I wish they would go a little bit further with it. But I get it. It's it is what it is. But I will say though, Fortnite has so many collaborations that I feel like eventually they'll probably get the Sailor Moon. So you probably
They
just
need to.
a matter of
Well, with
waiting.
the final Crystal movie's coming out this summer, I think. Please, Fortnite.
Might.
Please.
And then sometimes they do like how we have like themes for each season, and
Yes.
sometimes they'll just do like random like this past season we had a bunch of different collaborations. Like we had Star Wars and Dragon Ball and just stuff that was kind of all over the place, and it
Attack
was
on
cool. So
Titan.
yeah, well that was kind of more of a theme with the season, but the point is they do a lot of collaboration, so I could see them doing it eventually.
All right.
Joshy.
If that's all we've been up to for you guys, it's my turn, and mine's gonna be really quick because I've only been up. I haven't really watched anything other than the things we're gonna talk about because I'm bad and forget to do stuff. Dragon Age. I played the first DLC, Jaws of Hakan, and it is a really cool DLC. I've played through Dragon Age Inquisition again. I've completed the story once again as a mage. We talked about that previously. I almost never play like wizards in games, so it was interesting to go that route. And I played the first DLC called the Jaws of Khan, and it is really interesting because you are. I don't want to spoil anything in case anybody ever plays it. Like, you're investigating some really cool goings-ons with a really interesting character, and I don't need to say much more than that, other than I named my Diablo character after the one of the characters in the DLC because I thought they were really cool. So I stole their name. So that I'm gonna keep going through that. It kind of took a backseat because Diablo 4 kind of came out, and I ended up getting it, even though I originally was like, you know what, I'm not gonna get it, and then we all got it, and now I have it too because now I'm a hypocrite. But I had to, it is what it is. Streaming.
Did you play Diablo 1 and 2?
So Majin bought me 2, and I've played a little bit of it. I played 3 nonstop, though. I played it. I bought 3 on release from way back when they had the Real Money Auction House, which was a whole thing, to when they just did their last season. Like, anybody that was in Discord with me saw me playing my Whirlwind Barb, which is probably what I'm going to make if DT wants a friend for tomorrow's launch and play with him. I will probably make a Barbarian that's a Whirlwind Barb. But yeah, no, I did not play 1 and 2. I played a little bit of 2 because Majin bought me it, and I'm going to go back to 2 because I do want to get through it. And that's interesting to go back and play like that. I'm playing the remastered, the resurrected, I think they call it. Like, it's remastered and has all cool graphics and things, but you can hit spacebar and turn on like the legacy graphics. And I'm just like, how did people play this? I can't see anything. It's so dark.
They didn't know any different, man. That's why.
Right?
We didn't know any.
They didn't know any better. That was just how it was, man. They didn't have the what we got now. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. So no, I did not play that. Actually, my first type of game like that was that action RPG style was I want to say Dungeon Siege and Dungeon Siege 2. I played those a lot, and then I ended up playing Titan Quest, which was Greek Diablo, pretty much. So no, I did not play those. But I'm loving Diablo 4 at the moment. The other thing I've been doing this past week is streaming Horizon. I told Baba I was going to stream it, and I'm actually doing it. I streamed, what days did I streamed all the way up to Diablo came out, and then I played Diablo. So Horizon is going to probably start back on Wednesday, to be honest with you, because I would like to stream maybe some Diablo with DT tomorrow, if he wants to do that. Otherwise, I might be streaming Diablo. But yeah, I'm enjoying Horizon. I'll be honest with you, the combat, I feel I am not good at it. That is not to say that it is bad. That is to say that I suck at it, and I am thinking about lowering the difficulty on it because I suck at it.
No shame in that.
So I was thinking, plus 16 is going to come out, and I want to get through Horizon. I don't want to rush it either, so I just want to kind of take my time with it, and then, but also kind of, I got to get through it because I want to finish it and then start the other thing.
You got 2.5 weeks?
Yeah, but I know how I am too. I know how I am. I'm bad.
Just gotta get on it, man. Just gotta get on it. Let's go.
No, the biggest thing that hurts me with the combat in Horizon is no target lock. Especially after playing Survivor, which had target lock, and like my brain is still like has those controls ingrained, and it's like I hit this button for target lock, right? It's no, there is no target lock. But yeah, I'm digging the story. I like the characters. I had some audio issues that I think I figured out the issue with and kind of fixed those on my end. That had to do with stuff. But yeah, more Horizon probably Wednesday, and I'm thinking about dropping the difficulty because I'm getting my ass kicked by robot dinosaurs, and it's a little humiliating. And I don't need to play things on the hardest difficulty or even the medium difficulty. I need to play things at what I'm having fun with difficulty. So, and then Diablo 4. I've been playing. I'm max level. I'm max level. I'm level 50. That's what I should say. I'm max level till you get to the harder difficulties, which is like 100 is max difficult level. Playing Necromancer, playing a Shadow Summoning Necromancer, and we got buffed. They patched us. We're strong. We're strong now. And they nerfed everybody else. Sucks to be you guys. But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it. I'm looking forward to getting even further into the Torment difficulties, which I'm in Nightmare right now, so that's going to be a while probably, because yeah, and I'm still learning from the game. Like I said, I went around earlier and got all the Lilith statues in the first area, the Fractured Peaks area, which is the first area of the game. I unlocked all the rewards, renown rewards that you get in that area, and now I moved on to the second area. I am having a weird issue with the game, and it's just, I don't know what's making it happen, where for some reason, if I'm in Discord and we're talking with you guys and I'm playing Diablo and I switch a zone sometimes, it makes NVIDIA Broadcast use 100% of my GPU and fuck everything up until I quit the game. And I don't know what's making that issue happen. It happened this morning with Yorko and Shadow were hanging with me in Discord this morning, and I was playing and I started roboting. I checked the task manager and Broadcast was sucking up 100% of my GPU and was just making everything run bad till I quit the game and restarted it. It is so weird. I have no idea what's causing that. So Blizzard, take a look at that, please, and fix it. I would appreciate you. Because if it starts doing that in the middle of a stream, that's not going to be very good. And I have to use NVIDIA Broadcast because if I don't, you guys will be able to hear my neighbors, for example, or the cars going down the road. I have to have it on to cut out all that background noise. And then just I watch Futurama nonstop, so that doesn't even need to be on my notes, but I do, and all that. So that's what I have been up to the past week. Mostly Diablo and Horizon. And then going to the movies and making dice. Goddamn, I've been really busy, I feel like, lately. So
I'm excited for you to get back to Horizon.
Yeah, Wednesday, I think. That's when we're gonna do that.
But also, I'm ready for more Diablo.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like, can you get the crowbar and pry me off Diablo? Like, hell has its hooks into me. And that's not a good thing if you've been in Diablo. All right. Let's go ahead and hit the gaming news. What do you say, guys? Shall we move on?
Let's
hit it. Okay, what do we got up first, DT?
So the first thing we have here today is we got another game from PlayStation joining Steam. The first one, or this one, is Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Jumps to Steam this July. It'll be the next first-party PlayStation title making the jump from PlayStation to Steam on July 26th, making the series' first appearance on PC. This 2021 dimension-hopping adventure served as one of the earliest showcases of the PlayStation 5's tech, namely its fast-loading SSD, and the PC version sports additional bells and whistles such as performance-enhancing upscaling for NVIDIA DLSS 3, AMD FSR 2, and Intel Xe SS. unlocked frame rate, ray tracing, reflections, and shadows, and ultra wide support for 21 by 9, 32 by 9, and 48 by 9 monitors. And they also have a little PC features trailer here. Now my question to you guys is, I had been, or I grew up on PlayStation. That was like what I had, right? I was a PlayStation kid. So that being said, I never played these games. Like I don't
Neither
have
did I.
experience with these games at all. So I was like, I was gonna ask you if you guys played them, but Bob was like, nope, I haven't either. So
And
Josh,
guess
did you ever
what?
play any of these or no?
I sure the fuck didn't.
Okay, yeah, because I just listen, man. I was PlayStation, but I didn't play these, man. Like I always I I always got this confused with the other duo, Jack and
Jack and
Daxter, right?
Daxter. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always got them confused because it's like the duo of two of them together, and yeah, I never played. I do what I do know about Jack and Daxter that's different from these guys is that they're Naughty Dog, I think, right? Jack and Daxter's Naughty Dog, and then these guys, Ratchet and Clank is
I guess.
is not. But
Think so.
Yeah, I guess. I played Crash Bandicoot.
yeah,
Neither of
Crash,
those
man.
games.
I got you. No, it's just funny because I went to Katie was talking about this on her stream the other day, and I said the same thing. She's like, no, Ratchet and Clank is better than Jack and Dexter. It was just funny. It was hilarious hearing it talk about that stuff. But
I
I
think we
think
need
this
to
is
play them.
I think this is cool though because we're getting more PlayStation games coming to PC slowly but surely. There's been a bunch of them that have made the cross already, but
Yeah.
there's still a bunch of other games that I know people are wanting to make the jump. Like Ghost of Tsushima and for other people, Bloodborne, and just there's a bunch of other games that they could still bring over. Like for me, eventually, I hope they bring God of War Ragnarok and Horizon Forbidden West because I want to play those games. Because
Mhm.
your boy don't have a PS5, and I probably will not get one. Uh, so I'm at the point where I'm waiting now for them to just bring over their first party titles to PC, which is kind of how I'm the same boat as the new Final Fantasy game. Like I really want to play 16, but it's going to be a PS5 exclusive at launch. So I'm kind of waiting on that one as well. And which I don't really mind waiting for stuff. I just I'm like I hope it's not too long of a wait though cuz I do want to play it. But
Yeah.
but I get it. There's all these deals and like exclusivity rights and all this shit that people. I mean, even on PC, there's like it's gonna be on Epic before it comes to Steam first, and so it's like we're used to that shit already. But again, I just think it's cool that PlayStation is like slowly but surely bringing more games over to PC. There's
Yeah.
still a lot more games I want you to bring over PlayStation, but but this is progress.
Yeah. The game looked gorgeous. Like even on like when we saw it on the PS5, it's gonna look even more gorgeous on PC, especially with all these features like the unlock frame rate and the upscaling enhancements and all the ray tracing and all that stuff. Like it'll be like playing a Pixar movie. I know that's like the thing, right? So
Mhm.
that's pretty cool. I won't play it because I don't play these types of games really, but and there's just so many other things so that are gonna be out and all that. But it's cool. I definitely want more like the PS5 is probably gonna be the last console I ever get type deal, unless something I don't know, unless something catastrophically awesome is only a console forever type deal. Um uh but yeah, that's pretty cool.
All right. Any closing thoughts, Bob, or no? You good?
We need to play the game.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd probably try it. It doesn't really seem like my kind of like. It never really seemed like
That's the
my kind of
thing.
game, but I'll
Yeah.
probably try it. I I'd give games a shot. Like I don't, unless it looks like something that I really really like. I'm not like about, then I wouldn't mind like checking
Yeah.
it out or trying it.
It's just there's so many games on so many platforms, so many engines on PC. Like I ain't have all the money for that.
Facts.
Yeah.
So one at a time, but Ratchet and Clank is a classic, and maybe we should give it a try.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Cool. We can move on to the next thing, which is uh that WrestleQuest gets an August release date. Now I put this one in here because I know Josh was kind of interested in
Yeah,
this game,
this one's in
and we
here for
do
me.
have a little Legends trailer here, which we can check out as well. Throw that up, Josh. So when you guys are ready, let me know and I'll count it down so we can check this out real quick. It's only 1 minute and 18 seconds, so
I'm ready whenever you guys are ready.
Ready.
all right, 3, 2, 1, play.
Hey, Jake the Snake. The Road Warriors.
WrestleQuest Legends.
Every wrestling legend follows their own
Muchacho
path to fame
Man.
and glory, but you won't be crowned wrestling royalty without harnessing the power of the
Jeff
masters
Jarrett.
to ignite your quest. Your rise to stardom begins at
Andre
the
the
Barker.
Giant.
Giants.
Andre.
And the only way
Jake the Snake.
to earn a legend's respect.
Okay, you guys are naming them.
victory. Training with the best is never easy, but where
Bob was like,
those
"Who? What?
wrestlers
Huh?
with pride,
Who?
you're going
What?
to need all the help you can get to unlock your potential.
Road Warriors.
I put the big sleep on you, baby. The big sleep. The big chill.
DDP.
Those legends become extremely powerful allies. Enlist their help as managers to energize your team.
Here's the
Sergeant
thing,
Slaughter.
Baba. I know some, but I don't know them all like Josh.
I know
does.
one,
Moves to tilt the match
and you can
in
guess
your
which one
favor
that one
and
is.
unleash your own brand of mayhem. So get ready to begin your legendary journey because it's time for
Where's Taker? I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know if they're gonna have him in here.
Okay, I have to send this link to Rick.
August 8th. August 8th, Josh.
Yeah, this game is on my radar. It looks like a lot of fun, to be honest with you. Also, it's not going to be one of those, this is a fucking fortune to play this game pricing, you know what I mean? I don't know how much
Yeah.
it is, but surely this is not a $70 game.
No. No way. No way.
And if it is,
Was that
I'm
on?
boycotting.
No way,
Was that
no
on PC?
how.
I think
Oh,
it
yeah,
is
it's
on
on
PC.
Steam.
You know what? I'm going to look it up right now.
It
Just
is.
to see
Oh.
if it's got a
I
price.
just- if you go to-
PlayStation 5, Xbox, it's gonna hit it all.
Yeah, it's on everything. Yeah, but it's on Steam. It doesn't have a price on Steam for what I say. It just says coming soon.
It's
How
gonna be on
dare they?
Netflix.
What?
It says
Oh my
Wrestle
God.
and
WrestleQuest
Netflix.
hits PlayStation 5, Xbox, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, PC, and Netflix for all subscribers on August 8th.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember this, but Netflix is getting into games now.
That is true, but like, is it on the actual platform, or are they gonna have, like, it's on the app, the Netflix app that you could just play a game on?
Probably. I don't know. I'm not sure. But they are getting into games and they're making their own games and they're getting into that more. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's pretty cool.
I was just
Yeah.
taken aback by that.
No, I got you. Yeah, you see that and you're like,
Well,
wait, what?
To be fair, this is like the first game I've seen in a while. Sorry, I'm just dancing my head around because I'm playing music.
I can do it too.
This is the first time in a long time that I've seen something with it like, here, it's coming on Netflix. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't blame you for being like, wait, it's Netflix? Because I haven't seen anything to say that in a hot minute, to be honest with you. And I'm curious if we'll see more of that. I'm sure we will probably at Summer Games Fest. Around there.
I'm so excited for Summer Game Fest.
I just realized, Baba, the Horizon streams may take a backseat to that as well.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot too. For work, all next week is
It's gonna be crazy.
It's gonna be busy this upcoming week with video game stuff.
For sure. But yeah, I'm looking forward to WrestleQuest. Like, this game's been on my radar for a long time. Like, I've been kind of following it, just loosely following it. Because I love wrestling. You know, we've had a wrestling show. We had Savis J on, and talked wrestling on there.
That was fun talking with Jay about that stuff. I'm sure. Yeah.
So yeah, it's pro wrestling and it's an RPG. So I love RPGs. Baba, I think you're right. I think this is a right up Rick's alley if he's interested in wrestling and like JRPGs and has all the classics. Like, it's pretty cool.
He probably already knows about it, but I'm gonna send it to Jake to see if he can send it to him.
I
I
got you.
gotcha.
All right, DT.
Cool.
What's next?
Moving on, we have former CDPR devs forming a new studio to create character-driven games set in apocalypse. So a handful of former CD Projekt Red devs, people that made The Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk 2077, for those of you who don't know, have created a new studio named Blank to make a character-driven game set in an apocalypse with a twist or two. Cyberpunk game director and The Witcher 3 co-game director Matthias Kanik has co-founded Blank with Jedriz and Marcin. These are all Polish names, so I apologize.
Really hard to
sincerely
pronounce, to be fair.
for mispronouncing them. Both former executive producers on The Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk 2077. Together with this new studio aims to apply their years of experience with a clean slate and bring beautifully crafted games and unique experiences to players, favoring novel territory rather than well-trodden ground. A press release from Blank says the studio has no plans to make clones or predictable entries. Alongside with the studio reveal, Blank has released concept art for its unannounced project, which is the aforementioned game set in the apocalypse, which you can see below. We're thrilled to announce Blank and to start expanding our incredible team, Kanik writes in his press release. After working for years in an increasingly conservative industry, we're ready to make bold, impactful projects that share our creativity and values. We're the industry champions of dictatorship and the uh, we're the industry champions of dictatorship of the creative individual. We want to give ownership to the team. Where the industry leans on a crunch culture, we prefer work-life balance. Where the industry says bigger is better, we're setting our sights on slightly polished games with a focus on emotion, story, and craftsmanship. So that's pretty cool. I like CDPR. Some of the guys from that team split off and making their own thing. I'll be interested to see what they do, what they come up with.
Yeah.
So yeah, be
Be
good.
interesting. I think that's kind of like becoming more the norm. Is like people will be part of big studios and get all this experience, and then they'll leave and they'll make their own studios because the thing that they were originally part of has just become so gigantic, right? Like CD Projekt Red was relatively small when I first heard of them with like the first Witcher game, and The Witcher 2, and then it just exploded. It got gigantic, and you got The Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk, and it just became kind of huge. And I know some people aren't like big fans of that, so they'll eventually, they'll fall off that. They'll form their own studio. They'll take what they've learned there, what worked there, what didn't work there, form their own studio, start making all this really cool new games. And I'm all about that. Like, it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think Baba's played any of their games, so we can move.
I do have
on.
Witcher 3, which I believe Joshy gave me.
Oh, really?
Maybe.
I believe.
So here's the thing with The Witcher 3. I absolutely love that game. It's one of my favorite games of all time, but it is a long ass game, Baba. If you ever dive into it, I'll just let you know. For me, beating the whole game with the couple of DLCs it has took me 150 hours to beat.
Oh.
So it is a beefy game. So just
Well, I think I'm at like 150 for Horizon right now.
Oh, okay. Well, that's how long it took me with The Witcher 3.
So if it's that kind of game, then I'm into it.
Yeah. It's an incredible game though. I mean, I loved it. And also one of the few games that has a mini game that I enjoy playing, because there's a lot of games that have mini games. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about this mini game. But
I've heard.
But The Witcher 3 has Gwent, and Gwent was one of the I'm not into card games really, but Gwent had me hooked for a little bit. Not gonna lie, that shit's great. But yeah, Witcher 3 is awesome. If we're ready to move on, however, we can do that.
Let's hit it. What's next?
All right, next up, we have a report that some Arcane staff reportedly hoped Microsoft would cancel Redfall or reboot it as a single player game. Now, we've heard about Redfall and its troubles, and now we have this coming out. So, some employees at Bethesda's Arcane Studios reportedly hope that Microsoft, after acquiring Bethesda in 2020, might cancel Redfall or reboot it as a single player game, according to a new report from Bloomberg. But that didn't happen, of course, and Redfall launched on May 2nd to poor reception from critics and players. Xbox head Phil Spencer shortly after went on the Kind of Funny Games podcast and said that he was disappointed with the Redfall launch, and he said, "I'm upset with myself. Despite hopes for a new approach to the game following that 2020 acquisition, Microsoft remained hands off and allowed development on the title to continue as normal, except for canceling the PS5 version of the game." Bloomberg reports that Arcane began development on Redfall in 2018, a time when ZeniMax, Bethesda's parent company, was still private and not owned by Microsoft. It says behind the scenes, ZeniMax was encouraging studios to develop games that could be monetized beyond launch. The company was essentially asking its studios to make what we now call games as a service or live service games, the type of game popularized by Bungie's Destiny series. While ZeniMax strongly urged its studios to create these types of games, according to Bloomberg, it stopped short of forcing it. Redfall was born out of this push, and development began a year after the release of the critically well-received but financially less successful Prey in 2017. Arcane wanted to make something more broadly appealing after Prey's release, and the studio landed on the idea of Redfall. Development was led by Harvey Smith and Ricardo Bear, and the two pitched Redfall as a multiplayer Arcane game, Bloomberg writes. However, some team members found that confusing, and over time, tension continued to rise as the studio with less than 100 people who had focused on the single-player games of Arcane's past clashed with the multiplayer ideas at play in Redfall. Bloomberg reports that 70% of the remaining staff that worked on Prey left Arcane during the development of Redfall. Without a clear vision of what this multiplayer game would be, the studio struggled to offset that reduction in staff with new hires. According to Bloomberg, it was challenging to explain what Redfall was to potential hires. Plus, many applying to work at Arcane were looking to work on the type of single-player title the studio is known for, not a multiplayer FPS. However, but Bloomberg's report goes much more deeper into all of this, so go check that out. But just based off of that, Josh, I mean, sounds like a kind of a disaster, right? I mean, that
Yeah,
is
like here's the thing.
crazy.
If you don't believe in the cause, how are you going to make something good, right? And it sounds like these people didn't believe in the cause. They realized to the staff that were like, we really hope they cancel this. We really hope they reboot this. Like, yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. To think that about something you're working on. You know what I mean? Like, it's a I hate to say that we were right, but damn, were we right the moment we saw it for the first time, DT. It just did not appeal to us at all.
For me, that game never impressed me. Like, it was one of those things that's how people were like, oh, this could be fun, or like, I was never like into it. Like, it just never appealed to me, like, really. Like, the only thing that was appealing was the fact that it was like a 4-player co-op. That was it. But there's so many other games. Like, I'd rather play Left 4 Dead. I'd rather play another game that was canceled, or the other game that stopped support, but Back 4 Blood. I don't even have that game, but I'd rather play that than fucking, Redfall. Like, there's so many other games that are like this.
Play Borderlands, you know?
Not, yeah, Borderlands, or there's so many other 4-player co-op games that I'd rather play. So Redfall never really, it did nothing for me,
Yeah. So that's
never appealed.
That's rough for those people that had to sit there and work on this thing that they were very not jazzed about. And the proof is in the finished product. That game is not doing well. That game was broken at launch. It's probably still broken. The AI is just dumb. I've seen like clips of like Carnage playing it, and it just like a bad guy just stands there and it just stands there. It just stands there and lets him kill it. Like it doesn't even try to fight back. It's the weirdest thing. So seeing reports like this come out in the aftermath doesn't surprise me the way that game kind of went. So
yeah,
a little rough. All right, DT, what do we got next? Or Baba, do you have anything you want to add on to that?
I know nothing about Redfall.
It's
Never
a
even
game,
heard of it before this moment.
It's a vampire game that came out, didn't do very well. They kind of just they kind of dropped the ball on it, and yeah, it didn't.
You talking
perform
about
well.
how bad it performed opening made me think of Gollum.
Oh man, that's another game that recently came out that, oh boy, again, another game that never looked good to me. So I just never was like, no, I'm good.
It looked terrible.
Anyway, we can move on to something else, which is this month's PlayStation Plus games. So you should be able to claim these starting tomorrow, I believe. But PlayStation Plus Essential subscribers free games for June: NBA 2K23, Jurassic World Evolution 2.
Oh, that's for Jake.
Yep. I think he has it already though, doesn't he? On PC maybe? I don't know.
Probably.
Jurassic World Evolution 2 and Trek to Yomi. Players may begin downloading them starting tomorrow, Tuesday, June 6th.
Nice.
So yeah, these are the free games for this month, starting tomorrow. And if you want last month's games, you can still get them today. Today's the last day, which are Grid Legends, Chivalry 2, and Descenders are available, at least for today,
Cool.
because this month's drop tomorrow. So yeah,
get your free
those
shit.
are the get your free shit while you can. There's some pretty decent games in there.
None of them are Diablo, so I don't know.
Free stuff, Bob. Free stuff.
Take your freebies. DT's bot pinged me today with something that was free, a new game. I don't remember what it was.
Oh yeah, I have a Discord bot set up on my server that it'll notify you, or it'll notify if for those who want the role, there's a role that I have, if you want to get tagged for free games. But anyway, I have a bot on my server that tags and lets us know whenever there's free games. And yeah, there's another free one today. It's it was Field of Glory 2. It's a $30 game normally that's free. So I was like,
I'll
How do I
take some
get that
free games.
tag?
you just get the role. Do you want the role? I can give it to you.
Yes, please. I like free.
And then
like
if
free
you
too.
if you go into this, you can do /free in the channel, and it'll show you what's free right now.
Check it out.
There it is. Anyway, yeah. So free stuff is always cool. PlayStation Plus gives away some pretty decent things from time to time. Yeah. Trek to Yomi's fun if you like samurai stuff. I played that last year, I think, and it was all right. So that's cool. If you like dinosaurs, Jurassic World is for you. If you're into sports and basketball, 2K obviously. But yeah, those are your PlayStation Plus games for June of 2023. I have one last thing here for the gaming news, which is that things are about to get wild in Fortnite, because as some of you may know, we have a new season coming up here on June 9th, and it's gonna be interesting. I've seen some of the leaked things that have come from it, images. And it looks pretty cool.
I'm just saying Sailor Moon is pretty wild in. That's all I'm saying. Give me my Sailor Moon skins.
I mean,
Keep
you
mine.
can be for sure, yeah. So let's check this out real quick. It's just a little 8 minute or 8 second little teaser here.
Mhm.
So if you guys are ready, we can
Yeah.
do it. 3, 2, 1, go. Wilds.
Ooh,
Fortnite
new
Battle
map.
Royale, chapter 4, season 3, June 9th. So this makes me, you know what this makes me think is that with Summer Game Fest this week, we're gonna see it at Summer Game Fest because there's been
Well,
previous events that they've like Summer Game Fest or the Game Awards that they've had Fortnite stuff there. So we're probably gonna see some of it this week.
well,
There
if you
before it
look
comes out.
at the top reply to that tweet,
Yes, that's the
I
other thing I
think
was gonna say. Yeah,
you got a confirmation on that.
yeah, yeah,
Summer
yeah.
Game Fest gave them some eyes.
I was thinking that before this, but yes, you're totally right though. They commented on it and with the low, we're looking eyes. Yeah,
I wouldn't even be like surprised. Like Summer Games Fest is gonna have drops. What if there's like a Fortnite skin drop or something? You know, like
dude.
a wrap or
Listen,
something.
I'm gonna be streaming Summer Game Fest on
Me
Thursday.
too.
I got my
Mhm.
co-stream kit in the email today,
Yeah, I got mine too.
and I will have drops. I will have drops enabled. So if you want to come check it out,
Yeah,
we'll have drops enabled.
you
So
boy.
that'll be fun.
Maybe I work from home that day too. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I know you got to cover it over
Hmm.
for work stuff too, Baba. So that'll be yeah,
You just
you'll be busy with that. I'm excited. I always like the game stuff, and
yeah.
I think nowadays it's better because it's not all in one day. Because before, like E3 would happen, and you'd have like everything happen on like one day, and you'd spend like all day like trying to look at stuff and cover stuff, and it was wild. So nowadays it's like,
Yeah.
all right, they're doing this on Thursday, they're doing this on Sunday, and it's kind of more spread out. So I think it's better that way. But
Will you guys be streaming on Sunday?
I am going
'Cause
to, yes.
okay.
Yep.
I think I'm only gonna be doing Thursday and Sunday
Hey, look at the actual. There's a lot. I'm gonna look at that.
because there is a lot coming up.
Let's see here.
But it starts uh with Thursday, Summer Game Fest Showcase. Then they have Day of the Devs, and the Devolver one is that same Thursday. Then the 9th is more a little bit low key with like the Tribeca game spotlight and whatnot. 10th though, we'll have the Future Game Show, which should be interesting as well.
There's a lot of stuff on the 10th. Here's
And
the whole
then
breakdown, right?
yeah,
Like the Gorilla Collective is Wednesday, June 7th, which I probably, if I'm playing Horizon, I
I'm
might stop and check it out. I don't know. That's at 12 p.m. Eastern. Um,
yeah.
Summer Games Fest is obviously DT said Thursday, but there's some other events after that I don't know if we'll look at or not. Like there's the Devolver thing was kind of fun, so maybe like I don't know if DT wants to. Remember when we did Devolver one year? That's
So
that's at
so
6
here's
p.m. On the
so
8th.
I will be watching the Devolver one. So I'm gonna start on Thursday sometime before noon my time, through before sometime before 3
Mm-hmm.
Eastern on Thursday. I'm gonna start up. I'm gonna watch the Summer Game Fest, and then I think that'll go on. Keely said it'll go on from like an hour to 2 hours, somewhere between that time. And then from there, there'll be like I don't know how long of a break, like maybe an hour break between or before the Devolver one starts. But I'll be streaming all of that at least
Gotcha.
until, and then I'll end after the Devolver one, comes up. But yeah,
All right, that
that's
works. That
kind of the
works.
plan for me on that one.
Yeah. To be simple, we'll probably hit all the main ones. And DT, the Ubisoft Forward is on Monday, so
It is,
at night.
yeah.
So we'll have like news dropping probably as we're doing the show. Or no, it'll be over because that's at 1 p.m. on Monday. So we'll be talking about some of that stuff that drops during that show. Sorry, I'm just looking at
Yeah,
the
we
whole
will.
schedule, and my brain is just kind of scatterbrained and like, let's talk about all this
No,
right at this moment.
it's gonna be a lot, but it's exciting. I'm not a big fan of summertime because mainly because it's too damn hot. That's my
Mm-hmm.
issue with summer. But I do always like the, oh man, gaming news and events and showcases are in the summer, So that's what I like about it. But anyway, yeah, it's exciting times, man. I'm looking forward to seeing all the new shit come up.
All right.
But anyway, yeah, Fortnite. That's where we started. That's how we got talking about this. It's coming up June 9th. So if you guys haven't finished the current battle pass, you still have till Friday or before Friday to do it. So it's still a few more days. I was playing with our good friend Calvin of Blind Wave yesterday, and he was like level 80 something. He was almost done. I was like, "Yo, Calvin, you're almost done with the battle pass, man. If you keep playing for a little bit, you might be able to. You should just get it, So I don't know if
Mhm.
he plans to, or I don't know if he did, or but he's been playing with us games here a little bit more. He's good dude, good dude. Um. Anyway, yeah, that's coming up. I've obviously been playing the hell out of Fortnite. You guys hear me talk about it every fucking week. So I won't go into that anymore. But I'm excited for the new season, man. It's gonna be interesting. Some of the leaks about it are really cool. Like we're supposed to be getting Optimus Prime and Transformers collaboration. But with the new movie coming out, makes sense. So that'll be cool. And
I'm
then
just saying, Sailor Moon movie's coming out in June, July. I'm just saying.
yeah. Yeah. Honestly, that'd be kind of cool. If what's funny is if they did that, if they actually did a collab for Sailor Moon, this season would be Jake and your season. Because like
It would be.
this season is
Yeah.
rumored to have Transformers and dinosaurs, which is Jake. And if they did fucking Sailor Moon, that would be you. So like if they did that, that'd be insane. That'd
It'd
be
be
wild.
like, take our paychecks.
Right? Shit.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's funny. I'm looking forward to the
Well,
next season.
here's the thing.
That's go for it.
Here's the thing on that though, Baba. We manifest
Mhm.
things on this show, right? So just by you bringing it up
That is
True.
on this show, that like shot it up to like 85% probably gonna happen. Like, true.
I'm telling you. I will lose my mind.
Yeah.
Just put Sailor Moon in there. Come on. Have Luna as her backpack.
It could happen. I mean,
Just-
they do have a lot of anime, like they got
They do. I don't
MHA, Dragon Ball, Attack on Titan. So Sailor Moon is another big one that they could
Mhm.
eventually do. The one anime that I want them to do is Cowboy Bebop. That's the one I'm waiting.
That would be cool.
But yeah, Sailor Moon would be. I mean, a lot of people would love to have that one. I know, Bobby, you're the first person I always think of with Sailor Moon stuff. So that'll be.
Gimme.
That would be cool. And I would imagine that if they do her, they would do like, Jupiter or Mars or some of the other
Yeah,
ones
do
too.
the whole team.
Your boy Tuxedo Mask as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that'd be
Make the cats the backpacks. Make their little sticks. The Moon Prism Power Stick. Make it her little thing. Just there's so much you could do. And you can even charge more for them by making them transform into their super costumes.
Whoa. Well, you can have multiple styles, yeah. Or you can have
Yeah,
an
instead
emote
of
that transforms them into the other style,
exactly. Instead of making it at 1,500 V-Bucks, make it 20.
20 what? Just 20 V-Bucks? There's like nothing under. Oh, I was like 20. There's like nothing under 100. What are you talking about?
Definitely make it 20, please. Okay, thank you.
I
Make
mean,
that
how
happen.
that
But no, like they could make it. I would spend money on it.
yeah.
I just dropped
Baba
I
spends
dropped money
on
for
Fortnite.
Miles. Yeah.
Yeah. I got the listen, after watching the movie, I'm glad I got the bundle because I'm like that. Yeah.
I'm so close to getting the bundle now because Miguel.
Well, I was only gonna get Miguel, but fucking I got the emote for free, the Spider Ham one, and then the
Mhm.
bundle came out to 1,600. So I was
I
like,
know, I'm so jealous of you.
that's like cheaper or almost like getting one. Like I got like a 2-for-1 basically, So
Yeah.
yeah, it was pretty good. But yeah, and also Fortnite, if you or Epic Games, if you're listening out there, bring back the arcane skins for Baba because she's waiting on those too. And for me, this is a selfish thing. Bring back Kratos and John Wick, please. Thank you. But yeah. Anyway, we're excited for Fortnite next chapter or next season rather, and that's our gaming news. So we can move on to the next thing. Unfortunately, there's only one thing I have for the TV news because on the thing with the TV news right now, there's not a lot of it because everything
Writer's
is
strike.
under the writer's strike is kind of delaying and keeping everything back, and is like not a whole lot of news in that regard, other than like here's an actor saying we were talking about this or we were working on this, but in solidarity with the writer's strike, we've stopped, or discussions are halted or whatever. So it's kind of like a lot of the news right now is that, which fair enough. And I hope we mentioned this last time, but we hope the writers get paid what they're due, and nothing, you can't do nothing without writers. So put some respect on them, and give them what
Pay your
they're,
fucking writers. That's it.
yeah, pay them
Yeah.
what they're
Pay
owed
them what
and
they're
what they're
worth.
due, because
Because
without
without
them
writers, you wouldn't
can't
have
you
anything.
have nothing. Yeah, you have nothing without them.
We wouldn't
Which
have Ted Lasso. We wouldn't have Spider-Man Across the Universe. I
you
could
have
go
nothing,
on.
literally
I wouldn't have
nothing.
Sailor Moon.
Yeah. So yeah, pay the writers.
Pay your
Give
writers.
them what they're due, what they're owed, because
They wouldn't get all the money from us for loving the stuff we do if it wasn't for the writers creating beautiful work or crazy
True.
work.
It's true.
Yeah.
We talk about writing all the time when we do stuff. It's like, that's got bad writing. That's got good writing. That's got like we don't say bad writing very much. We usually talk about all the stuff we do like, right? Like
Yeah.
And usually it's not bad writing, it's studio interference that leads to like something being bad.
Exactly.
Um,
Without a writer, you don't have a director who's directing. You don't have an actor who's acting. You don't have people behind the camera doing camera work, recording things. If it wasn't for the writers, writing is the foundation.
mhm. Exactly.
Pay them money, because I would like to watch more TV and pay money to watch the TV.
yeah, just respect people, and give them what they're due and what they're owed, and just stop fucking treating them like the way they're not supposed to. Like, that's
Exactly.
fucked up, man. Treat your people right. God damn it.
We don't need
Facts.
another Hero season 2. We don't need we don't need all the stuff that was affected by the writer's strike the first time. Just pay the writers.
Yeah, just in general, just treat people how they should be. Anyway, the only one thing I have is this little trailer for this Adult Swim show that I want to check out, that I was very surprised by. I didn't even know this was a thing until I saw this today pop up, and I'm like, hello?
I thought you put it in the news, and I was also like, what is this? So let's check that out.
Yeah, it's
I
an
hadn't heard of
Adult
this
Swim
either.
show, so we're gonna check it out, because I haven't seen this. So this is first time thoughts, reactions, and just I haven't. We're gonna check it out right now, live. We're doing it live, baby.
Okay.
So when you guys are ready,
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
I can do this. I'm gonna hide my
It looks
powers
very
and be a normal
anime
man
style.
having a normal day. Hang on. Starting now. Don't.
Everyone
That
thinks
voice
they
sounds
know the Man
familiar.
of Steel. But you've never seen the son of Jor-El like this before.
Who am I? What was that?
Superman! I'd like to interview you for the Daily Planet.
Sorry, no comment.
Lois, these are the new interns. I want you to show them the ropes and get...
They can help me with the story. If we break this, we'll become real reporters. This is the story of the century. Who is Superman?
Lois, I know what Superman is.
Huh.
You think he's a plane?
It kind of looks like a bird.
My Adventures with Superman. 2-episode series premiere. Thursday, July 6th at midnight on Adult Swim.
Oh, I want to check that out.
On Max.
Yeah, that looks very interesting.
Yeah, I'm
I
about
will-
it.
We'll also be sending this to Jacob.
Very cool.
They look very young
So
in it.
yeah. So upon looking it up, Baba, you say you recognize Superman's voice?
Mm-hmm.
It's Jack Quaid,
Ah.
Boy
Yep.
Huey from The Boys. If you guys
Yep,
don't
yep, yep.
know who that is,
Jack
He's
is
also
in
in
like
Scream. He's also in
everything. And yeah, Jack is in
he's
everything
also
should
in
be.
now.
that. He's gonna be in that Star Trek show coming up.
Yeah.
He's
He's in Lower Decks.
in Lower Decks, because Lower Decks is doing a crossover with Strange New Worlds, so that'll be fun.
Homie's in
But
everything.
yeah, that looks cool, man. I like Superman, so I'm gonna check it out.
Waiting for him to put him in
If
a
you
video
like
game.
Superman,
Yeah, I know what you're about to say, and you want to
mhm.
know why I haven't seen it? Because I just stopped watching the CW stuff. That's why.
As many people will tell you, it doesn't belong on the CW. It's that good.
Okay, well, I will consider checking it out. How many seasons is it right now?
3.
Damn, how many
I
episodes?
know. That's on you. That's on you for waiting this long.
I know, but I was like a part of the CW stuff. I'm like, I'm done with that, like I'm not
I
watching it
understand.
anymore.
If it helps even more, it's not part of Arrowverse technically
Okay,
because of some stuff.
okay.
Superman and Lois. I'll tell you episode number right now because if I can get this on
Because
live that you said you'll watch it.
I do like Superman. Like I'm not like those people out there that are like, oh, Superman, he sucks because he's so good and nothing can affect him or whatever. I like
Season 1
Superman.
has 15 episodes. Season 2 has 15.
Okay,
So season 3 might have 15 as well.
so season 3
Which
isn't out yet, or
we're
is it?
currently in season
Oh, it's airing
3.
right now. Okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay,
it's
okay.
airing right now.
All right. Well,
And it's amazing.
so I will check it out,
Mhm.
but it might take me some time because there's you guys,
Oh, I
Baba. I
understand.
say this to everybody that I know. I don't know how you do it. How do you watch so much? No, actually, I do know how because you watch everything the day the first episode drops, and you
I
keep up with
try.
everything that way.
I try. Well, like we have to binge Marvelous Miss Maisel because we didn't. I didn't get to it on time.
Yeah. I'm like, there's so much out there. I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know how Baba does it. There's so much
Well,
out there, man.
now that every service has their own streaming service, even more shows are coming out, and there's no way to catch up. You just have to pick and choose what you want.
It's true.
Because
I
right
mean,
now it's impossible to watch everything.
I was considering starting that show that you got Thacker and Jake to watch, Silo or whatever.
Silo?
Yeah, because I was like,
It's a little weird.
maybe.
We're on episode 4, and I'm not sure how I feel about it, but it gives big questions that I would love the both of you to discuss. I would love to see both of your discussions on it. But if I could get you to watch Superman and Lois instead, I will tell you this is the best Lois Lane I've seen on live action.
Really?
It's the best Lois Lane I've seen. And Tyler, he's amazing
Wow.
as Clark.
Wow.
He's beautiful as Clark, but we
That
have some amazing
is,
Superman, so I don't want to say he's the best, but
yeah, that is, damn. Okay.
she is the best Lois Lane. End of
Wow.
story.
Damn. That's a bold statement right there.
And I love the Lois Lane. I love Amy Adams. I love I'm spacing, but I love the others as well.
Okay. I will have to check it out then. Yeah, I never started the show because I was kind of like I was like, I'm done with the CW stuff. Like
I understand.
I liked the CW stuff for what it was at the time, but like it just kept getting worse. I'm like, Flash is just not as good as it used to be. Arrow's over. Like I like Legends, but I can't keep up with all this stuff
I get
anymore.
you.
So I kind
Yeah,
of
it became
I just stopped. I stopped watching it before it came out, and I guess I'm gonna have to catch up now because I that is one thing about this show that I have heard about is a lot of people have been praising Superman and Lois. So
I
as a
will say
Superman fan, I should check it out.
I say it's the best show on CW right now. That's
Well,
not hard to
I was
say,
gonna say
but
that's probably not saying much, but I also don't know what's even on the CW anymore because they're canceling things, right? Like I don't even know what's on there anymore.
I mean, but I say this as a person who loves CW shows. I love The 100. It's really good. You guys should check it out if you can.
I've heard about that one for a long time. Yeah.
Supernatural was on there for so long.
See,
They had
Supernatural, listen, for all of you Supernatural fans out there, I'm sorry, but I'm never watching that. Unless I get a girl that's like, you're going to watch this with me because I'm going to take you through it. I am never watching that show. That is way too long of a show, okay? There is no chance. That is how many seasons long is it?
it's in the teens.
It's like 15 seasons with like 20 episodes. Why? Unless a girl tells me, like, begs me, like, we're gonna watch this. You're watching it with me. I'm not gonna watch it. Like, it's not happening. It's too
And
much.
that's why I watched it from the beginning.
I know.
Same with Grey's Anatomy. Like
I
I'm
get
in
it.
those shows because I watched it from the beginning.
I can't, dude. It's too much. That's why I like watching shows that are like it's only one season with 8 episodes, like The Bear, or like they're only half an hour episodes, and it's like, man,
More shows are getting like that. A
Yeah,
lot of shows are dropping the 20 some
I
episodes.
I prefer that so much more. Give me quality over quantity, baby. Come on.
Mhm.
Yeah.
There's just too much content out there, and I can't keep up with it all. You know.
Joshy, are you not a Superman fan? Because I'll get on to you too.
Honey, I don't watch any. You saw my what I've been up to, right? Like I had like 3-4 things.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I get you. I get you.
yeah, it
Yeah,
takes
yeah.
a lot, and that's a lot,
It
and
does take a lot.
it'll happen years down the line. Like I tend to be like, so that's why I fell in love with the Bear, and I'm like, everybody needs to watch the Bear, because it's just so quick and easy to get through. Like I binged it all in one night. When DT and the group watched it, I sat there and we binged it all again in one night. Like, it's there are things I want to see and there are things I will take time to watch. But like, if I've missed the bus on something, I'll usually come back years later and watch it instead of like trying to catch up
Same.
just because new stuff is coming. Like I've had For All Mankind, I think, on the list forever and still haven't watched it.
For
Like,
All Mankind is so good.
I know.
It's so good.
So since we have this opportunity, since we have Baba here,
Yeah.
and you watch a lot of TV, give us some of your like. Everybody needs to watch these shows.
You have
Yeah.
to let me prepare for this. Oh
No,
no.
we
I'm
don't. No,
sorry.
challenge. You're on the
But
spot. Go.
I didn't think you would need to because you watch so much stuff. Like you
That's
there's
exactly it. I watch too much. But here, let's go. Watch Yellowstone. Watch
I plan
For All
to.
Mankind. If
I plan
Apple
to.
TV is a small, it's not a small service. What am I talking about? It's no one really watches Apple TV. You need to. They have the best shows on streaming service right now. They put the money into the writing. They put the money into the directing. They put the money in the acting. It's amazing. Watch your Ted Lasso. Watch Man
Oh, yes.
For All Mankind. Severance is amazing.
That's another one I have on my list. All these shows you mentioned so far, I have on my list, but I just trying to get to them.
There's like three shows that I consider the best of all time. Black Sails is
Great.
one that I
Love
consider
that
best
show.
of all time. Breaking Bad, best of all time.
Also a great show.
If you love Breaking Bad, you need to watch the sequel, which is
Better Call Saul. Oh God, Better
Saul.
Call Saul. Oh man.
I've always said from the beginning, if it's not as good as Breaking Bad, it is fucking better. It is fucking better.
It is. It honestly, like, I remember being like, that is a crazy ass statement, Baba. But honestly, I've watched it all now, and it's kind of tough, dude. They're both really good.
They're
Better
good.
Call Saul's great. I love fucking Bob Odenkirk and
Oh
fucking
my God. Ray Shehorn. What's her name?
yeah.
She's amazing, and she got fucking snubbed at the award season because she is that. She's amazing. I love her.
Rhea Seahorn, she's so good, man. Holy, that like the last couple seasons there, I'm like, oh, so good,
Mm-hmm.
so good. Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
And
I agree with all three of those that Baba just listed off.
there's one that's a little weird that I kind of recommend to people. It was on HBO. It's called The Leftovers. It's 3 seasons long. The first season, I almost gave up on it because I didn't understand what they were doing.
Okay,
I kept on with it. It is one of the best shows I've seen on television.
I remember you saying this as well, and I have had it on my radar for a while, but I again have not gotten to it. So I will.
But that being said,
Eventually.
like there's so much TV. I haven't seen The Bear, and I hear it's fucking amazing. I
great.
haven't seen
It's fun.
Rome
Oh.
that Blind Wave is gonna start
Oh
watching.
man,
Oh,
Rome.
Rome.
R.I.P. R.I.P. Ray Stevenson, man. He's man.
I
so
haven't seen
good.
The Sopranos or 6 Feet Under.
I haven't
I
seen
never-
Sopranos either.
I've seen The
so
Sopranos.
so there's stuff I haven't seen that I need to catch up on as well. And watch Sailor Moon because it's so good.
Sailor Moon. Have you seen? Here's my question to you now. Have you seen the newer Sailor Moon?
Yes, I just binged it recently.
Okay.
And that's why I know the new movie is coming out. I don't know if the new movie is a 2-parter, and it's coming out in the summer. And I'm so excited for it. As a person who grew up on the 90s cartoon, I have a soft spot for it. And Crystal, the new one, is it's very lean. They cut out all filler, which then when you realize the 90s Sailor Moon it's all filler. It's basically all filler. So I miss the filler. but I do recommend it. It's fun. It's cute. It's adorable. It's about having heart.
I remember watching the OG Sailor Moon on like Toonami and shit. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the newer stuff. Cool. Yeah, I just wanted to, have you share your TV knowledge with everybody because
I could keep on
we
going. Watch White
we
Lotus.
okay, keep going. White Lotus.
White Lotus
is
is
another
insane.
one on my list along with Yellow Jackets. I need to watch those too.
I wouldn't. Oh, Yellow Jackets is season 2 just finished. I am heartbroken by the last 2 episodes. I'm still digesting what happened. Those writers are fucking. Pay your writers. They're fucking insane.
Yeah, there's a lot of good TV these days, man.
White Lotus is bonkers. It's just
That's what I
bonkers. You
hear.
need to check it out to understand it.
I that's what I hear. I plan to.
What else? I don't know. I watch
Have
too
you-
much, like you said.
It would mean, hey, that's you can leave it there. We can always ask you again some other time. But yeah, cool. I guess if we're done with TV, we can move on.
Yeah, let's move on. I was checking to see if there's anything that dropped, but nothing really. So
yeah, there is. Like I said, a lot of the writer strike stuff is kind of preventing things right now. So
All I got from this is that we need to watch more shows with Josh.
right.
I'm too busy, unfortunately. That's why I like movies. That's why I like movies instead of shows because it's easier to get on and
done,
cut out
baby.
2 hours, right? And
Yeah.
I can do
I'm
like
kinda the
one
same
show at
way.
a time. Like that's why we're doing like we did Ted Lasso, right? And there's nothing else really to watch in the meantime.
All right. So we got a couple things in the movie news before we call it a day for the news section. But
movie news.
If my Chrome would not. Okay, there we go. Cool. Spider-Man producers tease live-action Miles Morales movie and animated Spider-Woman film. They say it's all happening. So Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse finally hit theaters this past weekend. And producers behind the trilogy have their attention set on next year's Beyond the Spider-Verse. However, that's not the only web-slinging project on their minds. Producer Amy Pascal says Spider-Woman and a live-action Miles Morales movie are in the works. You'll see all of it. She said to Variety at the Across the Spider-Verse premiere. Producer Avi Arad teased that moviegoers will see a Spider-Woman movie sooner than you expect. I cannot tell you yet, but it's coming. Pascal said that a 4th Spider-Man movie with Tom Holland and Zendaya is still in the works, but writer's strike has paused development. Are we going to make another movie? Of course we are, she said. We're in the process, but the writer's strike, nobody's working during the strike. We're all being supporters, and whenever they get themselves together, we'll get started. And also they were asking around some of the the actors about the potential movies, and Haley Steinfeld said she is up for a standalone Spider-Woman movie. She said this is like my dream job. Sign me up over and over again. She said about doing voiceover work. I got to be comfortable, and it's a dream to be in the space that feels so comfortable, but also creative and free and just exciting to be part of. So interesting news. I feel like we'll probably be able to answer this more in depth once we get to the Spider-Verse section of our discussion later, because boy was I not expecting some things that we saw in this movie. But I don't want to get into that just yet. We'll get into it later. But I am excited about this news. That is cool.
I'm very excited.
Yes, that is dope. I'm about everything that they're doing here. So that's cool. If you guys want to add in anything here before we move on, like I said, we'll get more in depth on things later. Yeah. But just any like general thoughts before we move on, or you want to save this for later?
Excitement, make it happen. Yeah.
Excitement, make it happen. Great minds, cool. Josh.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Alrighty then. Cool. The next thing we have here is that Oppenheimer is gonna be Christopher Nolan's first R-rated film in 20 years. Wow, it's quite a bit.
What was this last one?
Memento or no? What was it?
Memento, probably, right?
Maybe, yeah. If it's been 20 years, because Memento came out like 20 years ago.
Insomnia.
Oh,
Insomnia was rated
okay.
R as well.
I don't think
That
I've
was
seen
2002.
Insomnia.
I don't think I've seen it either.
Okay, yeah.
I'm just
so it was
reading the
Insomnia, I
article.
guess.
I was just reading the article. Yeah.
So Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer has officially earned an R rating by the MPA, as confirmed by the Hollywood Reporter. Nolan's breakout feature Memento and his next outing Insomnia were both rated R, but he has largely stayed in the PG-13 sphere. Actor David Dastmalchian once noted that The Dark Knight edited a moment involving his character to maintain a PG-13 rating. Dunkirk, his 2017 World War II feature that depicted multiple battle scenes, was also PG-13. Oppenheimer, which opens July 21st, is Nolan's first feature since the pandemic era, and follows his departure from longtime home Warner Brothers after Universal. His departure from Warner Brothers for Universal after he expressed his pleasure over Warner's plan to send its 2021 slate day and date to HBO Max. Oppenheimer is also the longest film of his career at nearly 3 hours. So we've been seeing a lot about this movie. It has a hell of a cast. Like Josh jokes that everybody on the planet is in this movie. He even says that we're in it, even though we're not. I haven't been paid, so I don't know about that. But we haven't really. So Josh and I are interested in this movie, but I haven't really talked to you about it yet, Baba. Does this? Are you gonna be checking this out? Does this sound like something you want to see, or are you just like, Christopher Nolan movie, like Oppenheimer, or whatever?
I'm gonna pause for 1 second. I did not realize I'm a Christopher Nolan fan.
Okay.
I did not realize he did Insomnia, and so now I'm gonna ask if we can watch Insomnia.
Yes, because I don't think
Robin Williams? Are you kidding me? Hilary Swank?
I haven't seen it. Nope.
I'm looking it up right now. Sorry, but on Oppenheimer, I'm gonna watch it. I enjoy Christopher Nolan. I don't want to say I'm his biggest fan because I didn't know he did Insomnia.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I can't say they did because I never even seen it, so I don't know.
I saw Memento. I saw everything except for Insomnia.
Everything but Insomnia?
Well, about everything, I don't think.
I feel like, in terms of his movies, let me see. What have I seen?
There's a few that I haven't seen, like his shorts. I haven't seen.
Well, yeah, I haven't seen his shorts. I've seen most of his other stuff too, yeah, but not everything. Yeah.
But I love Inception. You guys know that. That's like one of my favorites.
Yeah,
Interstellar is the only movie of his that has made me cry.
I actually watched that for the first time this year. It was interesting.
Still haven't seen it.
Joshy.
It was, I would say it was.
It's out there.
It is.
I'm interested in Oppenheimer. I want to see what, I want to see what he can do with that. See how truthful it'll be,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's a delicate subject. So I want to see it. I am interested in it. I will check it out. Barbie.
This is what Barbie, right? So the plan is like, go watch Oppenheimer because it's gonna be intense first.
It's my birthday too.
And then you watch Barbie to kind of chill out and mellow out,
So I have to choose between Oppenheimer and Barbie for my birthday. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna. I'm probably not gonna go on my
Double
birthday.
feature, baby. Let's go.
Double feature.
Yeah, let's spend 3 hours watching Oppenheimer, then let's go watch Barbie.
Yeah, exactly. Great, man.
It's Cillian Murphy. I think he's one of the best of his generation.
He's good, yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't love Emily Blunt, I don't know what's wrong with you.
She's great. We love Emily Blunt.
Like you said, Florence Pugh, I have the biggest girl crush on her right now.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I adore her.
She's great. I love me.
She's gonna be in Doom Part 2. I can't wait.
Mm-hmm.
And dude, I know, I'm so excited. Jack Quaid's in it.
Yeah, everybody's in this goddamn movie. That's what I was saying.
Skarsgård's in it.
That's why Josh always jokes that everybody's in it because, feels that way.
Yeah. I'm excited.
Yeah. Anyway, the last piece of news we have here is for another movie that I'm really excited about, and it is Blue Beetle. And the news is that Becky G has joined the DC movie Blue Beetle in a key voice role. Cholo Maridueña is starring in the Warner Brothers Family Adventure that opens this summer. She is joining the voice cast, and she will be voicing the entity called Kajida, the being that imbues and controls the scarab. She made the announcement earlier today on her Instagram. And yeah, that's cool. I listen, I know Baba is gonna feel the same way about this because we are both Latinos, but this is our movie right here. Okay. This is our movie. And as a Mexican, Jaime Reyes, this is like my first like it's about damn time, bro. Everybody else has a goddamn superhero. This is about time we get one. Okay. Por fin. Por fin es nuestro tiempo. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm really excited for this movie. I'm gonna try to go watch it in the theater. I'm gonna go watch it in the theaters, man. It's gonna be good. It's I hope it's gonna be good. I love Blue Beetle from the comics, and a lot of people know him from like Young Justice primarily and stuff.
Love him in Young Justice. He's my favorite in Young Justice. It's my favorite.
So
That's
yeah,
like my first
it's
introduction
Mhm.
to him.
there's
Same here.
several versions of Blue Beetle. But yeah, Jaime is our guy, man. So that'll
I will
be
say, I've told you guys the moment I heard him, someone called him Jaime in the trailer, and I just started crying. That's a family name for me. That's my dad's
Yeah.
name, my grandfather's name, my uncle's name, my cousin's name. Jaime is our, my family name, and just hearing that in a superhero movie, headlining, emotions. I'm ready.
Yeah, this is gonna be like our Black Panther, you know.
Mhm.
It's gonna be good, man. I can't wait.
I am
I hope
also
they do it
excited.
justice because
Of course, yeah. Anybody can be excited for it. I just
I'm
meant that like
throwing
for
that out
Baba
there.
and I.
I
just
haven't
meant
said
that for
anything.
Baba and
I just
it's-
gotta
it
say,
had-
I am also looking
Yeah.
forward to this movie.
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah,
Yes.
Josh is looking forward too. I'm just saying that like for some of us, this is gonna be a little
Yeah,
bit,
no,
but it's
I
gonna
got
hit,
you.
it's gonna be that much more. It's gonna be that much more impactful, you know.
No, I got you.
Yeah.
Plus, it's got our boy from Karate Kid, and then we're sorry, the Cobra
Yeah,
Kai,
dude.
not Karate Kid.
Yeah, we love
so-
we love Sholo.
which makes me
Mhm.
want to watch Karate Kid. What's it called?
Cobra Kai.
Cobra Kai. It makes me want to watch Cobra Kai. You guys are
Yeah.
always talking about it.
Oh,
Love-
it's
love
so
Now
Cobra
he's
good.
our
Kai.
Blue Beetle.
It's
Yeah,
so good.
love Cobra Kai. It's
I honestly,
awesome.
I think I told DT this back when he was first cast. I was like, everybody on Cobra Kai are future superheroes. Like, no joke. 'Cause
Honestly, like, yeah.
No, because they're all trained. They all have martial arts experience. They're all great actors for being like so young, right? Like it. So I was like, I fan casted my boy Hawk and fucking when we did Batman Beyond fan casting at one point. So
Yeah.
it's good, and I can't wait for Blue Beetle. Like I really want it to be great because I want more of it.
I want it to be good too, man.
Me too.
Please be good.
Please be good. Please be good. It looks like they have the humor
Yep.
down on the trailers, but a trailer can be so false advertisement sometimes. You never know.
Uh-huh.
But fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. I'm excited for it. I can't wait to check it out. It's yeah. It's something that I have been ever since I heard it was announced that we'd be getting it and all that. Also, Bob, I don't know if you know this, but Puerto Rican director.
No lo sabía.
Angel
I did not know.
Angel Manuel Soto is the director, yeah.
Researching him right now.
He is,
I'm pretty sure Jake told me. So let me not lie. I'm pretty sure he told me.
okay, I was just curious because
But
like,
I didn't remember.
yeah, I wasn't sure if you knew, but yeah, that's yep.
Looking
Figured
him up.
you would love to know that.
Yes, I do. Even more reason to support it now.
There you go.
I'll
It's a
be
movie
there
for our
day
people,
one.
man.
Yes, it
All
is a
right.
day one movie.
Mm-hmm.
But if you guys got nothing else to add on to, I think we can take a break and then we'll come back and talk about the main stuff.
That's right.
Yes.
Good with that?
All right,
All
guys.
right.
Here's how this is gonna go. I'm gonna throw up a break screen. I'll put out some music. I'll run some ads, and then we'll be back in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll start with Ted Lasso, and then we'll move into Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse. So we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere. I need to change that to be right
Yes,
back.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Clockwork Cantina. I'm on the wrong screen. There's the right screen. My bad. Sorry, when I hit the wrong button, I fucked my whole brain up on what I was going to say. So we're back from our break. We are going to move into our main topic here. It's already up on the screen, but we're not talking about it quite yet, but we're fixing to. We're going to talk Ted Lasso. So this is your chance, if you have not seen Ted Lasso, to please vacate the premises.
I'll watch it.
If you don't want to be spoiled, because we will be spoiling it, because you kind of have to, if we're going to talk about a show. And come back after you've watched it and watch this episode later, at a later date, to get our thoughts on it. I do not want to spoil things for you guys. So I want you to, and that's the things, like, the show is so good that it needs to not be spoiled, in my opinion. So we are in spoiler territory. So you have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spoilers. Okay. So, do you guys remember how we got started checking out Ted Lasso? Which one of us was the main instigator of us checking the show out? Because I don't remember. Do you guys remember?
That's a good question.
That is a good question.
I don't remember either, but I remember wanting to check it out already because I actually am a fan of the sport of soccer or football or how we say it in Espanol, football. I'm a fan of the sport already. So I thought it was interesting, kind of the idea and the premise of the whole show, you know? And I had heard good things about it. So I was like, all right, well, this is, it's like every other show. It's like I hear good things about it. It's on my radar. I'll check it out. And then I don't remember how we actually started watching this, but we're like, let's check it out. And then, here we are at the end of season 3, now that it's all over. And it's been a hell of a journey, man. Hell of a journey through these 3 seasons here. But it's
I also remember people talking about it, and I think that's why I wanted to check it out. Even though I don't know football, I am a big fan of positivity, and everybody's always like, or not everybody, but streamers I had watched were like, you need like a little positivity boost, go watch Ted Lasso. Like, it'll make you feel good. And that's kind of what made me want to check it out. I guess it was just a collective, hey guys, we should all just watch Ted Lasso. I guess that's kind of how it happened.
Well, I also want to shout out Dan, who not our Dan, our other Dan, who was a huge fan of Ted Lasso, and he was telling us to also watch it all the time. And I believe he binged most of it with us.
Yeah. A good chunk of it, for sure.
Fan of it.
Shout out to D-Town, the Danager.
For sure. Shout out.
He definitely watched a lot of it with us.
I know less about football, so that wasn't what interested me. I just heard things. It was an Apple TV show, and as you heard what I said earlier, I think they have some of the best TV right now.
Yeah.
And I wanted to check it out because of that. And then you guys wanted to watch, so I was like, let's do it together.
Yeah, I'm like, let's check it out. Yeah. And I absolutely love the show. Like, each season I really enjoyed very much. And even this season, like, I remember thinking, like, is this really gonna be the end? I'm like, how are they gonna end it? Like, I feel like there's still so much they could do here. But and even like during this season, I remember like how we were halfway through it, or we were like a few episodes from finishing, and I'm like, how are they gonna wrap this up with only a few episodes left? And honestly, I have to tell you guys, I thought they did a fantastic job at just like getting everybody closure and just wrapping it up like pretty neatly and like a satisfying ending to most things for this. Um, Whereas before I was like, man, I kind of want them to do more. After seeing the finale, I'm kind of okay if that's it. Like I think it was a good like end, like to be honest with you.
I
Yeah.
agree.
So that's how I feel about it, you know? Like I was hoping they would do more, but now that I've seen it all in its end, I'm fine. I'm happy with that. I think that was a solid ending, you know? Um
Yeah.
So yeah, I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the season and the whole show as a whole. Like it's only 3 seasons, so this is gonna be one of those shows going forward that I'm like, yo, you should check this show out. It's a fun, 3 season, wholesome, funny, like you know, gives you the feels kind of show. You know what I mean?
And it's
Yeah.
short seasons too.
Yeah, yeah. How many episodes? So each season, so there's 3 seasons. And each season has like what 10 episodes or something like that.
Season 1's 10, and then
my
2 and 3 are 12 episodes each.
Okay.
So they added 2 episodes for the next 2 seasons, which I forgot about. Didn't even realize that they had
Okay, cool.
done.
So that is like very doable. It's very like it's good.
Congestible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, I agree with you, DT. I really do like how they ended it. I do have a criticism with this season, which I will talk about later.
Yep.
There's one negativity I have with it. But for the most part, I enjoyed all 3 seasons of the show, which I don't think we've talked about Ted Lasso at all on the podcast, other than we're watching this, have we?
We haven't, because I don't think we didn't start watching the show from its inception, obviously.
Exactly.
And it was one of those things that I remember we talked about on the show, being like, oh, we're gonna check this out, or we're checking it out, and yeah, we haven't actually done like an episode like today, or
Yeah.
like this one on it, but we can kind of like talk about the previous seasons along with this one, the whole show
Yeah, the
as
whole
a
show.
whole, if you guys want as well, because it's it is a complete like story from like start to finish. I feel like from the very first
Exactly.
episode to till the till this most recent ending, and like there's a lot of callbacks to this season to previous 2 seasons as well.
Can I get a
And
Ussy?
things.
You want a Ussy, DT?
Yeah, man, we took some Ussies at WaveCon, man.
I'm gonna call them Ussies from now on.
Yeah. There you go, man. That's a thing to take from the show right there.
But yeah, I on the as a whole like series, 3 seasons. I was, even with the negatives I have, particularly with this last season, like I still really, and it just has to do with one character. Has to do with like, it's just good. It's just good. It makes you feel good. It kind of hits you in all those tender areas that gets your feelings going, and not ashamed to say there was ninjas in here cutting onions at times, getting kind of emotional at times with some of it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure, Baba, sure.
But yeah, like it's definitely a show that I would recommend to anybody going in the future. I'm with DT on that. I don't necessarily need any spin-offs. Like, I think they ended in a way I could see where they could do that, but I don't necessarily need one.
Yeah.
So yeah, those are my just early thoughts. How about you, Baba? How are you feeling on the show as a whole and as the season as well?
Now that it's all over and we're at the end, we've seen it all from start to finish. How you feel about it overall?
As a whole, I'm gonna put it up there as one of my favorites. It's
Interesting.
absolutely amazing. The episodes are not confined to an hour or 30 minutes, right? They go with how long they need to tell the story, which I love about. Go.
No, just really quickly, I love
Yeah.
that. I love when shows are like,
Yeah,
we're not gonna stick to a certain thing. However long we need to tell a story for is however we're gonna go. I do like that a lot. But anyway,
It's a
continue.
beautiful move. No, I agree. It's a beautiful move that shows are doing. And that's what Ted Lasso did, especially this last season, where some episodes were an hour long, some were like 40. and they told the story they needed to tell, and I loved it. And I don't know much about football. I had to ask Daniel, what does this mean?
Yeah,
What does it mean when he does
Which,
this?
hey, I was that's one thing that I was curious about when we first started watching. I was like, I love the sport. I know the sport. I know things, and like I would point out, like, oh, that's a real coach in real life, and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
like in the Pep Guardiola episode, I was like, he's a real coach. So yeah, I was curious about that, like how you both of you felt about watching, like it's it's a big like the sport is a big part of it, but it's not all of it, right? Obviously, but
Exactly.
it's like a
Yeah.
huge part of the show. So I was curious, like how you two would feel about that, because for me, that's like one of the major things that drew me to watching the show. Um, and obviously, again, more to it than just that, and there's a lot of really interesting
Well,
themes and topics and things to talk about and all that. But yeah, that's for me one of the big things that drew me to the show. So I was curious how you guys who are not really like I know Josh is into sports, Baba not so much, but like you guys aren't really in, like Josh, you're into sports, but you're not really into.
I'm a Braves fan. I would like that known, but
Yeah. I know. I'm just saying in general though, like in general. But yeah,
yeah,
I
no,
got
you're
you.
right.
I
You're
know.
right.
which by the way, Baba, they're on fire right now. So they almost never lose.
I just had to move out of the state.
They're fantastic at the moment. So you were saying, how does it feel like to sorry, Baba, I'm not trying to cut in on your time here, just because DT said something that triggered a thought.
Oh, just for
Um,
both of you, yeah. Like
Yeah.
with the sport being such a big part of the show.
All right, I'm gonna ban Mazin from the chat. So what you were saying was like, as being a non-sports fan, I think not a non-sports fan, a non-football like watcher is
Yeah.
Ted Lasso himself does not know the game, right? So
True. Yeah.
so when he comes in and he's learning, we're kind of learning with him. Obviously, it's not solely that, but it's little snippets here and there that you kind of pick up on. And there is one thing that I learned from watching the show, and that is that football is life, guys. Like it is,
Yes.
it absolutely is.
Football is life.
Yeah.
Bully's
So,
life. Yes.
So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on it. Like, I kind of got to learn a little bit watching it. It makes me want to check out like actual games, like when we're just hanging out, like flip a game on and chill and chat and watch.
I have sometimes will just hop in the voice chat and I will just throw up like a game. Like I know like during this past year during the World Cup, I would just hop in there and throw some games on. It's it's cool. I like watching it and yeah, that's cool that it made you kind of want to check some of it out.
It's kind of like
some
when I watched
games
The
are more
Last Dance, right? It made me want to watch basketball.
yeah.
Get into that a little
Yeah.
more.
Obviously, like any sport, some games are more exciting than others, but that's just how it goes. Some teams are more competitive, some are not, and it just depends. But that's the thing about the sport is you never know what you're gonna get, man. Sometimes you get something you wouldn't expect, and it turns out to be amazing. So yeah, that's why I love sports. But anyway,
As someone who doesn't know football at all,
mhm.
it was interesting. It reminded me a lot in a different sense. There's a other show called Friday Night Lights, which is about American football,
Mm,
and I didn't get into it for many years because I don't know football. But
yeah,
that show is much more than football. Like this one is much more
much
than
more.
football.
Yeah, I got
And,
you.
but like you were saying, Daniel, that they celebrate football in this in this show. They have the real coaches. They have
Yeah.
I don't know, did they have real players in it? Like they celebrate the sport while
Um,
also having a story around it, which I think is beautiful
they
and also
they
being uplifting.
so some of the commentators like Thierry Henry, like he was a former player that was really good when he played, and they have other players like like Zava, who's like
Yeah.
based off of a real player named Zlatan Ibrahimovic, who just recently retired in real life, and he played for the longest time. Um, so there's like stuff like that, and like they have real teams like Manchester City and United and Arsenal and Chelsea. Those are all real like
Yeah.
English like Premier League, like top like world teams. So all that was
I like
real for
I
sure.
like that the show celebrated them, showed how big the sport is for them over there, how the fans celebrate it or or not celebrate it sometimes. I
Yeah.
think Joshi named it perfectly by saying, Ted Lasso, played by Jason Sudeikis, did not know the sport. Well, maybe Jason did, but Ted didn't know the sport, so we learned with him,
Yeah, I think
and that
that
was great
was
too.
really cool that they did that as well. Like, they knew that a lot of people watching this, it's like the thing about football is that it's more of a world sport than it is an American sport. I feel like in
Mhm.
America it's like baseball and football, and like that. Those are like the main two, and then you
Yeah.
have everything else. But yeah, like soccer, football is more of a world sport. Like everywhere else around the world, that's like the number one sport, right? Unless you go
Mhm.
to like, I don't know, probably like Australia where it's like, rugby or whatever. But you know, the point is it's more of a worldwide sport at that point. And yeah, it's one of my favorite sports. But I know that not yeah, and there's a lot of people out there, especially here in the States, that are not as familiar with it, or like you guys who are just not, don't watch it or not familiar with it at all. So yeah, I think it was, it's an interesting way to kind of like have your main character also not know too much about it, and like he's learning along with the audience and kind of stuff too. Like even like with questions like he was asking in this third season, like, you know, so the English, like the foot like the leagues, it gets I can see how people would be confused with that because there's a lot of tier levels to the leagues. So you have the Premier League, which is top tippity top. Like those are the world class teams, like, like I said earlier, Arsenal and Chelsea and Manchester City and United and all these. That's like top, top, top. And then below that you have a league called the Championship. And then below that you have like other tier levels. So soccer, or uh, some leagues in the world have this thing where they call, also, sorry, I'm gonna get into a little bit of explaining the sport, but
Go
they
for
Please
have
it.
this
do.
they have this thing called like promotion and relegation. So with all these different leagues, like I'm specifically talking about the English leagues, right? Premier League is at the very top. Then you have the championship below that. So the top bottom three teams in the Premier League get relegated to the championship, and the top three in the championship get promoted to the Premier League. So every year there could be teams going up and down the leagues throughout all the leagues too. So you could have them go even further below that. There's too many leagues to name off, but it's interesting how like you can either like every year you could be getting better and getting close to the top, or you could do worse and go, down to the bottom. And it's honestly pretty neat the way that works. Not every league in the world is like that, but like the English ones are, there's several, and they do work that way. But so yeah, just going back to like Ted, like he, him wondering about that, and him talking about the Champions League, which the Champions League is the UEFA Champions League, which is the whole like basically what the Champions League is all the best teams in Europe like going against each other from all the leagues, like from the Spanish league, which is called La Liga, to the Italian Serie A, or the French League One, and the German Bundesliga, like all the best teams in the world get thrown into that, or the best teams in Europe, I should say, not the world, because the Champions League is European.
This is
So
what Ted
just
Lasso needed. He needed you to explain this.
yeah, so yeah, it's just that's kind of like a lot of the names and stuff. Like I understand why people get confused because some of that shit is confusing especially when things have similar names. But
Mhm.
that's kind of like the thing, yeah, is there's so that I think it's cool that they kind of explain that to like the fans and the people watching the show, because to the people, like to the characters, it's gonna be like especially living in the UK and England, like they know all that stuff, but like the audience watching the show, you're like, I'm sorry, what? Somebody like me, I know what the fuck they're talking about, but like you guys or some other people would be like, I don't quite get what's going on here. So I think it's smart for them to do that. I think it makes sense. Um, but yeah, it's cool. It's neat having like and then it's cool also having characters like Beard who kind of like knows a little bit more,
Yeah.
and yeah, it's just nice having all these different viewpoints and just all these different characters with things to say and contribute and add into the story and all that. But yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah. Um, What was another thing I was gonna say? Oh, I was gonna say this show I also think has the benefit of coming at a time where we all really needed it, right? Like we
Yeah.
had the pandemic. We suffered a lot of loss over a long period of time, and that takes a toll on all of us, no matter how strong we are, mentally, even physically, for people that got sick. And Ted Lasso as a show is a show of a lot of sensitivity and positivity and a lot of love. And
Yeah.
I think it really just came along. And not the fact is the show is good, right? But it also has all these other elements that elevate it from good to great at a time where we really needed it. So that's why I wanted to throw that on there too, because it's easy to forget that this show was coming out at a time where we were, a lot of us, at our lowest of lows and really needed it to pick us up. Like, and that is true. Like for me as well. Like, you know, it was a show I always looked forward to because I got to watch it with like two of my best friends, like you, Daniel, and you, Baba, obviously, and get to be with you guys and watch like the show and watch these people grow, learn, and forgive almost the moment something terrible happens. Like Ted is immediately like, "You're forgiven." Like 5 seconds, like it happened in season 1 with Rebecca. She confesses everything that she's trying to do. She's trying to sink the team, right? So she can hurt Rupert.
Yeah.
And the moment she confesses to Ted and apologizes, he's immediately like, "I forgive you." Like the moment it happens, you know, he doesn't even think about it. It's nothing to him, right? That's just such a thing that inspires me and makes me feel good, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. So I wanted to mention that as well about the show.
It's true. It's one of the things that many people don't know about the show. They think just passerby, it's a football show, but like it's so positive. It helped, like you said, it's helped so many people because it premiered in 2020 when the pandemic
2020,
hit.
yeah.
And I mean, don't want to get into it all, but like it wasn't just the pandemic, it was the politics of the country, of the world, not just the US, of things getting so negative. And Ted Lasso's like, F that, but more like frack that, you know? Like, cause it's just so positive and it makes you smile and it makes you cry happy tears and it makes you just want to love as good as Ted does.
There was an interview recently where Jason Sudeikis was talking about like what like kind of made them kind of go so positive with the character, and I think he was saying like he was like they did that because of Donald Trump's behavior. You know what I mean? Like he changed, like they literally changed the character's behavior because of Trump. Like that is you know what I mean? Like you know, just adding on to what the Baba was saying. Yeah, it's so definitely something that was needed at the time. And you know, there's a lot of like, you know, things in this show that, especially like with the character like Ted's, that kind of, or like Sam, or like like I feel like there's a bunch of characters in this show that they all have like these qualities or these things about them that you look at them and you're like, man, I kind of want to be more like them, you know, a little bit if I can, you know. They all have something, you know, within them that you're like, man, that is like you said, Josh, like that's like for Ted to just be so like nonchalant about like, all right, I forgive you, or you know, whatever. Like he's like that's like you're like, damn, I want to be more like that, you know what I mean? So yeah, I just, you know, I think you guys are totally right about it coming out at a time when we needed it, and it just like it's crazy how like it's entertaining, enjoyable, and like such a fun show, but then also have like, you know, the effect that it does on certain things, and you know, and the topics and the things that they talk about in the show, and like, going back to Sam, like just with the whole like, him protesting the things that he wants to protest, you know, and just things like that you're like, man, how is this show both good at doing stuff like that and also just being entertaining and fun, and like, you
Mhm.
like the characters, and
Yeah.
then like going from like and then like Jamie Tart going from a character you absolutely despise in season 1 to now at the end of the show you're like, he's fucking great,
Yeah.
you got Baba singing the Baby Shark, Jamie Tart, like every all the time now, like
You
it's
could not have convinced me at the beginning of season 1 that by season 3, Jamie Tart was going to be one of my favorite characters, if
I
not my
mean,
favorite character.
That's the
yeah, I
thing,
don't think
though.
anybody.
They flip him and Nate, right? Like they
They
flip
do.
at this. They do the double flip in wrestling, right? Like one starts off heel, one starts off face, and they flip. And
Yeah.
but at the end, obviously, so this is a thing. I guess I could talk to since we brought up Nate. Was like, so every time Nate was in season 3, especially early, I was like, "Fuck you, Nate." I despise you, Nate, because of everything he's done in the past seasons. And I thought about that for a long time, and I saw somebody post on it, and I was like, this person's exactly right. It's like the reason a lot of us have issues with Nate, and he's not the issue I have with season 3. This is just the issue I realized I had myself with, like, I see a lot of myself in that character, parts that I hate in those moments in season 3. And Nate embodies them, right? Like he embodies the my insecurities and my anxiety and my strive to fit in and being awkward at times. And he uses it to fuel the negativity part of himself. I see all those things in myself as well. Like I see my own anxiety, my own insecurities. And so it's very easy if you have those things to not like the character of Nate. But as it starts to slowly change around and Nate starts to come back to the light side, right? Starts to turn from heel to face once again. And everybody forgives him not immediately, but they forgive him over time, right? They bring him back in, and it's in a way for me forgiving a part of myself that is those negative things. Which is why I stopped saying the fuck Nate and all that shit. Like, I don't know. I feel like halfway through the season, maybe a little bit later, but like it became that like, why do I feel so strongly about the negativity of this character? It's because I see myself in that character and I see why he's doing what he's doing. So when he finally comes back around and changes back, it is such a good feeling. Like, and it's a really interesting thing to realize those things about yourself from a TV show when you're like, I don't like this character because I am this character. Like it's the worst parts of myself that I'm seeing take center stage. So I don't know. It in some ways helped me grow, I guess, in some ways about the watching Ted Lasso. And I think that's
affecting people.
Yeah, and that is good writing. To go back to that a minute, like they wrote the characters so well, the gradual changes, the letting the insecurities take the center stage, and that drives everything. That's great character building and great writing. So you see it with the Jamie Tart as well when he does his change and turn. Like Jamie is such a douche in the first season, and it's like season 3, I love him. Like it's so weird. It's so interesting. Go ahead, T.
No, I just one of the crazy things about the show is how they can like and just like more than just Jamie and Nate, like Rebecca also, like from her going from hating Rupert and like wanting to burn the club, take down the club because of him, to like, just changing her mind and like being sorry and like there's so many, like, no character on this show is just one thing, everybody has like their ups and their downs, and just things on the side that they have to deal
Not
with.
even
And
Ted Lasso, you know,
yeah,
like
no,
Ted
not even
Lasso had
him.
his ups
Yeah,
and downs.
yeah, yeah. Nobody on the show is just the one thing, you know.
Oh
Like
man.
you even like Beard had his own episode, you know, that one time, and I think season
Yeah.
2. So like everybody has, you know, Roy going from like a player to post retirement and trying to figure out what to do, and he ends up becoming a coach. And spoiler alert, at the end, at the very finale, he's the fucking main coach now. You know, like that's awesome. And even more so than that, like just seeing his relationship with Phoebe, and and then him and Jamie, and just like there's so much. This show's so good, man. I got like nothing but good things to say about it, man. It's
You mean
so
Phoebe?
good. No, Phoebe, like
Oh, his niece.
his niece, yeah.
Oh my god,
But
favorite
but
best
but
character on
also
the show?
yeah, but also Keely as well, yeah, because she, and then yeah, Keely with like Jamie and Roy and Rebecca and like all of that, and even fucking what's his name?
Trent.
Oh,
Frank
fucking
Krim.
Oh, I thought that's where you were going, sorry.
no, not Trent. But also Trent, yeah, like him keeping what's his name secret, and like just
Colin.
there's
Yeah.
so Colin secret. There's so much to the show, man. And then, but I was thinking of fuck, who was I thinking of? I blanked out, but
Nathan?
there's not no.
No, we was talking Nathan.
I
Isaac.
gotcha.
McAdoo?
Yeah, Isaac McAdoo. Yeah, but no, I wasn't talking about him, or I wasn't going to mention him. But no, him. I mean, like literally everybody though. Like just everybody. I feel like everybody has like their moment to kind of shine a little bit. You know,
They do.
they all everybody on the team kind of has like moments with themselves and other characters by themselves, or like as a team. Or in its entirety. Like everybody has like stuff here, like Danny and Zero, and like Danny with the dog, and like what I mean. Like there's just so many, like over the 3 seasons, so many different things here and there. Like Jamie, and with his talking about his dad and stuff, and
Oh god, yeah.
and then when he goes back to his mom and everything, it's like, man,
Yep.
it's crazy stuff. Everybody had their own stuff to go through and deal with, and then that's the thing, not everybody had to go through it together. They were there as a team for one another, with each other. It's good stuff. I mean, Ted, I mean, shit, like so fortunately, I am lucky enough that I have never dealt with this, or had to, or you have anything close like this happen. But like Ted's like anxiety attacks and shit, like I don't have to deal with that, thankfully. I know there's people out there who do, but like whenever they'd go to like remember when they went karaoke singing or partying or whatever, and he was like freaking out in the middle of the club or whatever, and he has to go step outside to take a breather. Like I don't know what that's like, because I don't have to deal with it, but there's I know there's a lot of people out there who do, and that's something for those of you who you can relate to that, right? So it's your main characters over here having panic attacks and shit. Like yeah, it's just this show is just something else, man. It's so good.
It really is.
Yeah, I got nothing but good things to say about it. I know we're supposed to be talking about season 3, but I guess we're just talking about the whole show. All of
I mean,
it
we
in its
sum it up.
entirety.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Season 3, I do have a criticism. I'm gonna bring it up now because I think now's a good time to probably bring it up.
Go for it.
It is with Keely's character. I feel like and it's not even like it's bad. What they did was bad. Like I just felt like she kind of deserved a little better writing this season, I guess. It feels kind of like, and this is how do I describe it? It feels just kind of like, at points it feels like they don't know what to do with Keely, so they have her in they don't know how to have Keely not in a relationship, so they put her in one, I guess. And that felt kind of like that to me a little bit.
With,
and
Jack and all that.
Yeah,
after,
which I don't really have an issue with like the relationship happening. I just felt like Keely.
I get you though. She goes from like Jamie to Roy, and then after that, it's like, oh, she's gonna be with Jack now, right?
I kind of wanted Keely to be able to like stand strong on her own, and that's kind of like what they set up on. I mean, at the finale, right? Like they kind of show like her and the guys fighting over each other, which you guys are so stupid for doing that. Like that's a total guy thing. Like you don't even give Keely a decision. We're just fighting over who can stand up with you. That's come on. But I just thought like she's such a strong female character. Like obviously, I wanted her to get back with why am I blanking right now on fucking
Jamie
Roy's name?
Yeah.
No, not Jamie. I wanted her to get back with Roy, but at the same time, like I don't know, I kind of wanted Keely just to
do her own thing.
Do her own thing a little bit for a while, but it just I don't know. Like that's kind of like my one criticism. But
I will say
it's like that.
I didn't think you were going there.
Where'd you think
I thought you were going to bring up another. I thought you were going with the therapist.
Oh, him? He's just a piece of shit. That's not a criticism. That character is just a turd. Like he's written to be that way. You know what I mean? But like Keely, I think just kind of deserves better. I felt like she deserved a little bit more moment to shine. I feel like she doesn't get her moment to shine as much. I feel like everybody else gets a moment to shine, and Keely kind of gets a moment to be humiliated, which I don't really like. And like, and that moment sets up like be blunt, the sex tape leak thingamajig, right? Like that happens. Like I know it happens, and I get that, and leaks happen, but it felt like they gave these moments to Jamie and Roy at the expense of Keely and kind of hurting her in a shitty way. Yeah. And I just feel like she's too strong a character for. I feel like you could have wrote maybe that a little bit differently. That's all. Like that. So basically, what I'm saying is, I wish Keely had a bit bigger moments. That's all. Like, because I like the character and I like the actor. I like Juno Temple. So, that kind of
played
like
her so beautifully.
Yeah, and I love Keely through all the seasons. Like, so it just felt like she kind of,
I hear your points. I think it takes some people. I think it's like real life, where some people they hit their stride a little slower, a little faster. She was a supermodel, and she was just coming into this new career, and she was fumbling with it, which I think is fair to say for someone who's just learning that stuff.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. I see the relationship to relationship, but I think there's people like that in real life who do
That's
go
also
relationship
true,
to
yeah.
relationship.
Yeah,
And then
that's
they have
valid.
that moment like Keely has at the end where she's like, I'm gonna take a minute for myself and be the boss ass bitch that she is. But I hear what you're saying, and that's fair.
No, I get you. I think both points stand.
I think also I know what you said kind of is triggering, not triggering in a bad way, just like that they wrote the sex tape thing at the expense of her to make Jamie better. I didn't think of it that way. And now that you're saying that, I'm like, it did make him come out better at her expense. But like you also said, those things really did happen to very celebrated women and big women.
I remember that. Yep. It happened,
and they also had a name.
Yeah.
They also had a name, like they said in the show. And no matter how strong you were or how popular you were, they kind of tore you down for that.
Yeah.
So I see what you're saying, and it's bringing another side to it for me, because at first I didn't think about it like that. To me, it was like, oh, that did really happen. It did suck, and I'm happy that they're touching it and showing it that it's not the women's fault. You know, it's the creep's fault for doing it. But you're also right. Jamie did come out looking better because he said all the right things, unlike Jack.
Yeah, and they also mention it in the locker room, where it's like all the guys are like, "Hey, there's a sex tape leak," and it's like, "Oh, we're gonna go look at this," and it's like, "Guys, it was Keely." Like, and then they all kind of changed. It was like, I don't know. It just felt. It always makes me uncomfortable, which it's supposed to.
I feel
it's not supposed to be a comfortable thing. Yeah.
That's how it
Yeah.
always is, though, dude. Like, it doesn't really hit you or affect you as much until it's somebody you know. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's just for a lot. That's just like a lot of things in life in general. You know, you can change your tune real quick if it's like somebody you know, if it affects you and or somebody close to you or that you know, and like for real. Because otherwise, it's
I
like, oh, this is happening to this people, but that doesn't
yeah.
affect me in any way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very interested that me and Josh took this differently. I really love that, seeing the
Yeah.
2 point of views. Because like me, he's like very uncomfortable by it. And me, I'm like, everyone should see this locker room scene. Every male who's ever had a picture of a girlfriend or someone that he was talking to on his phone needs to see that scene. And
Mm-hmm.
then Josh is like, that's a little uncomfortable. And I'm like, well, he's not wrong. That is
Well,
uncomfortable.
well, when I say it's uncomfortable, I mean it's because I care about the character of Keely. I'm the guy in the locker
Oh,
room
of
that learns
course.
it's Keely, right? So it's like I
Mhm.
don't want her to be hurt, right? So that's what it is.
Yes.
It's not that I'm saying that it shouldn't happen or anything to that effect.
No. No, I hear you.
Yeah. I just want to clarify for anybody watching, like that is.
Okay.
And,
I agree
yeah.
with you though, Baba. There's a lot of people out there who should definitely watch that because I mean, there's a lot like lately. I say lately, but like within the past, I don't know, however many
10
years it's
years.
been in the news. Yeah, like 10 years or whatever. The whole like revenge porn thing, and just people like dealing with like you said, whenever people get something that's meant for only them, and like they not everybody is respectful of things that are meant for only them, and
That's
they
true.
show it
And it's
to
not just
or
them either. It's people getting hacked. Like
that
it was a
yeah.
hack thing on the show, and it was a hack thing in real life. For the big ones, what I mean.
Yeah, no, I
No, I
understand
got you.
what you mean. Yeah, no, it's definitely there's like I said earlier, there's a lot of stuff in the show, man, that's pretty like important and relevant, and like this is the type of stuff people should be checking out and paying attention to and like following because it's pretty relevant to what's going on in real life. But then like it's still it's still like an entertaining show at the same time,
Yeah.
It
so
is.
it's crazy how this show is able to do all of this
Yeah.
in
And
like
my criticism was very, very tiny. Like it's almost like non-existent. But it was the one thing that kind of bugged me a little bit, was I thought Kaylee deserved a little bit more of an arc, I guess.
I agree. Like
it's fair.
even though
Yeah.
I had a different perspective, I agree. I wanted more Keely and I wanted her to have more.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. I wanted her to have more. And maybe that's the spinoff we need.
Yeah, give us the Keely
Keely.
spinoff. Her
Give us
and
Keely.
what's the lady that's her secretary's name? I can't think of the name.
Oh my god. Rebecca? Was it
No.
Rebecca? No.
No, it's
I
what's the
felt like it started with
name?
a B.
I think it is a B. I feel like it's a B too.
Barbara.
Barbara,
Barbara.
yeah. Yeah. Give us that. I'll watch that spinoff. Because I
would.
like Juno Temple. I saw her. She's in The Offer as well, which I didn't realize she was in that. I watched. So that was before. So that's about the making of The Godfather, and it has oh god, brain not work. It has Miles Teller in it as like the main character, and she's in that as well. And I think that was before season 3 came out. So we'd watched Ted Lasso season 1 and 2. I watched The Offer, and she showed up, and she's doing an American accent, and I'm like, this is blowing my brains out right now.
Acting. Oh no.
Because I was expecting Keely. Like I see her, and I
Yeah.
expect Keely Jones.
I need to check The Offer out. Now I'm putting that on my list.
Oh, it's good. It's really good. I think I'm about the only person that's seen it though. But it's I mean in our circle rather. It's
Yeah.
really good. It's got Miles Teller in it, so, and I like Miles Teller.
Oh, it's
So
Paramount Plus. All right.
yeah. But yeah, I adore Ted Lasso. Recommend it to everybody. I don't know what else to say. I just love it. Like
I have little questions for everybody.
yes.
What's that?
Since it's end of 3 seasons, a whole arc. Do you have a favorite character?
So I was gonna ask you that too, because there's a lot of really good characters in the show. I feel like if I were to encapsulate all of the characters in this show, the one that I would probably relate to the most is probably Roy Kent for me.
Really?
Yeah.
You know where I thought you were going.
Where'd you think I was gonna go?
Football is life.
Football is live. Well, I mean, we're both Mexican, Baba, but I mean, Danny's a little too like he's a little too happy. I'm not that energetic and happy and excitable, and
He can be angry. He can be
he can be, but that's not him though. I'm more of a Roy Kent. I'm more of a Roy. Danny is like he's too like a puppy dog. You know what I mean? Like that's not me.
I love Danny.
He's great though. I love Danny
Yeah.
too, man. The actor is awesome as well. Mi hermano mexicano.
What's his name? I was looking for it. Oh, Cristo Fernandez.
Yeah.
Joshy, favorite character?
That's so hard because the whole goddamn cast is so good. Like,
Oh,
So
yeah.
shout out to fucking Hannah Waddingham, man. Goddamn.
Yes.
Love me some Rebecca, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She could play a character in Resident Evil 8, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Anyway,
You know,
As she should.
I'm just sitting here and I'm looking at the cast because I'm just like favorite, and I'm like, it's
All the
so
characters.
hard, so
I
hard.
think it
Like,
changed daily for me.
that's the thing is like I love them all. Like even when I didn't like Nate, you know, at the end I loved Nate again. I relate to the character
I
of
love
Nate the
Nate,
most.
yeah.
I think I'm the most like him, out of all of those. But favorite character, I'm pretty big on Keely, to be honest with you. Like,
That's cool.
but
Yeah.
but I'm a big fan of Roy as well, and I love Ted, obviously.
yeah.
So but it's like I feel like if I pick one, I'm doing the others because I love Sam and I love Danny and I love McAdoo and I love.
I mean, you
Colin
can like them all, dude.
Yeah.
It's like when we do the fucking the brackets, dude. You gotta
the
choose.
brackets.
You just choose one, man. You know, like
Yeah.
your favorite. You know, like you can like them all, but you know, or not always, but sometimes you got some that's a little bit more of a favorite than others. You know. If not, that's fine too.
That's not fine. No, I'm kidding.
Oh no. Okay, so
No.
who's your favorite, Baba? Like,
I have so many.
Okay. Well, Josh can
I-
think about it, and then Baba, you go ahead. How about that?
I think Ted Lasso is the beacon that everyone needs in their life. I think Roy
Yes.
Kent is the person that can ground them a little bit, as he did with Jamie Tart. As I said earlier, if you had told me Jamie Tart would have been one of my favorites, if not my favorite, at the end, I would call you effing crazy. Danny Rojas never, like, every time he was on
Rojas.
every time he came on screen, he brought a smile to my face. Absolutely beautiful, charismatic, amazing. I love Bumbercatch. I'm going through the names. I love Colin, his whole character arc, which is something else later that I'm going to bring up.
Yeah. I mean, shit.
Who's the
You can bring it up
captain?
now if you want.
No, because I have more questions for you guys.
Okay, cool. You talking about Isaac McAdoo?
Isaac McAdoo, I love him. When he smiles, it's like one of the most beautiful smiles I've seen. I just love it. But I think the character that made me feel things the most, who I felt like I wanted to be like more, if not Ted Lasso, was Sam. Sam's just
Sam
a beautiful
Obisanya.
character.
Yes.
He's such a beautiful character. The way he wrote him, the way he played him, just, I want a Sam in my life, and I want to be a Sam for other people. Sam is just beautiful.
He's a good dude. It's a great dude.
Josh, yeah.
Keely.
The
Keely's
best
my
dude.
favorite. Keely.
Yep. Interesting.
Also,
Honestly, not who I thought you were gonna choose, Josh. So that's actually really.
That is.
intriguing.
As I was sitting here going through all the characters, the thing that I like about Keely is from the first season is like she shows up on the scene, right? And she's you think she's going to be one type of character, right? But she turns out to be an
Exactly.
entirely different type of character. And she's like that throughout all 3 seasons. And I think that's what I like about her is the way she also approaches everybody, right? Like from
Yeah.
her becoming friends with Rebecca, and it's very easy to pick Keeley, I think, because of that. When I think about that, it's like, yeah,
Okay.
Keeley Jones, favorite character.
Fair enough, dude. Cool.
I like all the cast, but
that
Keeley's
makes-
on top for me.
And it even makes more sense what your criticism was because
Yep.
you wanted more of your favorite character. You wanted better for your favorite character. And that makes sense.
Absolutely.
I didn't really think about it until you guys put me on the spot of like, pick a favorite character. Yeah, Keeley. Yeah, I guess it is Keeley.
Ready
I
for
know
the
Dan-
next one?
I know Dan's favorite
Okay.
character is Phoebe. Okay. But yes, I'm
Phoebe
ready.
is like talking about favorites being Sam, Keeley, or shoot, who'd you say?
Who say? Me?
You. Who? Yeah.
Mine is Roy. I went with Roy.
Despite all those being our favorite characters, Phoebe's the best. Phoebe is the best character.
The episode where she had like that breathing like bad
Oh
breath
my goodness!
medical
Yes.
like issue that they had to go fix was hilarious, man. Roy was so ready to beat up a little kid. It was hilarious. And then like my favorite part is there was like I think Sandwich put up a TikTok like recently where it was like she's like I think this is from Ted Lasso, and then it's like where Keely's like your breath can't be that bad, and then like she like breathes in her face and Keely can she's like I can't, this is horrible, and then Roy's like I think you're dying or something like that. That shit's so funny, dude.
It's such
hilarious.
a good episode. So good. All right, ready for the next one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh
Your
my
favorite-
goodness, you have notes.
I came.
Okay.
I came.
Yeah.
Okay.
What next question?
Favorite arc?
Ooh, favorite
Ooh.
arc. Let's see. Favorite arc. I'd have to like go back and think about the 3 season, like all 3 seasons as a whole. I feel like
There's too many.
Yeah,
It's
I
really
have,
too many.
I have to think about this one. Do you have a favorite one?
Joshy?
Jamie
gonna let you
Tartt's-
guys think about it, 'cause
Jamie Tartt's redemption story through all 3 seasons. I think because it goes through all 3 seasons and we see the beginning, the mid, and the end result. I think that's what takes it for me. Ted's battle with anxiety and panic attacks though is a very close second, just because that relates to me.
Yeah. It's good. Another good one to mention is Rebecca's.
That's the one that came to mind for me is the Rebecca stuff, like her dealing with like, so I'm the owner of this team now and I want to burn it to the ground because my ex was a piece of shit, and just watching her like change and evolve throughout the like over the course of the show. Like remember, I think it was this 3rd season. She's like, "Oh, this is about the time of the year where I confess to you something or whatever,
Yeah.
right? Like I have a secret to tell you." Like every year, like every season, like you get to see her kind of like, all right, maybe I don't, hate this team anymore. I'm actually kind of having fun doing this and enjoying this, and I mean, she went from literally framing Ted and Keeley with the paparazzi, remember, to being like, never mind, to being best friends with Keeley, and like being best friends with Ted, and like it's insane. Like it's hard. It is hard to choose because every character has shit like this where it's like they go from being this and doing that to being like amazing and like doing these great things and such like all these great moments. So yeah, shit. Ted and Rebecca, like there was literally a Christmas episode where they went around giving out kids,
Yes,
toys
I
to
love that
kids
one.
and stuff. And
Everybody shows up
like
at Higgins.
and then like Rebecca, what was it her? Was it her friend's daughter or her like?
Yeah, her
Like,
friend's
yeah, like
her friend's
because
daughter.
remember because she was like, oh, I want to, I forget what it was, but it was something along the lines of like she's like, you want to come work with me? She's like, hell yeah, or whatever. And it's like, why? Because I want to see what it is that you do, or I want to do what you do. And she's Like, what? She's like, well, because I want to do this because of you. Like, you're the one, you're doing it. It was I'm really bad at explaining it, but it was something
And she was
along
like,
the
"You're the
lines of,
baddest bitch." She was
yeah,
something
it
like
was
baddest
that,
bitch
yeah,
or something.
that episode. So like Rebecca just has a lot of that, like, really, like, you know, just really good moments with so many different characters, and then, like, obviously there's the stuff with her and Sam, and then later on her and then the dude that she hooks up with, and
Pilot.
or the pilot guy, yeah,
Yeah.
who I was surprised that we saw him
too.
at the end. I was like, wow, that is,
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that when it happened.
I was like, good for them, good for them.
But like you said, she went from wanting to burn down the team to the team is her family at the end.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's her love. That's her life.
she's like,
It's amazing.
I want this team to burn and lose and all that, to being like, I want to win, Ted. Like, we gotta, when they were losing, they're like, she's like, we need to win. Like,
Yeah.
because Ted's like, oh, who cares if we're losing? As long as you guys have fun, or basically whatever, right? And it's like, no, like, we even Beard is like, stop it, dude. These are professionals. They don't want to lose. They want to win. They're competitive. Like,
Yeah.
you can't just be telling them to have fun. Like, I get that. Like, I get that. Like, you shit. Whenever I played, I never played sports at like a high level, but I did play sports, and whenever I did, you don't want to lose. You want to win. Like, you want to. I'm a competitive person as well. I'm obviously not like super, like, to a high extent, but like, even when I'm playing video games and stuff, I'm like, I want to win. I'm competitive. You know what I mean? So I
Mhm.
get that. I understand that feeling of, like, like, I'm tired of fucking losing. Like, when are we gonna win? Like, you know what I mean? So I get
Yeah.
that and understand that completely. But yeah, it's just, man, this show is so good, and it has so many, just, man, there's so much to it. I love it. I love it so much.
Yes.
But going back to, yeah, the question, that's tough. I really do like. I guess I would say Rebecca's story is a really, really good one. I like, but then again, like, Roy's my favorite character, and I like this what he goes through too throughout the entire show. Like, going
Mhm.
from a guy who was like the guy
Yeah.
in his time, to like having to be like second to like Jamie. Just because, at the end of the day, no matter how badass you were once upon a time ago, Father Time reaches gets us all. You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
eventually, no matter how big and bad you were, or you think you were, or you still think you are, at some point or another, there's gonna be somebody younger. There's gonna be somebody, just, your body's gonna work against you, no matter how much you think you can do things or whatever. Like, that's just the way it works. It's just the way it is.
Mhm.
So, that also was like interesting for me to watch, as well as Roy's story. So yeah, I would say either his and Rebecca's are probably like the most, like, or the two that I could think of. But even Josh, like, Jamie's is good. Like, there's so many good ones. Like, how do you choose? But I'll throw those two out there.
All a testament of good writing and a great TV show.
Yes, which, like, speaking of the writing, like, fucking Beard and Roy, Brent, like, did a lot of the writing and stuff too for this show, right? Like, it's the people that are like that are like in the show are actually writing, and they're writing it well. Like, it's nuts.
So great.
Yeah.
I think my arcs are like with you get Jamie Tart, Rebecca, Roy, but there was a little arc in the third season that just it's always a story that's like this one that touches me the most, which was Colin Hughes, from him going to being in the closet to kissing his significant other on the field.
Yeah. At the end, he's like, "Fuck
And
it."
you guys heard me. I was crying.
Yes.
It was beautiful. My favorite arc.
But to be fair though, Bobby, you cried a lot of things. But yes,
That's not true. I've
that
never
is
cried
What
in my life.
You know what I like about that moment is that he sees like another couple kissing, and he immediately starts looking for his significant other
Yes.
to kiss, and I was like,
He's like,
I understand. I'm like, he's gonna go for it, and I'm like, I'm about this. I'm fine with. This is good. Go for it, buddy. I support you.
Yeah.
yeah.
And like the whole thing where, like, I totally called that, like, when the episode where there he was gonna he let everybody in on the secret, and McAdoo was kind of like mad at him. I was
Yes.
like, it's not because they're some type of way, it's because he didn't tell them, like he didn't like these are your teammates, these are your guys, and you're not gonna like let them in on the secret or whatever. So it's
Well, it
Oh
wasn't only
man.
that of, like, not telling me the secret, it's that you think that I
yeah
would
you,
react
yeah, of
bad like,
course,
you think that
exactly.
low of me?
Like we're teammates, like we're like, and more than teammates, we're like brothers, like
Mhm.
we hang out outside of work basically and stuff, right? Like
Mhm.
we have a bond, like like it's the thing of like, how dare you like think I would not react well to this news, like
Yeah, how dare you
Mhm.
think I
yeah,
wouldn't love you
yeah.
still?
Oh, when he goes up in the stands, bro, I want
Oh,
I
him
when
to
he
started
gets
beat that
crying.
dude. I want him to beat that dude's ass.
that that stuff, it's crazy because that still happens like to this day,
Mhm.
like
Mhm.
with like the soccer, like with the sport. Like very recently, there's a player called Vinicius Jr. Vinny Jr. plays for the Spanish team Real Madrid, and he there is a lot of like, especially in like Italy and Spain, a lot of really racist ass fans that will just start shouting out shit or doing stupid shit in the crowd. And very recently, Real Madrid's coach Carlo Ancelotti, he also was like, I would recommend you guys look that up after the show. I don't want to, or actually, how would you guys feel about watching that right now, really quick?
Let's watch it.
Yeah,
Josh,
sure,
do you
hit me.
want to throw it
Yeah,
up?
let's do it. Fuck it.
Let me find
Mhm.
it because it happened very recently in real
I
life. So Vinicius Jr., Vinny Jr. is a black Brazilian like player, and
Mhm.
uh they, again, with the racism stuff, it happens very, very very unfortunately, it still happens very often these
Yeah.
days. And yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find a good video
While you look it
that
up,
we can
like,
check out. Yeah,
the
continue
way
talking about the show though.
the way Isaac's face changed when he heard the slur and he
Mhm.
turns to the audience and you know he's gonna go up those stairs. I started
Mhm.
bawling right then and there because 'cause you're like, "Oh god, he loves his teammates so much."
That's the thing. You ride or die with your friends. Like, let's be real. Like, if DT or Baba, and I were going out to dinner and somebody said something to them in passing, I would absolutely jump down their fucking throat. Like, you wouldn't,
Yeah.
like it would be. And I just use them as an example because they're on the show. That goes for any of my friends that I'm close with.
Yeah.
Like you can say whatever you want about me. That doesn't bother me. But you say something about my friends, that's an entirely different cage you're about to open.
Yeah.
Like
I'm the
that's
I'm the biggest
friendship.
I'm the biggest advocate for my friends, not for myself though, and I think that
Mhm.
goes for a lot of people.
Yeah. Mhm.
So here's a video that I will link here, and then we can all watch it and check it out real quick. So this happened in real life about a couple weeks ago. Um with Vinny Jr. In the Spanish league. Uh there was the teams of Real Madrid, which is the team he plays for, which is in
Mhm.
Madrid, España, and then the opposing team, Valencia. So what happened was the Valencia fans were chanting like a bunch of racist shit, like they were calling him like a monkey and stuff like that, and just being racist as fuck, right? Like making
Yeah.
like stupid gestures and shit like that. So this is what Real Madrid coach Carlo Ancelotti, had to say about it. And when you guys are after the game, and when you guys are ready, we can check
I'm
it out.
ready.
I'm
All
ready.
right, Josh. All right, 3, 2, 1, play.
He hablado con él durante el partido.
So he's speaking in Spanish, but there's subtitles in English there at the
El
bottom.
ambiente era muy caliente, muy malo. Y le he pedido que se quería continuar a jugar, porque ya el hecho que pienso que tengo que quitarlo porque el ambiente es racista. No,
It's just
no
a
me parece
shame
bien.
that
Tengo que tirar un jugador
people are still like this.
Yeah.
si no juega bien, para cambiar. Para pensar de quitar un jugador para racismo, nunca. me ha pasado. Lo que ha pasado hoy ha pasado otras veces, mas así no.
And it's like a thing of like,
Así
especially in
no
the Spanish league, and like I said, the Italian leagues, it like keeps happening like all the time.
La Liga Española tiene un
The
problema.
Spanish league is really bad at
que
it.
no es
Italian
Vinicius.
league
El
really
problema,
bad
Vinicius
at
es la
it.
víctima de un problema
They need to start
muy
like
grave.
punishing the teams and the fans that keep
Cuando
doing
le ha
this shit.
sacado la tarjeta roja, todo el estadio le gritaba mono, mono, mono. Más que. No hay mucho que decir, no hay mucho que decir. Estamos muy.
I think there was another
Yo estoy muy
interview
triste, porque nunca me ha pasado.
after
Así
this
no.
game,
Así no.
with
Nunca he
another interview
pensado
where
que
they
quitar un
kept
jugador
asking him
para
questions
que
about
es
like
insultado.
the game. And he's like, I don't want to talk about the
Que
fucking
después
game. Like I don't want to talk about it.
que
Like,
es un,
I want to talk
es un
about
niño,
this other
Vinicius, le
stuff,
gusta
you know.
jugar al fútbol.
And like Vinny
No,
Jr.,
quiero
he's
seguir,
fairly
quiero
young. Like
seguir. Está bien,
I want to say he's in his early. Yeah, he's 22 years old. Like a 22-year-old kid out there trying to just play soccer. You know, trying to play football. Like he's. And you know, you got all these racist motherfuckers shouting out all this stupid ignorant shit at him. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's fucked up, man. But that's him, the guy that they show right there. That's Vinny Jr.
Que sea mono, que sea tonto. L'arbitro ha parado el partido para abrir el protocolo
So
del
it's
racismo.
just
Que sea un estadio le
it's
grita
wild
tonto,
that
no abre el
it's something
protocolo.
that just continues
Habláis con l'árbitro.
to
Porque ha
happen
parado el
like
partido
frequently
por eso.
still. And yeah, that's the end of the video. We don't, you can close it there, but
Okay.
yeah, just like I just want to bring that up because it's like it's not only something that happens in like a show like this. Like it happens for real, and it's still happening. This was 2 weeks ago. This
Insane.
happened for real like a couple weeks back. Like it's insane, bro. So
Yeah.
just again going back to the show and like with the whole like thing of nudes and stuff leaking, like because that happened in real life too. Like stuff like this that also happened in real life. It's like this show just does stuff that is happening for real, and like people for real have had to deal with and go through, and it's like crazy, man.
Yeah. For sure. I think I remember hearing about this, but I didn't see like the actual video of him talking or any of that. So I think I just heard it in passing. You may have even mentioned it on Discord or something. I don't know where I heard it at, but
yeah, I posted it on Discord and talked about
maybe
it
that's
and all
where
that
I saw
stuff,
it.
but yeah, there's that's basically the gist of it. Is just a lot of just a lot of racist idiots out there that are like
Yeah.
continuing to like be idiots about this shit. Like it's so wild, like to me, like how you could watch a sport or just be a fucking human being and think this is like a cool thing to do. Like what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Like
Yeah.
what do you think makes you so much better than somebody else? It's insane. But anyway, that's
That's a whole other
other
podcast.
that's a whole other
Yeah.
topic. But I just wanted to bring that up because it's
Yeah, no.
something that
No,
happens
I'm glad
for
we
real
watched it.
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah. So what was the question, Baba? No, where were we at?
Favorite arcs, and it was
Favorite
about
arc.
Colin. But I love that
Yeah.
you brought it up because it shows, like you said, it's real
Mhm.
things that happen. And Ted Lasso did that a lot with their show, where they pulled things
Yeah.
from not the headlines, but things that happen in real life and brought it to their show. They did that in season 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
All right. Are you ready for one more question?
Mhm.
Mhm.
Or I'll save that question for last, and then
What's your next
or
one?
we can do that after. Let's just do this one. What out of all the endings that happened in the final episode, what was your favorite ending? Keep on marking your pad.
I think one of the ones, I don't know what's my favorite, but one of the ones that comes to mind like immediately is the like it even goes back to the second to last episode at the end of the episode where they leave us with the cliffhanger of like, I'm thinking about like or was that the end of the second to last episode? Because Rebecca's like considering selling the team. And
Yeah.
but then Ted is like, yo, I got or no, I think it goes she says she's like, I got something to tell you, or I think, and then he's like, well, I got something to tell you too, and then that's like, cliffhanger.
and it ends.
And then the next episode is like she's trying to sell the team, and he wants to go back home, right?
Mhm.
But Ted going back home, I think, like, he's like, I've enjoyed my time here. Everybody here was great. We had some good memories, good times. But I want to go back to my kid. Like I want to. And we see him at the very last shot of the show. I think it's just him with his kid again, and
Yeah.
coaching the team. I guess, or. So, but even like more so than that, like the Beard and Ted stuff, like Beard's like, dude, I love you, but I don't want to go. I want to stay here. Like
Yeah.
I've we had a good time here. I don't want to leave. I want to continue staying here. This girl I'm seeing, I love her. I don't want to leave her. I don't want to go back. Like, I love you too, man. But I gotta stay here. I gotta follow what I want. And Ted, going back to him being understanding and being the cool, nice dude that he is, he's like, you know what? I get it,
I
man.
get it.
I know you love me, and you gotta follow your heart, and I respect that and I appreciate that, and thanks for being a homie, but and I wish you the best, and just that understanding of like, I gotta get off this plane, and and he's like, I got a plan. He's like, but Ted's like, we want me to do something? How can I help? Like,
Mhm.
so that is like, to me, what like a good, like one of the good endings. Like, Beard gets to stay, and he gets to stay with his girl, and gets to keep being a coach, and Ted gets to go back home with his kid, right? So I really
Mhm.
like that. Um, that's probably one of the ones that comes to mind immediately for me. Um, so yeah, I'd probably go with that one.
Joshy.
I'm gonna go with Trent Crimm's book as like my favorite because I love him like throughout this season 3, him writing a book on
Mhm.
the team, and I just like the idea of that one note that Ted has on the cover of the proof.
Yes.
It's like, suggest renaming it because it was never about me. Is like the thing I love it in getting Trent. You see it at the end that he's changed the title to The Lasso Way. Or no, it changed it to from The Lasso Way to The Richmond Way. Sorry,
Yeah.
got it confused. And I just like that. I just like that. That was the one criticism Ted had, was like, it's not about me. It was never about me.
Yeah.
You just reminded
so-
me of another one.
Mm.
In that the team's ending, because I was going into the thought or idea that Rebecca was going to sell the team, because this is the final episode. Ted's leaving. She looked like she was ready to go too. And
Mhm.
then what she did ultimately was she sold half of the team, and she gave it to the fans. Going back to the Richmond way, like, you see May have the papers and all, and the bar
Yes.
dudes have the papers and everything. It's like,
Mhm.
like, the loyal, fans that were, there got, are now, have a certain percentage ownership of the team now, which is just
Yeah.
pretty cool. So I like
they
that
get to
one.
own a piece of their dream, of
Yeah.
that thing they love, right? Are you kidding me? I'd kill to own a piece of Star Wars, even if it was just a tiny piece. Like it'd mean a lot
What
to
about
me.
you, Baba? What's your
I
like
think
favorite ending?
probably Rebecca's.
Mm,
Probably Rebecca's. Her
That's
just
good.
being happy, satisfied.
Yeah.
Just being happy and satisfied, because at the beginning she wasn't happy. She wasn't satisfied. And now she is.
Mhm.
And she has a best friend in Keely, and she now has a man, maybe.
She got her.
Maybe.
She got her pilot back. Yeah.
But it doesn't matter if she did or not, because she is happy and she is satisfied.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I love it.
That's true.
I love
Very,
it.
very true. Yeah, I think, like I was saying earlier, like when we first started to the discussion, like, I at the beginning of the season was like, damn, I don't want this third season to be the last one. Like, I wanted more, because I've really been enjoying the show, right?
Yeah, I wanted more too.
And
Yeah.
then as we were progressing through the season, I'm like, I don't know how they're gonna end this. I like how
Yeah.
like I want more. Like, there's no way they could end it. But by the end of this last episode, I was fully on board, and like satisfied with the way that they wrapped everything up. So I'm fine if they don't continue anymore. I think it was a very complete, satisfying, enjoyable ending to most, if not all, of the characters. Um, and yeah, I just great show. Just overall, really love it. Really enjoyed it. I thought everybody played their characters fantastically. I have no issues with anybody in that regard. I don't have much issues with the show in general. I just really like it, really enjoy it. Yeah, sometimes I felt like I wanted more, but I think overall now that it's over, I'm like, I think I get, because before the third season came out, Brett, Roy and Coach Beard, the Brendan Hunt and Brett Goldstein, they were talking about like, oh, we for the longest time we've had this idea of having 3 seasons, right? Like this is what we're doing. This is what our story is going to entail. And I was like, damn, like I want them to do more. But again, now that it's all done and out and we've seen it, I see it. I can see this
I
as
see it
being
too.
one whole journey that is now
Yeah.
over. And honestly, I'm fine with that. I think they didn't overstay their welcome. I think the fact that they kept us wanting more is like a fucking incredible thing, and that they were able to manage like just you know everything, like each character, each arc, like set in such a satisfying way, in such a conclusion that is just like, I don't know, hard to think of a lot of other shows that have been able to do that. Because a lot of the times it's like, here's this TV show that I really like, maybe like 3 seasons of, and then it kind of goes off the rails and just goes on for too long, and or
Yeah.
here's this other show that gets canceled before we even got more, or like but yeah, just whenever you do something like this, and you're able to just do it so well, and do well for everybody involved, and all the characters and everything. It's such a well done, such a good job, and so well done. So yeah, I got nothing but good things to say about the show and everybody who involved and in it. I really liked it. Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Great show.
Yeah.
That was
I'm
all my
gonna.
questions.
Oh,
I
that
got
is
one.
okay.
I got one.
What's that?
What moment from the show made you laugh the hardest?
Ooh, fuck. There's too many, man. I don't. The
Mm.
hardest though. I don't know, man. I'd have to like rethink, and you guys got to throw some out there. You got to help me out here. Throw some stuff out there.
So I'll tell you mine. Mine straight up happened this season when Jamie's talking to Roy, and Jamie's kind of lost his mojo, and he just starts crying and grabs onto Roy. I laughed so hard at that, because the face he makes is the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. And the idea of him grabbing onto Roy for comfort while making that face just cracked me the fuck up. Oh my god, that shit was so funny. Yeah.
Bringing that up, that scene continues, and then the guy that's always in the locker room fixing their stuff is like, I missed it. That cracks me up. You bringing that up reminds me earlier in the season when Jamie Tart is sitting in Sam's restaurant with Roy, and he's just so intelligent. I forgot what it was. He was so intelligent about the discussion they were discussing, and he was like, no, that's like he says something off the wall that had me cracking up, and I forget what it was. Oh, it was such a great scene. But since I can't remember that one, I will say I can only say season 3 once, because I can't tell you season 1 through 2 right now. But Danny Rojas, when he plays for his team in Mexico.
For Mexico, yeah, the national. So that's a thing that happens like also in real life. So you have a lot of teammates. Obviously, you have a team, and people are from all over the world because they're professionals and they come from everywhere. And they're a tight unit. They're good teammates. They get along well. But once you play on the national team, once you go like play for your country, listen, it's different playing for your team that you play with all the time. But when you put on your country's jersey, it's a whole other thing, man. You're representing your people, your country. It's a whole different thing. So Danny Rojas turned into you know, a
monster.
more competitive guy, and it reminded me of something else.
It's like, soon
in
you will be
another
my
sport.
bitch. That shit cracked me
That
up.
turn he did. God, it was brilliant.
Hilarious. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
he
yeah.
plays him so the actor that plays Danny is just so good, so
Cristo's
good.
hilarious, man.
Oh
He's
my
so good.
God. I need him in more TV. Like, please don't let Ted Lasso be the only thing he does because he's hilarious. He's
No, I love
hilarious.
him. He's great.
Danny Rojas, Rojas.
Anything with Phoebe, shit.
Oh, the Phoebe stuff is funny as hell.
Phoebe
Yeah.
stuff is
I always like
perfection.
when Roy is just like saying shit he shouldn't in front of kids and he's like not giving a fuck. Like that stuff always got me.
And I just love
What's
she's like
up? What's up? That shit always
When
cracks
he-
me up.
Yeah.
disregard.
when he's at the fucking school and like we don't know he's there yet and he's just saying all this shit and he says something to the kids that you think is gonna make them like cry or like feel sad or whatever, and they're just like, yay, you know, that shit's always so funny to me.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Daniel.
I don't know. I I don't have like I can't think of like one like particular moment. So much of the show is like really funny to me. Like I just really like.
Yeah, that's fair.
I
There's
just
a
really
lot
like
of
the
funny
humor
shit in
of
the
it.
show.
Like again, like a lot of stuff I like a lot of the Roy shit is good. A lot of dude Jamie is fucking hilarious too, man. Like just with the way that Phil plays the character of Jamie, like the way he says things or like the mannerisms or like just that
He's so good.
stuff is just hilarious. So funny.
The actor that plays Van Damme,
Oh,
the whole
fuck,
Van Damme thing
I don't
was
remember his name, but yeah,
cracked
Van
me up.
Damme, Zorro, like that stuff. Yeah, it's funny.
Him wanting to change his name was
Call me
just
Van
love-
Damme.
I love that he got a great moment, or several great moments, but when he becomes the machine that just blocks every single goal,
He was
like,
MVP for
the
that one.
MVP of the
Yes.
fucking team. Yes.
absolutely. I love that he got that, like, because he's not like some of the characters are obviously more in the front and get their moments.
Yeah.
So, but it was really awesome to see him get like, he is just unstoppable, just unstoppable. I thought that's so great. I'm glad that even though this isn't a character that's necessarily at the forefront of every fucking thing, that he is getting an awesome moment to shine. You know, it's a thing I use in D&D.
Yes.
Like, even the littlest characters can have a really cool, dope ass moments. You know,
Yeah.
so that you remember them.
Oh, want to shout out Higgins too.
Yeah,
Yes.
Higgins is great.
His name is Mo that plays Van Damme or Zorro.
Ah.
Higgins taking the Kit Man to the
True.
red light district was pretty funny.
Oh my god, dude.
And everybody's
Him
I
out-
love
Sorry, go ahead.
that was so hilarious. Where everyone's like, he's like, we're going to the red light district, and they're like, no. Like everybody was like, no. That was
Nah.
great.
Nah.
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 No.
And then when the Kid Man comes back and he's talking to the phone on his mom, it's like, yeah, we had this great time in the red light district. I got invited for a threesome. That shit cracked me up. That shit was so funny.
It's a great show.
Yeah.
It's one of the favorites.
Yeah. It's I think my first Apple TV show that I've seen,
Mm-hmm.
and I loved it. So I mean, if Baba keeps praising Apple TV, so if any of the other ones are as good as this are, I'm gonna have to check out more of them.
Well, it's gonna just know Ted Lasso's top. Just know Ted Lasso's top.
Okay, I gotcha.
I don't watch all of Apple TV shows because there's so many now. Everybody
Well,
has
sure.
their own.
Yeah,
But it's one of my top.
But I keep hearing like Apple TV has like other good stuff too, so I have to see what else they got, you know. But
Mhm.
this one is, I love the show. It's so good. Which is funny because I really liked it from like even season 1, you know, and just every season has just been a lot of fun.
Yes.
But yeah, I just really like the show, so I will praise it to anyone and everyone that has not seen it because it's top tier.
All right.
And I need to get myself a Richmond AFC Richmond jersey now.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. I want one too.
I was looking at the Nike website, because they're the ones that do the jerseys. Like, okay, maybe get one there. But yeah.
All right. Is
Well,
there anything else we want to talk about?
any other things to say about it? I think
that's done.
I think we said what we had to say about it, man. It was just a really good show overall. I liked all 3 seasons, and it's awesome. It's awesome show. And if you know, like I said, I'm just gonna tell everybody to watch it who hasn't seen it because it's great.
Thank you, Jason and Apple TV, for making a show that means a lot to me now.
Same. Adore it even. All right. We're going to switch gears now to Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. So you guys have a few minutes to head for the doors if you don't want to get spoiled on that one. We don't want to spoil it for you. Trust me. You don't want to get spoiled. Go watch it. I got to fix the main topic is off the screen now, and I got to fix it. But while I'm doing that, you guys head for the doors. I'm going to change my background here as well, because we are done with Ted Lasso, and I do have a Spider-Man one right here. Yeah. That background's awesome. I may make that my background on the desktop.
That is amazing.
All right, yeah, guys. So go ahead and get out of here if you don't want to get spoiled, because we are gonna do. I gotta fix this. We gotta do the. We are gonna be spoiling this. It's gonna be hard to talk about it and not spoil it, so it's just gonna get spoiled. So you got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you're not out, it's your problem at this point. You can't blame us.
Spoilers.
We're blame free. God damn it. So actually, let me put in.
Now discussing Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. I'm just eating off on the side. Don't mind me.
It's fine. You gotta do what you gotta do. So, all right. So, we watched a movie, guys.
Hell yeah, we watched a movie. What a movie, man.
What? So, we usually go around the thing and be like, did you like this movie? I think we can all say without any fucking doubt, we all love this movie, right? Like, that's pretty easy to say.
Yes.
I absolutely love this movie. So I just want to say real quick that
go right ahead.
I really love the first one also, Into the Spider-Verse. And for whatever reason, I did not go to the theater to watch that one. And I did not want to make that mistake with this one. So I really wanted to go watch in the theaters. And goddamn, am I glad I did. Because holy moly, man. This movie, just watching it on a big screen is like nuts. Like the visuals and the anime. I love the animation, man. The animation is so good. I love the style of animation, man. I love it so much. It's so well done. And like when you see it, you understand why it takes years for them to make this fucking movie, because it's phenomenal.
It's beautiful.
It's so beautiful. I love it so much. Yeah, so I'll tell you right now, I fucking love this movie. It was amazing. I really did.
I'm the same as DT. For whatever reason, I did not. Well, I know the reason. The reason is I was broke in them days. Did not go and see Into the Spider-Verse in the first movie in theaters, and I had the same thought as DT when it was like, I've got to go see this one in the movies, because I regret not watching that first one in the theater. Like, because when I saw Into the Spider-Verse for the first time, I love that movie. Like I loved it from the moment like it played to the moment it ended. I loved Into the Spider-Verse. So I am so glad I went to the movies and saw it. Going to the movies and seeing it made it a better experience, and we'll get into that probably a little later into this breakdown, since we're just kind of going around why we saw this one in the movies. But I became fans of. I knew of Miles, but I don't really know Miles. But at that time, when I saw Into the Spider-Verse, I became a fan, right? I was like, I see why people like Miles Morales. He's a fucking cool dude. He's fucking Spider-Man, and not just him, but all the other Spider people, like Gwen Stacy showing up as a Spider-Woman and all those characters. So like it really expanded my Spider people enjoyment, right? Like, because before that, it's like, here's Peter Parker and he's Spider-Man, right? And it's like, well, here's Miles Morales. He's Spider-Man. Here's Gwen Stacy. She's Spider-Woman. Here's Spider Noir. Here's Spider Ham. Here's the Penny Parker. Like it made me a fan. So so seeing that, and then it made me like just all the more excited when they announced like we're gonna get more of this in the future, and it's gonna be a while because those are not easy films to make, and it's here. And god damn, I came home and I was like, I just want to shout from the rooftops how good it is, but I don't want to overhype people. Like I don't like, because that can set expectations too and can hurt people's enjoyment of a thing, right? So wherever I was going on Discord, I was trying to type in spoiler tags if I could remember. Just so it was like here's my interpretation of this thing. Don't look until after you see the movie or whatever. Don't look until you've seen it. And I enjoyed every moment of it. How about you, Baba? Like how you feeling?
I love it a lot. I did, unlike you two, I did watch the first one in the movie theater.
I'm jealous.
It's Spider-Man. He's Boricua. I'm Boricua. I was gonna watch it in the movie theater, and I saw it and went to Facebook because at the moment that was the biggest platform, and I told everybody, go watch this movie, especially if you have a child who loves Spider-Man, and even more if you have a child that's of color, a child of color, who can resonate with this. I will go down, and I've said it then, and I'll say it now. This is Into the Spider-Verse is one of the best Spider-Man movies ever made. Across the Spider-Verse,
agreed,
is making it a better series. And if Beyond can land it, it's gonna be probably one of the best, if not the best. Spider-Man trilogy out there.
It'll probably be the best. It'll be the best trilogy, honestly. If Beyond lands well, it'll be the best easily, I think. Because like
agree.
Toby's my Spider-Man, but like 3 is not great. You know what I mean? and I listen. I liked that movie when it came out, but like now it's like
I saw 3 in the movie theater too, and
I did too. I watched all 3 of them in the theater.
I also saw 3 in the movie theater.
It'll if Beyond lands if it's anywhere near as close as Into and Across are, one of the best superhero trilogies, easily the best Spider-Man trilogy. Just
hands down,
easily.
Shit, I'll watch it again right now.
I mean, shit, I would too, but I don't know if this is like, do you guys like Into the Spider-Verse more or Across the Spider-Verse more, or is that too early to ask you right now?
I have a controversial answer, so I'll let you guys go.
Because for me, it's kind of tough because like I just watched the movie yesterday, so it's like really fresh and like really like I always have a hard time, like I still have to like process how I feel about it, and usually I don't really know how I feel about a movie until after I watch it a couple more times, I think as of right now, because I've seen the first one more, I would probably go with the first one more. But that's just because I've seen him more, and like
Yeah.
you get there's like I don't know. There's some really, 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 really good stuff in that one. Like I like the music a lot, and I just yeah, I don't know. I think I'd go for as of right now. I'll probably go into, but Across is really, really good too, man. It's
Joshy?
tough. Again, I just watched it, but go ahead, Josh.
Honestly, right now, and I'll even explain why. I'm gonna go with Into as my favorite, and the reason why is it's a lot of the same reasons as DT is, but the biggest reason why is I knew this was gonna be a two-parter, and there was a point in that movie where I was like, they're gonna set up the two-parter. And I know it's gonna end, and I'm gonna want to fucking scream when it ends because I'm a man baby and I want it right now. And that's exactly what happened. It ended, and I was like, no! Like I really wanted to scream, just no, right? Like
I have seen some people like they had no idea it was gonna be a two-parter. I knew it was gonna be a two-parter because when they announced this movie, they called it part one at the bottom.
Yeah.
So from the beginning, I always knew it was gonna be a two-parter. So that didn't surprise me. And it's funny enough, this is a 2-hour, 20-minute movie. Did not feel that long to me.
Oh, absolutely not.
And when it was about to end, I'm like, this is the spot where it's gonna end. I knew it was gonna end right there. So I knew it right away. I was like, this is gonna be where it's gonna end. But yeah, I would say Into, yeah.
When I remember what you said, like when the first trailer came out, it said part one on it. By the time I watched the movie, I forgot about that. And so I forgot it was gonna be in two parts. And then when you get to the end and the music gets louder and louder, and you're like, and I'm in my brain like, oh, it's about to end. We're not gonna get a conclusion. But that wasn't the question. The question was the favorite out of the two so far, or the better out of the two. And my answer is
just one you like more.
I have like a controversial answer for me is like when it's a trilogy like this, I consider it one thing. I think they're doing the one story very well. So for me, it's one story that they're doing really well, and I don't have a better one or a favorite one because I think it's one story.
No, I got you.
That is
totally valid.
That's
now,
fair.
if you want to ask me which one's the better soundtrack right now, I got to listen to the soundtrack to two. But like, Sunflower was a bop.
I think the first movie has a better soundtrack. I can tell you that right now. Yeah.
The first one was great. Like the song that they played when
Danger?
he does the leap, he does the leap of faith. You can't. I mean, nothing beats that right now.
Also, part of why I like the first one more right now. I think that the soundtrack to two is good, but it doesn't compare to the first one, in my opinion.
But that's why I like to say it's all one story.
Yeah,
because it's
that's
good.
That's fine.
And
I get it.
One of the things that kind of, I'm not gonna say hurt it, but it hurt me in the moment was the audio issue seems to have affected like everybody that's gone and seen it. Like it's really hard to hear some of the dialogue at points, and I don't know if it's the movie or if it's on the movie theaters. I know they sent out like memos to theaters like turn the volume up it, you know. But
yeah.
So before I went to watch it yesterday,
I
saw some of you guys talking about that, and I was like kind of keeping an eye out for that. I didn't really catch anything that was super
good.
That was super bad. Although at one point I was like, Gwen sounds a little like quiet here at one point, but that's all I could remember that was really like stood out.
That was one of the big moments, Gwen being quiet, at least in the beginning too.
Yeah, it was really heavy in the beginning with the drums and.
Man, that her whole introduction with the drums was crazy.
That's the first thing I wrote.
Okay.
Starting with Gwen. I just love that they took a moment. Yeah, this movie's called Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, and of course, Miles Morales is up front and center. But it starts with Gwen and her backstory, and how tragic it was, and how sad she is. And I love that they took the time. They didn't ask for forgiveness. They just took the time to explain her story, and then you get the opening.
Well, it sets up everything that happens later in the movie. Why Gwen does what she does later on, right? It's like she's dealing with all this other stuff on her Earth, right? And we need to see that to establish what's going to happen later between her and Miles and the whole Spider-Verse in general. So yes, I agree with you, Baba. I love that they took the time with it. I'm glad we got to see it more because I'm like we see it a little bit in the first movie, but I'm glad we really kind of go more in depth here. I agree with you. I love that they open with Gwen and focus on her feelings and everything going on in the universe.
As I was watching, I'm like, man, they're like Miles isn't even in the movie yet, and we were like, it took them a while to introduce Miles. Like, oh shit, we're with Gwen right now, and like, it was. I was like, damn, yeah, this is. They're really like waiting on him, you know.
Mm-hmm. It's good.
Yeah, man. I love all the introductions to all the characters in this. Like when like Spider-Punk's introduction, Spider-Man India's. Oh man.
We have a friend. All three of us have a friend, and we're all excited for her to watch this film.
I
watch
am
it tomorrow.
very excited. I am very excited for Paula to watch this.
Yes, I'm excited for Paula to watch it as well.
I mean, let's talk about that for a second here. The whole the Mumbattan, right?
Mm-hmm.
The whole Spider-Man India portion of this movie. That was that's cool, man. So Spider-Man India does not look like that in the comics, by the way.
Oh, interesting.
They changed up his design in this, and I prefer his design in this movie than he does in
he looks
stuff.
cool as shit, dude.
That looks good.
He looks great.
So cool.
They fucking made him look badass.
I love the little thing that he uses to spin his web even more, and like precision it. Some places his costume is beautiful. His hair sticks out in the top, right?
Yeah, he's got well, so here I will.
His hair is.
Well, that's the thing. He talks about how easy it is for him with everything. He's like, easy hair, easy all this is, and it makes sense. He's a character that hasn't had that loss that all Spider-Men get, right? Like, like that's the whole point of the movie. It's like, everything's easy. He's so happy-go-lucky, so free. It's because he hasn't had that happen yet.
It's done so beautifully. I love the colors. I love the whole.
Yeah, it's very vibrant, very colorful.
Very yes. And it's very like, this is what I get when I watch Miles, when they talk about Boricua in New York. They have the culture down for New Yorkers. They have the culture of island transplants to the mainland and how we live on the mainland. And his Spanglish was a big thing that hits. We could talk about it later, but Spanglish, the culture of Spider-Man India was so beautiful to see, and how they dived into it. And like he talks, like the one thing I know is like traffic is crazy over there, so he points out the traffic and the people and the food and the shopping.
My favorite thing,
so beautiful,
that I was like, dude, this was like made for Paula, was when he was like, why are you saying chai tea? You're saying TT. Like, why are you saying naan bread? It's just naan. Like,
the moment that happened in the movies, I was like, Paula's gonna love this. This is gonna be great.
I just yelled Paula's name in the movie theater. I was like, Paula.
It's absolutely hilarious, and it was so well. And then like the whole thing with like the canon events and all that stuff was really cool and well done. And I love the fucking the animation style is so good, man.
It is so beautiful.
It's so gorgeous. I love this style of animation.
And
so
they
much.
focus on the differences of characters. I don't know the specifics.
They really do.
But I know that like one character is done in a different speed as another character. Or like I read this somewhere and I can't confirm it, so maybe I should confirm it. But Punk Spider-Man, like parts of him was at one speed while another part of him was at another speed, because he's just so punk. He doesn't follow rules. And I just love this what's it called? Like the power they put into it of everybody being different and everybody been done differently. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I like that a lot too. It's just really, really well done. Going back to Spider-Man India though, I was trying to get you guys
Oh yeah, an image of him.
like a comparison between like the movie design and just the normal design. I think the movie design is like so much better. But basically, let me see. I was trying to see if I could find like a side by side comparison, but I don't think there's any yet. So what I'll do, Josh and Baba, is I will just get like 2 images here, and then we can
Yeah, just look at them both.
I got you.
look
Yeah.
at them side by side. And so you can see just how different like the design uh from the comics and the movie is. Let me see. I'm trying to get a good one for the movie version. Guess we can use this. Hold on. But yeah, what are while I do this, what are some of your guys' other like? So there's okay. The first movie has several different spider people in it, right? But
Mhm.
this movie literally has the Spider Society, and there is so many spider people in this fucking movie. What are some of your guys' favorites? Like, for me, I really love Miguel O'Hara
Miguel?
in this.
Mhm.
He's one of my favorites for sure. But there are other ones that I really, really like too. But like for example, I really like that they had the Insomniac Spider-Man in this, which is the video game one.
Yes.
Like that was really, really cool to see. They had fucking Scarlet Spider-Man. They had man, just so many. But yeah, I'm just curious, what are some of your guys' favorites? Because I was like, when they showed never mind. I'll save it for later. But there were some. There was at some points throughout the movie, I was like fucking Leonardo DiCaprio on Once Upon a Time in Hollywood when he's sitting on the couch and he's like pointing at the TV. That's
Yeah.
how I like mentally I was like that, but in the theater I was just like, like it was so cool, But what are some of your guys' like favorites that you could like, there's so many, so like obviously
That's
you
the
couldn't
thing. Yeah.
really like see
There
them
were so
all.
many.
I know Jake's favorite though. His is T-Rex Spider-Man, right?
I was gonna say I cannot not mention T-Rex. You know what I'm saying? The T-Rex Spider-Man was a favorite in this household.
Yeah.
Punk was pretty cool.
Spider-Punk, played by Daniel
Um,
Kaluuya.
oh yes, I heard his accent. I can't wait to get this on DVD or stream it so that we can pause it for each
Yes.
bubble that came
Yes.
across.
Same.
They did it too fast for the movies, but
I
we're
think
gonna.
it's insane that they animated so many spider people that you only see for like a couple seconds.
Yeah, they took
There's
the time and the passion.
so many spider people in there. It is absolutely bonkers.
What's the one that was like very depressed? The one that was like against the wall and
Oh, was that was
Ben
it
Riley?
Ben
That one?
Riley?
Scarlet
Yeah,
Spider?
Ben Riley.
yes,
Yeah.
that one was
He looked so cool. The way
He looked
they had
badass,
him
yeah.
in, and I was like, he looks so. So here's the thing: there were so
His design-
fucking many. I don't know if I can pick. Like it's really hard. I like the VR lady one. That
she was real cool. Yes.
I don't remember what her name was.
There's so many spider people in this, man.
Spider Woman, the one that was pregnant.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I want to bring her up too because, yeah, she's Jessica Drew, which normally, in the like comics and stuff, is not a black woman.
Oh,
And I knew that they were gonna change her in this movie, to be a black woman. But the thing that kind of I was not expecting is the fact that they also made her pregnant.
yeah.
I was like, whoa, when that happened. Like I know so that threw me like I was like, oh shit, that's pretty,
And she's kicking
Pretty
ass as a
interesting.
pregnant woman.
Yeah, she's on her motorcycle. She's doing the shit. She's one of Miguel's like, top people that's with him, along with Ben and whatnot. And yeah, it was what an interesting take on that character for sure.
I have to bring Gwen back up.
Mhm.
Her swinging at the beginning of the movie, where I know they did it in the first movie, but it was just so beautifully how it looked like ballet as she was swinging, like her knees hitting a certain way, her toes pointed. It was so beautiful. So she's a favorite.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Love her.
I'll be honest, I don't think there's a character I dislike. I think I like them all. Like, there's not like, they could have done that
There's
better. I don't feel that way
there's
about
a lot
anything in here,
of
really.
there's a lot of cool ones for sure. But anyway, going really quickly back to
Spider India.
Spider-Man India, because I wanted to show you guys a side by side.
Oh, yeah.
Which, yeah, I
Yes,
agree. I agree with you. The Mumbatan, city and the way they portrayed that was phenomenal. So I actually just really quickly just mashed two pictures together so you guys can have the side by side, and I'm
Nice.
gonna post them in the chat really quickly. But this
Mhm.
is the difference between the designs. And listen, like I said earlier, I think the movie design blows away the comic design, but you guys tell me how you feel about it. Look at that.
That's you pull it up.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think on the comic design just feels here's Spider-Man with a few changes. So on the right this is, the actual Spider-Man, as he should be, that reflects him and his culture and who he is. Right. So that's why I like the design on the right more.
It feels like what Miles did to his suit in the first movie, where he made that suit his.
Yeah.
This looks like that suit is his.
And I think
Compared
that's
to
one of
the first
the
one. Yeah.
that's one of the cool things about having all these different spider people variants or characters. Is like, yeah, you have your basic Spider-Man outfit, the red and the blue and whatever, but when when each character makes it their own and incorporates their own personality or culture or whatever to it, it makes it like
Exactly.
just that much better.
It's like how we draw a dragon differently than a Chinese artist will draw a dragon, right? Like,
yes,
it's the same for this. It's a reflection of your culture and where you come from. So yeah, makes total sense that this looks more like it would reflect who he is and where he comes from more. So you are right. I love that they do that with, like, they're so much more creative than I could ever be. Like seriously, they have to design so many different spider people.
Well, it's a whole team. Don't put yourself down. It's a whole team working on this.
Yeah,
Still,
you can't compare the whole team to yourself.
There is
Still, it's insane.
so many people. There is so many people that work on these movies, Josh. Like
I know, I'm aware. I just think it's crazy. Yeah. Like there's a point where I feel like my brain would run. I mean, everybody's brain would run out of juice at the point. But even then, like, there's so many that they show, and like, obviously we only get quick glances at some of them too, I guess. But it's crazy to me.
I'm still waiting for them to bring in Anya Corazon into these movies.
I need to know more.
She's a Latina spider girl.
Well, you have me there. I need to know more about Miguel's backstory. I know Beyond is going to cover his backstory more. It just makes more sense to cover it in Beyond. I need it because I don't know him well enough.
My boy Miguel.
But man, those shoulders. Am I right?
Yes.
I totally get why he's doing what he's doing. Yeah.
Have you seen so they changed the design from the end of the first movie to this one?
Oh, I haven't.
So there is a side by side of that one. So so they changed his design because they showed him in the post credits of the first one, right? They made him look like he has like broader shoulders, and he has a more menacing look to him in this movie.
More intimidating.
As opposed, more intimidating as opposed to the end of the first one. And I'll try to get you guys the side by side of that one too. But I like what they did with his character in this, and he like out of probably all of them, he's the one that I was looking forward to the most because I knew he was gonna be like a big character in this. So I was very happy with his character, and yeah, Oscar just plays him well.
What's that, Joshy?
Well, it was just a really, I don't know, like we were talking about it and it kind of popped in my brain, and like probably nothing at all, but like you said they redid it a little bit. Is that what if there's like a different Miguel that they show in the post credit to Into the Spider-Verse as opposed to the Miguel we get in this Spider-Verse?
Could
be. Do you think that's possible? Like I never know. Like that just popped in my head. Like they changed it a little bit. What if it's a different
anything
one?
is possible?
We do have 2 Miles, right? At the end of
Yeah.
this one, we got to see, which you know.
You triggered that thought in my brain, DT. I was like, what if it's a different Miguel?
That's
Could be.
it. Could be. You don't know.
What if it opens with us seeing that other Miguel or something?
I think the thing about these type of movies is that anything is possible, you know?
Right.
Before we get into spoiler talk, like before we hit the
Yeah.
across the Spider-Verse, I got to talk about like Miles a little bit and how
Go for it.
amazing he is and his family.
I want to talk to you about really quickly, like the scene with him and his mom talking, because I don't know. So here's the thing. Listen, that's gonna probably hit us. Well, I mean, it probably hit anybody hard, but like I feel like it hits us kind of a little like, I don't know who. Somebody was cutting onions near me when that scene happened, because I was like, what is this salty discharge coming out of my eyes right now? No, I'm just joking. I'm fucking around. But no, that scene did get me though, because I think Latino mothers or Latino mothers are very, like, I could relate to Miles in that moment when his mom is like, I'm just trying to look out for you, you know, in the world, and you know, nobody's gonna look out for you like we do, like, or we love you like we love you, and all that. And that got to me, because I can totally relate to that. And I was just like, man, because I knew we were gonna have Baba talking. I was like, this scene got me, so I can only imagine how much it must have got you, Baba, because it got me. It really did, more so than any other scene in the movie. That one got me. I was like, oh God, ugh, it was so good.
Like you said, I think it will get anybody who has that relationship or wants that relationship with their mother.
Yeah.
Of telling him, you know, no one's gonna saying what she said in that scene.
Yeah, just
Done
everything
so-
about it was the woman who plays Rio is she killed it in that moment.
She's so great. But like you said, for a Latino, that scene hits because you've had that talk with your mom.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We've had that talk with her.
That's
mom,
why I was like, I
and-
relate to that so much, because yeah, yeah, exactly.
And then he ends the scene with this thing where he says bendición to his mom.
Yeah.
And it gets me. Look, it's got me right now. And you guys take over.
It's such a great, like I said, it's the one moment in the movie that got me. It was so, oh man, it hits so close, man. It was
see it done
so
in a
well
movie?
done. Yeah.
Out loud, like, and I asked you this because I didn't know that Mexicans do it, because all Latin cultures are different. Like Josh can tell you, America's different from British, and British
Well, yeah,
is
I mean,
different from Australian.
I say this all the time, but Spanish is different from country to country, just like English
Yes.
is. It's
So
the
I had to ask.
same thing.
I had to ask Daniel, like, do you guys say bendición in your country? Because like that's like we're raised to say that to our parents. We're raised to say that to our elders. And it's just asking for respect and for blessings. And she says it back, and I'm crying now like I was crying then. It was beautiful.
Yeah, it honestly is a very beautiful moment, and I love it so much. And it's gonna be one of those moments that on a rewatch is gonna get me too, man. And I'm like, damn it, how dare they make me? How dare they fucking do this? But it's so good.
And that's how you know they have people behind the scenes that are part of the culture. Like, I'm assuming, and we have to ask Paula when she sees the movie, like, how accurate was India to her?
Mhm.
Because like this, it was the little things, the bendiciones, the him speaking Spanglish. A lot of people who have Spanish parents that moved to America, the no sabo kids, the no sabe
Yeah,
kids,
the no sabo, yeah.
or the Spanglish kids who know more English than Spanish, or don't know Spanish, or only know little words. Where he threw words in Spanish there that was so it was great.
Yeah.
And then like seeing the food, the flan,
Yeah, I mean,
Even
there's
Jake
even.
called out the flying. He was like, "Did you see the flying?" I was like, "I'm so proud of you for
I
spotting
mean, there was
that."
even the moment when he's like running late to like the meeting or whatever,
Mhm.
and then they're like, "Oh, he's got an A in this, he's got an A in that," and he's like, "You got a B in Spanish," and his mom snaps, and you see the Puerto Rican
Snaps the
flag
Puerto Rico
in
flag.
the and
Because it's
she's like,
all sass right there.
and even Jeff is like, "Oh shit, dude, like you, like
You
man,
fucked up.
yeah, you fucked up, son. Like, what do you?" Yeah, that
It's
all that
just
stuff is just so good. Yeah,
seeing the respect they have for the culture. And it's so intricate because it's like she is Puerto Rican
yeah,
and he's Puerto Rican, but he was born on the mainland and he was
yeah,
born in America. So you see the differences there. There was that scene with the counselor where the counselor was like, "You could say that you're an immigrant," and like I've
yeah.
had that talk of like Puerto Rico's part of the U.S.
Yeah,
I'm a
yeah.
U.S. citizen.
Rio was like, yeah, Puerto Rico is, we're U.S. citizens. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, yeah,
And I love the counselor like, "Doesn't matter, get your story."
yeah. Like, well, it's like, well, we'll do whatever it takes. Yeah, yeah. So yeah,
It's really
that
good.
type of stuff is just good, and yeah, I mean, yeah, they
It's good.
great stuff that I'm glad that we're getting more of for sure.
So I just wanted to touch on that because the spider part of the movie, there's a lot to discuss, but I wanted to acknowledge the Puerto Rican part,
Oh yeah,
the respect to
absolutely.
the culture, which
For
I wish we
for
could
the
have Polly
culture.
here too
I know,
and
I
talk
know.
about the India
She's
part.
watching it tomorrow though, and so we'll definitely. I definitely want to talk to her about that though.
Yes.
Yeah,
I do too. I do too. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, great stuff. Just great things like that that are really impactful and meaningful in a movie like this, and it's great that we're getting more of that.
It is. I love it.
I love it
This
too.
is I got this, you got Jaime. Even though I'm gonna stick some claim on Jaime Reyes too.
All right. Yeah,
But then yeah, the spider part, like this is a lot
yeah. There's. I mean,
to
how'd you feel about little baby Mayday with Peter?
Joshy, how'd you feel? Wasn't she
Huh?
beautiful?
Yeah. I know. I mean,
Mayday.
Little yeah, little baby.
I don't know shit about Mayday, to be honest with you, but I thought, well, I mean, coming in, obviously, like, my knowledge of
My
comic stuff is very limited, to be fair.
yeah,
Mine is too.
my favorite
But
moment is when they were ready to go and she's pointing at the portal because she sees Gwen, and then Peter's like, "Oh, don't tell your mom or whatever," and she just puts her fucking beanie down. I was like,
Oh
"Yeah, dude,
yes.
she's ready to go, dude. Yeah,
I love her.
yeah, that's so good."
but I
But yeah,
thought she was great. I thought she was funny. Like, it was great to have the kid there. So, um, swinging around and stuff, and the way the moment with Spider-Punk and Mayday is pretty fucking hilarious. Like when he's like,
Yeah.
she's like an anarchist or something like that.
Yeah.
Or something to
she
that effect.
pooped?
He says.
Yeah, because she pooped. Yeah.
And that cracked me all the way up. But yeah, what were you saying,
Yeah,
DT? You were gonna say something about Mayday, and I cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, I just
go right ahead.
she was hilarious, and I like that Peter and MJ, because remember that was the whole thing in the first movie, right? That he's like, I fucked up, and you get to see he's like, he's got a baby now. They have a baby, and that's so cool. They got to do
Not
they
only
got to
that,
get
but
back together and be
that she
happy.
trusts him with the baby and that he has the baby. Like it's
Yeah,
not
'cause
Mary
even
taking care of the baby at that moment. It's Peter.
yeah, even like towards the end, he's like, "How am I gonna be good at this?" And she's like, "You're asking now?" Like, like there's no like blueprint for this, just
True.
yeah, and especially because they're both spider people, right? So it's like they're
hmm
how do you deal with a baby normally, and then on top of that, the fact that baby has these abilities and powers and these things, can do what you do and all that. So yeah, it was pretty cool. I'm still trying to find this 2099 stuff, but I really liked his whole what we got to deal with, what we got to see with his character in this movie. Um and then we got to see the Spider Society with all these other stuff. But really quickly, I want to bring up something that as soon as I heard this man's voice, I was like, Yo, they brought
Leonardo
back
DiCaprio.
J.K. Simmons as J. Jonah
Yeah.
Jameson. I was like,
Yeah.
yes, let's go, dude. Oh man, I love how they just bringing him in as J. Jonah Jameson and everything now. I love
Mhm.
it so much, dude. So fucking good. Also, yeah, going back to Mayday, yeah, Storm, that Peter was, yeah, when they were chasing Miles and he's like, yo, I wanted to have, that he had a kid because of Miles. That was great. That was really good.
That was a
Sure.
great scene. Yes.
Yeah.
But oh man, J. Jonah Jameson, and then like the first thing that kind of like when okay, so we haven't even started talking about the Spot yet, and his
Oh my
character and all that.
goodness.
But what an
Yes.
interesting way to go about that character, huh? I
Mm.
think what a super neat way to have this guy, like just some background dude in the first movie, be, and then even the way they introduced him as just being this goofy, silly ass, like, they Miles calls him
Villain of
like
the week.
villain of the week, yeah.
Yeah.
He's failing at stealing the ATM and whatnot. Which I like how Miles is like, why does everybody call it ATM machine? The M stands for machine.
Machine.
So
That was
yeah,
great.
that whole thing, like, what an interesting thing.
The
But like,
introduction to the Spot was great.
yeah, that was really what a good movie, man. God damn.
Talking about an arc, the Spot's arc from beginning to end of the movie where he's just like a goofy villain of the week to like, okay, he's
I'm a,
intense.
he's like, I'm
He's
gonna make.
intense.
So there's a scene in the movie, like when he's doing his whole speech, like I'm gonna make you suffer or whatever. Like when he's like
Yeah.
telling Miles, the animation throughout that when he's talking, oh my
Oh,
god!
it's so great.
I wish the movie was out digitally or on whatever that we could watch it and show it and pause it, because I want to see that fucking scene, or I want that. I'm gonna see if I can find it on Twitter or something, because it is the animation. Oh my god, it's so good.
That's
Fuck
all
me,
good.
it's so good. Holy shit, it's so good.
But like, yeah, he gets intimidating until at the end where he's actually terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, he's the villain. Did you see who voiced the Spot?
I feel like I don't think I pay attention, or I saw who it was, but I recognized. I
You
feel like I
recognize the voice.
recognized the voice. Yeah, I was like, who
Yeah.
is that?
And then it
But
got more intimidating, and I'm like, I don't know. Do I know this guy?
yeah, so I didn't get to see who it was or what it was
I
either.
want to confirm it before I say it.
Yeah, go for it.
But yeah, his voice at the beginning was just perfect, and then it got more intimidating. Like they did him so great. Where are you? I'm gonna say his name wrong if I don't look it up.
I see what it is. I see who it is now. If you want me to say it,
Yeah, say it.
Jason Schwartzman.
Yep, I was gonna say Ben. So there we go.
Jason Schwartzman. That is the voice of Spot. Yeah, I didn't know. I was like, I recognize it from somewhere, from something, but I couldn't quite, like, figure who it was. But
As
yeah,
someone who knows comics more, is the Spot like a big character or?
I mean, no, he's just like, and this is like, and again, I don't know as much of the comic stuff as Majin does. Like, he is like, Majin worked at he's on another friend of ours, Majin Shan.
Yeah.
He worked at a comic shops, and read he's read a lot of comics throughout his life and all that stuff. So probably be the better one, or somebody who reads more comics would probably be better to ask about this. Because I know some stuff, but I mean, I've never read, like, I don't have the history and the knowledge that other people do. But
Yeah.
he's not like a major cat. I mean, when you think of Spider-Man villains, you think of like the Lizard and Green Goblin and the Rhino and the Sinister Six and stuff like that. You don't think of the
Yeah.
Spot. You know what I mean? But fuck, I'm trying to find that. I mean, but anyway, I was just gonna say, like, when he discovers that the AO line of my spots can take me anywhere, or can do it with anything for me, or whatever he said.
Yeah.
Uh, and he starts going all over. Like when he went to the Lego fucking dimension, I was like, what
Yes.
the hell? I was like, we're actually doing this. This is insane. And then he went to the first live action thing we get, the Venom verse. I was like, what the hell? With the little Asian lady at the counter. I was like, what the hell? And then the one thing that blew my mind, I was not ready for this, is our first live action instance of Donald Glover as fucking the Prowler. I was like, no way they did this, dude. That is because we had seen him in Homecoming as just Aaron Davis.
Yeah.
But we get to see him as the Prowler, dude. That's insane. That was so cool, man. Oh, that was so awesome. I was not ready.
And he doesn't have to be from the MC universe. He could be just another.
Yeah, of course.
But the fact that they got Donald Glover for it,
just bonkers. It was so
amazing.
Well done. I love all the there's so many cameo Easter egg references in this movie. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's the moment where you're like, oh my God.
Like we're doing things. And then like I said, the Insomniac Spider-Man. And there's a moment when they're in their like dorm or whatever, with Genki and Miles. And I don't know if you guys, I don't know how many people noticed, but Genki's playing Spider-Man 2 on the TV.
Jake called it out immediately.
Again, I was like fucking Leonardo DiCaprio. I was Leonardo DiCaprio in a lot of moments throughout this movie. I was mentally pointing at the screen, but I wasn't actually doing it. Is what I'm trying to say. But
oh no, we were pointing. We're like, did you see that?
Nah, I was just like mentally like, holy shit, that thing and that Spider-Man and this and just playing Spider-Man 2 on the TV and oh man, so many moments like that. Oh, so good.
It's good.
So good. Fuck. And then the little spider cat shoots webs out of its mouth.
Out of his mouth. How terrifying is that?
That's so funny. Man.
Cameos.
Yeah. I really want to see more of the Spider Society. There's so many different ones out there.
But if you're gonna mention the MCU, we might as well go down the deep hole of everything that they showed.
Okay, so they start talking about canon events because this is after Miles saves the captain who's saving the kid, and he's supposed to die because every Spider-Man has that moment, right? Where somebody dies because it's a canon event. It's inevitable. It happens to all of them. And Miguel explains that, and everybody's there with him, around him, and they show us, dude, Andrew Garfield, Tobey Maguire, like the Insomniac Spider-Man, like so like the TV shows, the animated shows. I was like, this is nuts, dude. So what a cool way to just go about that and doing it, man. Like I was fully prepared to go into so many different multiverses of different universes and stuff. I wasn't ready for the live action stuff though. I was not ready for that.
I wasn't either. Like, that surprised me.
It was wild. It was wild when we got to that. But man, I loved it. And also, well, actually, I want to hear you guys' thoughts on that before I go into other things. I've been talking a lot, so let's have the people hear your thoughts because we bunch of cool shit in that.
Joshy?
On the live action stuff or
well, just
what?
like the whole like that and like the canon events and then all just that whole like here's all this cool stuff happening right now.
So I didn't think about this in a moment, but I saw somebody, I think maybe on Twitter or on Reddit or somewhere where I was looking, was like, it's kind of funny they made a movie that pretty much, that in a way, criticizes comic book writers for never letting Spider-Man be happy, right? Like they always suffer a loss, and like the whole point of this movie is the canon events and Miles kind of or they getting interrupted, right? And I thought that was interesting. Yeah, when the live action stuff, like I wasn't expecting it. I guess I should have been expecting it, but I wasn't expecting to see it. And when I saw it, I was like, that's fucking cool. That's fucking cool. Like, right? Like, the thing that made just the movie as a whole a better experience for me, I'll just talk about it now while we're talking on the movie in general, is like, so
Yeah.
I got to the theater early and I picked a seat in about the middle high area of the theater, and my theater filled up. Like, my theater that is always dead was packed for Spider-Verse. And in front of me they're like in front of me to the left sat these two kids, and I was like, and it's just them, and I was just like, oh great, these two kids are gonna be here, they're gonna ruin my movie going experience. Well, they're not. Just like they didn't. They made the movie so much better, right? Because they're in front of me, I can see them in my sight line. So like when the music hits, they're dancing in their seats, right? When a joke comes on, they're the first ones to laugh. Like the whole when the Spider-Man pointing thing happened across the entire Spider-Verse, my theater erupted. But it was led by those two kids that made it comfortable enough for everybody else in there to lose their shit. And I sat there and thought,
that is nice.
That's what it is like to be a kid and watch a movie and just enjoy a movie. I don't know. It just made it so much better for me. Like, so while I love the movie anyway, those two kids made it so much better. And I hated myself for thinking these kids are going to ruin this for me like an idiot. Like, that's so dumb. Well, I didn't think they were going to ruin it for me, but I was like, please don't take out your phones. I don't know why because people take out their phone. I won't lie, there was an old man in the front fucking row that took his phone out, and it was like a beacon went off. It was like Gondor calls for aid in the front row.
Yeah,
and
that's what I was gonna say, dude.
I was like, please, why you got your phone on, man? Go outside if you wanted to be on the phone. Like, get the fuck out of here. You're ruining this. These two kids right here are making this movie so much better, and you're ruining it. But yeah, like God, because when I go to the movies, a lot of the times it's pretty dead at my theater. Like the last time that the theater was this packed was No Way Home. Far From, which one's the most recent Spider-Man? I get them fucking mixed up.
No Way Home.
No Way Home. Well, it was packed, right? And it was so packed that I couldn't even sit where I usually sit. And I think that just shows the appeal of fucking not just Spider-Man, but just Spider people in general. It's like everybody turns out for those fucking Spider movies. Like, it doesn't matter if it's that one or the animated one. Everybody loves it. And I don't know, when the movie first started and those kids started dancing, I was like, I regret thinking the thought of them taking their phones out, because they're just going to make this movie fucking great for me, aren't they? And they totally did. And it just made me, and when I say it made me feel great, it just made me feel like I was a kid with them, right? Like, it made me feel like I know this feeling. I remember what it was like to be young and my back didn't hurt as much, you know? So yeah, those are just some of my general thoughts on it. Yeah,
that's cool, man. One of my favorite things about going to a movie theater is the experience, you know, because like just the people that are there, like you're all there for one thing, right? It's like the same way I feel about like going to like Star Wars Celebration or like a Comic-Con or something. You're all there for a common shared interest. You're all here to watch something or you know, experience something. And it's just one of the best, like, it's one of the best things, dude. Like, I don't know. I love it so much, man. Like, going to a movie theater and watching this movie with all these people that are enjoying it as well. And you all just, it makes the movie better when like you have people who are like being hype at the right moments and just, you know, just having a good time with it. You know what I mean? So yeah. But what I was gonna say next, Baba, I don't know if you had something else to say, but I wanted to go back to the earlier conversation that I had. I finally found the image of the Spider-Man 2099 redesign, so we can check that out real quick. But yeah, I don't know if you had something to say.
Ooh, those shoulders.
So
that's all I gotta say.
So first movie to second movie, that's the redesign right there.
The shoulders. I
So
like
we
that because
can-
it focuses on him being intimidating, which he is, and he needs to be in this film.
Yeah, so you can kind of see
That's great.
the logo redesign, the obviously broader, wider shoulders. Yeah, I think it's, you know, pretty. I mean, I don't mind the first one either, but I think they They did fucking
I
great.
stand
with
by my
the
earlier
design, too.
statement. I think the one on the left's a different one.
It could very much be, yeah.
Yeah, possible.
Like, if it's not a redesign, I really do feel like the one on the left's a different one. I could be wrong.
Possible. The other thing I wanted to bring up is this. When I was talking about the spot, look at this. This is phenomenal. I fucking love this shot, man.
Amazing.
Even one of the people who worked on it tweeted after, or the first tweet, Michael Lasker says, "This shot is the culmination of years of development, experimentation, and artistic resilience. So proud of it." And as he should, and as they should be. What a fucking great shot, man.
Beautiful
Holy
and
moly.
terrifying.
Yeah. That's like,
so cool.
It makes me think of like Stranger Things-ish type shit, you know, like that kind of vibe to it almost. Like, but God, I can't imagine how much work went into making something like that. Like, that is so nutty.
It really
It's
is.
gorgeous. It's gorgeous and terrifying. It's gorgeous and terrifying.
You're right. Like they embody the moment, not just the character, but the moment. You know what? I'll also pay your artist, okay?
Yes. Because look at this. This is
'Cause look at that.
I'm jealous of the talent. This is amazing. It's so good.
It's beautiful.
And then like just since we're like showing off gifts here, going back to Mumbattan, look at this, man. Oh, so good. So good. And then oh man, then I got another one to show you after this. God damn, there's so much good shit in
It's
this
great.
movie.
Just the way he uses that thing, and I can't wait for Paula to see this.
Yes. Paula, she's. I think she's gonna love it.
Yeah.
If she doesn't love it, and we're just all,
I know, right? I'm
Right?
just waiting for her to be
Paula's
like,
gonna love
I
it.
hated it.
we're gonna be like, oh, we're so sorry.
We were so wrong. We misjudged you.
But yeah,
Are
look
we
at
the
that. Oh,
problem?
so colorful, so bright. Fucking the design for Spider-Man India is so
The way
good.
he's using his feet with the string, with the twirly thingy.
The
which I
way he
didn't find out the name.
traverses is like some of the coolest, like, because all the spider people kind of do their own like moves and stuff in the air. Yeah, I love the way he does his. Like, it might be my favorite, to be honest. The way he just moves around as he swings and does stuff is so fucking cool.
It's
All right, next gift, DT, hit me with this great
All right.
art.
So I was gonna ask you guys, how do you feel about the animation during the Gwen Stacy stuff? Because that was a particular style and like choice that they went with on here, which apparently was inspired by Cinderella from 1950.
Oh, I can see that now that you say that.
Oh yeah, it's
So-
beautiful.
That was the inspiration behind the Gwen Stacy animation style. Is what they were saying in an NY Times interview. They said, "I remember seeing the scene where Cinderella's dress is being torn apart by the evil stepsisters, and the background starts reacting to this emotional trauma that she's going through. So that was the inspiration between that, or for that."
That's beautiful. I do love that moment where she run like he doesn't even finish the sentence of can we still have do you still have it in you to hug your dad?
Yeah,
And she like instant in
Yep.
his arms, and then the
like you
world
said before he
reacts
could
to it.
finish. Yeah,
Yeah.
And
No.
so what looks like a cold room slowly blossoms into this warm, heartfelt moment between father and daughter, and it's beautiful.
I love how they can tell a story through just that
Art?
Like, it's so good. Oh, I love it. That's why I love this fucking like the Spider-Verse movie animation style that has inspired other movies to do this style as well. I love it so much. Whoever thought of the idea of like let's do this animation style for the first one, they're a genius, because what a fucking amazing.
Pay them the money.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
give them whatever they want, because it's incredible. But yeah, some of the stuff I really love seeing, and then
Sorry,
also
Stormy.
like the
Sorry, said
very oh
That made me
yeah.
laugh. That made me laugh.
That brought a laugh in the theater as well.
I know we kind of talked about it briefly as well, but the Spider-Punk style was also really like, for lack of a better term, very punk rock.
Yeah.
Very like
Very much
cool.
so.
I dug it. Like even when like you see his guitar on his back or when he's like dragging it on the floor, it kind of has like this outer layer to it.
Yeah.
That was like very, very interesting.
Oh, we're about to have a co-star. See if she'll show up. Nope.
Oh, are we? No, never mind.
Oh, she was
Saw
like,
her for a
I'm out of here.
second. There she was. We
Saw
saw
her
you
tail for a second.
Yeah. So just what a great movie. What a great style. I
Beautiful
love it so
animation.
much. Yeah, beautiful animation. I honestly I can't wait to watch it again. Like I really can't.
Oh
Like
man.
I'm like whenever it's out digitally and we can like check it out on like wherever it's gonna be at. Like like you
And
said, there's gonna be a lot of pausing and
a lot of
looking at
pausing.
stuff.
We're gonna read all those speech bubbles because there were so many.
It was a lot, yeah. Like
Not
when they
speech
get it,
bubbles.
the,
They're not speech bubbles, but they're another bubble.
I know what you mean. Yeah,
Yeah.
the
informative bubble.
when they get to the Spider Society and they like start showing everybody on screen, they start popping up like this is this one. Yeah, you're like, oh man, there's a lot. I definitely tried to read as much of those as I could, but I didn't get to all of them. Another thing that I wanted to ask you guys about, which is very early on in the movie, is how did you feel about the medieval like Renaissance vulture? Because
The
that
art
was
on that?
really cool, man.
It was. It
What
looked insane.
a
Like,
neat fucking design and art style. Yeah.
I love that each thing has its moment to shine with its art.
Yeah, honestly. I love how they just blend in all these different styles together. It's just it works so well. Like I like unlike almost anything I've ever seen. Like it's just so cool seeing everything just working so well with one another like this. It's just awesome. And yeah, I really thought what a neat choice for the vulture,
It was really
bring him in
great.
like that.
But we got to go back to the canon events.
Canon events. Oh yeah, I mean, listen, whenever Josh and I do this stuff, Baba, we kind of jump all over the place.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
But
I love the flow of it.
honestly, I love if there's something you want to bring up, please bring it up because oftentimes I find myself wanting to talk about stuff and I just forget to bring it up because we go off on
Yeah.
tangents and
That's
other
what my
things.
notepad's for.
Thank you, Baba. I appreciate it. We need to have you every week. I'm just kidding. You can't do that. But
My little notepad.
but yes, thank you for taking notes and asking questions and stuff. Yeah. What do you want to bring up? Yeah, please.
I don't know if I want to bring up anything. I'm just saying
No,
we need to go
just
back
talk
to the.
about whatever you want to talk about. Yeah. The canon events. Yeah.
Oh no, he just came and looked at me. Now I feel weird. The canon events and how important they are to Spider-Man and
Yeah.
and these moments.
Yeah.
And they're all one thing. I thought I was dumb. I thought the first movie had his canon event of losing his uncle.
His uncle, yeah.
So it came to a complete surprise to me that, oh, you're gonna have to lose your dad too. And it's because he's a captain.
Yeah.
And that Gwen had that moment too, which I wanted to ask you, does Gwen not lose her dad now because he quit?
I think she doesn't.
Yeah.
But then like you said, now it goes on to Miles. Like is he gonna lose his dad or not? That's the thing now. But yeah, I don't think Gwen she loses her pops now.
I think the thought of her losing her dad after she leaves, right, and she learns all this multiverse stuff is the stuff that kind of motivates a lot of how she acts for a good chunk of the movie, right? Like it's why she kind of never goes back to her universe or all that. It's like, well, he's a captain, he's gonna die, right? So, like, I found it interesting. They didn't say that, obviously, but it's very heavily implied that after she goes to the Spider-Verse world and the way that she acts around Miles and the way a lot of them act around Miles is fascinating. And I was the same as you, Baba, when it was like, well, he's already had his canon event, right? Like he lost his uncle.
Yeah.
And then Miguel drops the bomb. It's like, you're not even supposed to be Spider-Man. The spider that bit you is not even from your universe, right? Like that blew my brains out because I wasn't expecting that either.
And I think that was so powerful. The fact that the first movie is Miles accepting that he is Spider-Man. He's like, I always cry at the last lines of the first movie of anybody can be Spider-Man. You can be Spider-Man. You just have to it's this whole moment of I'm Spider-Man. I believe I'm Spider-Man now. That's his leap of faith.
Mhm.
And then in this movie, you have Miguel yelling in his face, you were never meant to be Spider-Man. You are not the Spider-Man. And this is why. And I just love that so much that they focus on that moment. And then is Miles going to lose that? Is he going to lose that confidence for a second of like, it was never supposed to be me? Or is he going to have that strength from the first movie carry on through of like, I am Spider-Man?
It's going to be a really interesting thing to see how he deals with where he ends up at the end of the movie, right? Because he's in a different world that, is like, he's going to have to reckon with a lot of things that Miguel told him kind of being true. There's a world out there with a Spider-Man, without a Spider-Man that should have a Spider-Man, right? Like,
yes.
Yeah.
And that's why I find Miguel so fascinating in the movie. It's like, in some ways, he's not a bad guy. He is a very layered anti-hero, I see why he's doing what he's doing. I understand why he's doing what he's doing, but I'm on Miles' side because I like Miles and the way everybody kind of treats him. Like, he is, and this is the thing I love about the movie. Miles is angry and he is upset and nobody ever tells him he doesn't have the right to be. He absolutely has every right to be angry. He has every right to be upset at everybody. At Gwen, at Peter B, at all the other Spider people. I'm glad that they let him have his moment of anger and not say, like, you don't deserve it. Like, no, of course he absolutely deserves to be mad. Everything you've told him, like, you've held back. You've been able to come and visit and you haven't. Like, because you learned this thing about me, that I'm, like, the source of this. Nah, I'm not gonna deal with that. I'm gonna be mad. So, like, I'm glad that they never tell him that he doesn't have the right to be angry. That's a thing that happens a lot in movies where it's like, you don't have any right to be this upset. No, Miles has every right to be this upset. And I would be upset too. Because I put myself in that moment and I would be pissed too. Like, so I appreciate that, I guess.
Yeah, no.
I agree.
Yeah,
and then,
it's
like,
totally
Stormy said
understandable.
down there too that, like, not only was he not supposed to be, but like Peter died
Yeah.
in his
Yeah.
world. So,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
putting the death of Peter on him, Miguel, ¿qué haces? What are you doing?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
It's like, your Spider-Man
That's-
died. Protecting you.
They call him, it wasn't an abomination. What was it? It started with the A, right? Like, abnormal? No.
No, I know what you're
Anomaly.
talking about.
Anomaly.
Anomaly, yeah.
Yeah.
They called him an anomaly for that. So I wonder how that's going to affect his character. I can't wait to see Beyond. I want to see the resolution to this, but I can't wait to see
Well,
Across again.
The good thing is that it comes out next year. Like, we don't have to wait we don't have to wait as long as we did from the first one to this one. But yeah, honestly, I'm with you though. I can't wait to rewatch this one. Like, I really liked it, so for that reason I want to watch it again. But just like catching stuff that I missed, because I mean, I there's some stuff that I caught my first time, but I mean, there's other stuff that I did not. So
yeah.
Jake, I agree with you in the chat. Like, Peter from the first movie that died would be on Miles' side. I agree with that completely. Like, because
100%.
his first instinct in that first movie, the thing that gets him killed, is to protect Miles, and he knows Miles is a spider, as future Spider-Man, right? Like, they sense each other, and his first instinct is, one, to protect him in that moment, and right before he dies is make sure you wear a mask. You got to wear a mask. It's very important that you protect those people. Yeah, exactly. Like, even then, even as he dies, his last thoughts are to help and protect Miles. It feels like some of the other people in the Spider-Verse are a little infected by Miguel's, like, anomaly thing, right? Like, it's like they're kind of missing it a little bit, that protection in some ways.
That's why I think it's important. We got to wait to see what Miguel's backstory is, because it's going to show us why.
Yeah,
because there is more to it. There is more to it.
There
You know
is,
what's
yeah.
Not
funny?
that he's right. Not that he's right, but
No, I got you.
just to inform us more.
Yeah, that's one of the things
What's
that.
funny?
So what's funny is I thought the Spot was a nobody villain. So I'll be honest, I went and peed at the start of the movie when he's kind of in the convenience store.
Oh,
and then I
no.
came back and they're explaining the origin story, and I was like, oh, so like I needed to point that out. I was only gone for a few seconds, but I came right back and I was like, man, I'm glad I went early to the restroom, because if I came in when all this other shit was happening, I would have been so confused at what was going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, in my brain I just thought, like, we see Miguel chasing him in one of the early trailers, right? So I thought he was the main focus. They do a good job of it. Like,
Yeah.
the Spot is just in the trailer as almost like a joke, right? Like,
Yeah.
and then it turns out, no, he's not a joke. He's kind of the main bad guy for the catalyst for almost everything that's going to happen or will happen.
Yeah.
Because he sees everything.
Like I said earlier, like when we kind of briefly talked about the Spot, what a just smart, interesting way to go about that character in this, man. Like,
And terrifying.
yeah.
Can't
Like,
get
you
over
think
just how
like he's just some
terrifying.
goofy dude who gets hit with a bagel in the first movie,
Mhm.
and now he's just bumbling around, failing to steal an ATM, and then like over, slowly over the, well, not slowly, but like over the course of the movie, he kind of just, is like growing in power and just, and yeah, that shot, that gif that we showed earlier was just one of the best like fucking pieces of animation, I think, that
Yeah.
is in the movie.
I want to know, when they shot the first movie, did they know when that bagel hit that person, that was the villain of the next 2 movies?
I don't know. I want to say no, but you never know. I mean,
You
these
never know with
movies
these things.
take forever to plan out, and do and execute. So maybe, but I don't know. I don't know that. I would love for an interviewer to ask them that question. If I got a chance to interview them, I
Just
would
send
be.
me.
Yeah, let's send Baba. Yeah, and then
Baba and her
can ask
notebook.
them all
Let's
about.
go.
Yeah, Baba and her little note, her little sticky notes and stuff.
Yeah.
No, those notes.
Yeah.
Do you think canon events, is this going to be a series where canon events are going to be not needed, or is it going to be where canon events have to happen? So I guess the easier way to ask the question, do you think he's going to save his dad and still be Spider-Man, or do you think he's going to lose his dad?
I think he's gonna. I mean, I have no basis off of this or anything. This is just me like guessing and kind of throwing that out there. I think he's gonna find a way to save his pops and still remain Spider-Man.
I hope
Like
so.
ultimately, I think he's gonna find a way to do it, because throughout this entire movie, they, like Josh said, everybody keeps telling him how his life is gonna go and what is gonna happen to him. But Miles is like, I'm gonna do my own thing. So I think he's gonna find a way, with the help. Which, by the way, that team that Gwen assembles at the end of the movie.
Oh my god!
I was like, yes, we're getting the squad from the first one again, and we're getting Spider-Man India, and we're getting like, oh man,
the other one. There was one more, right?
Yeah, there was a whole team. I'm trying to remember who was there. It was the team from the first movie. It was Spider-Man India.
Penny.
Yeah, Penny, Spider-Man Noir, Spider-Ham.
Hobie.
Oh yeah,
Spider-Punk.
Hobie. Yeah, Spider-Punk. Yeah. That's the one. Yes. So that whole team, I was like, yes, we're getting the band back together with our new peoples from this movie, and it's going down. Yeah, I think they're gonna find a way to get it done.
If they find the way, is that for all Spider-Man or just him because he's the anomaly? There's so many questions. I want more.
If I had to guess, I would say just for him. Because if they did it for everybody, that would be kind of,
Isn't there a line in the movie? I don't remember who says it. Somebody says it to Miguel. That's like, we don't know what happens or something, right? That after a canon event is stopped. Isn't that a line that happens in the movie? Does anybody remember? That line? Or am I making something up? Maybe that wasn't in the movie.
What was it again? Sorry, I was looking up something.
Somebody says to Miguel that maybe we don't we don't know exactly what happens after a canon event is disrupted, or like what happens after everything is kind of taken over. Isn't that a line or something like that?
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
is that
was
when
it
they're trying to
Jessica
save
or was
Moonbutton?
it Gwen?
I think it was Jessica. Jake saying Jessica says that. So I'm not. I remember there being a line. I don't remember the exact line, and I thought, well, maybe there's something to that line.
Because it was something
That's
like
gonna
that. Like,
have
are
an
you
end
sure? Are you
thing going
sure
on.
you know what? Like, are we sure we know what happens or something like that? Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. I think maybe it was. I think it was Gwen, but yeah. I know the scene you're talking about though. But
Yeah.
yeah, I want to say it was Gwen, but I'm not 100%.
So I was wondering if maybe that line had some bearing on what's gonna happen. I don't know if it will or not. but
Maybe.
it
No, it
stuck in
might.
my
It just
mind.
might.
It stuck in my mind later, after the movie was over.
But yeah, we have Peter B. Parker, Spider-Man India, Spider-Bite, Spider-Punk, and then Noir, Penny Parker, and Spider-Ham. That's the team. Because Gwen, yeah, she quits the Spider Society and forms her own team. So yeah. We're going to save
It's
Miles. How'd you guys feel about like when Miles reveals to his other mother that he is Spider-Man? She's like, "What? Is that like your costume for the Comics Con or whatever?" and all that.
Comics Con.
Yeah.
That was great.
Because throughout the whole movie, I was waiting. I was like, Miles, just tell your parents, dude.
Yeah.
Throughout the whole movie, I was thinking that. I was like, just tell them, man. Because Gwen is like, no, don't do it. But I'm like, Miles, do your own thing. Like you keep saying, just tell him, you know.
Yeah.
And then he finally does. I'm like, oh yes, he's finally told his mom. And then it's like, nope, that ain't even his actual mom.
Did you
Like,
guys
oh,
realize
man.
that? Because I sure the fuck didn't. Apparently, people that were eagle-eyed could recognize that it was different. Not me. I thought it was all correct. And I was so wrong.
I had two people next to me who were pointing things out, so I kind of knew ahead of time because Lessa said from the very beginning when they showed the big spider that sends you back to your universe, she goes, "It's gonna have problems with Miles because of his DNA," and I'm like, "You're right."
I mean, listen, I'll tell you what, I was not thinking that way, but Lessa,
I wasn't either.
You got
Lessa
it,
called
I
it from the
guess.
very beginning, yeah.
That's off.
And I was like,
Lessa,
I don't know if
smarter than
I would have
am.
called it just because
The
someone
other
told
thing
me
is-
as they were watching.
The other thing is, I probably would have got more if I had rewatched Into the Spider-Verse because I did not rewatch it when you guys rewatched it. Because I know you guys recently.
That's on
did.
you.
I know, but
That's both on you.
I know, but yeah, I'm sure you guys might have been able to catch more that made more sense, you know, in the second movie. But no, I didn't immediately catch that it was different. You know, not his own universe. But also look at Kaya, man. She came to talk about Spider-Man too.
Hey.
See, I was waiting for
Kaya
Jake
is
to
a
put
huge-
a Spider-Man mask on her and send her in. I thought that'd be pretty funny.
Kaya's a huge Spider-Man fan. It's her favorite.
You got to get her one of those Spider-Man masks like the Spider Cat, you know.
Yeah.
She's like, you can give me a treat.
Right. Nah, yeah, but no, I didn't immediately catch that right away. But it was really cool though. Like the way they went about that. I was not expecting it.
I'm happy that you guys had that moment. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's
it
how you're
was-
supposed to experience it.
It was like, whoa, that's cool. But yeah, and then you know, obviously, I some of the stuff I just missed because I was like so enthralled by like the
Right.
animation and just like the movie and
Yeah.
everything, you know, that like I'll probably catch on the second time or the third time or whatever. But like, yeah, I'm just like I was so into it, man. I was like, man, this looks beautiful, and I just love what they're doing. Did you guys catch the Everything Everywhere All at Once reference in the movie?
Where?
There's a billboard and it says like I forget what it says, but it's like all something. It's like all A's, like all something something something.
I
And
didn't
then-
see it.
Yeah, it's like a billboard on top of a building somewhere. That I thought was kind of funny.
There's so much in
And
this
I'm like,
fucking
I
movie
see
that
it. I see.
I missed more than I probably saw. Like, there's so much.
Oh, definitely.
There's a lot in
so
this
much.
movie, man. Like, yeah. Yeah, it's impossible to catch everything, man. There's so much.
Yes. And then did you catch the one of the things I did catch when he was starting to talk to his mom, not his mom,
Hmm.
and he started to talk about his dad, and she said Miles in a way that I was like, oh, his dad's dead in this universe. So I caught
Oh
that one
yeah.
beforehand. Because just the way she said
I f-
Miles,
I figured that like yeah, once what you call it once we got in
Aaron,
like once we got Aaron, I was like, oh no, he's not around.
yeah,
He's
it switched.
yeah, it was the opposite. And so that's kind of when I was like, okay, that's what we're doing here. Gotcha.
Hmm.
And then sure enough, Miles is the Prowler in this universe, and yeah, that's gonna be interesting, man. How they left that off for Beyond.
Yeah, I can't wait for
Very,
it.
very interesting.
There's two moments I had like goosebumps. The first one is in the first movie with the leap of faith. The
Mhm.
second one is second Miles or the original Miles or I don't know, Prowler Miles lifting his mask, and it's just like goosebumps of like this
Oh,
could have been him.
yeah. I as soon as like uh Aaron, his uncle, was like, I'm not the Prowler. I was like, oh, I know who it is. I know who is the
Yeah,
Prowler though. Yeah, I
Yeah.
knew immediately. I was
yeah,
like that. Yeah, and yeah, it was interesting because another giveaway was like he's like, oh, you like changed your hair or whatever, right?
yeah,
That was
yeah.
the other thing too. I was like, oh,
Yep.
I see. Yep,
Oh my
makes
god, the
sense.
braids.
Yeah, yeah, that's a look, huh? It's a
Very.
different look for
That's
Miles.
the
Yeah,
look.
yeah,
It was great. Oh, I love this movie.
I do too. I literally
Yeah.
cannot wait. I want to rewatch it with you guys because like it's
Yes.
oh yeah, and like Jake said, just pause like every 2 seconds just to see everything again. Man,
Hmm.
it's gonna be fun, 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 fun. And I want to watch it with people who haven't seen it, man. That's gonna be so. Oh man.
Yeah. I
I
do
want
too.
to be with Paula. I
Yeah,
want to be with
I know,
Paula after
right?
she watches.
I was like, I wish. Let me go to Joyzy real quick and
Oh,
Yeah.
fucking
let's
go
all go to
watch it.
Jersey.
One of the
Yeah,
things I said was like, I wish we could have just all been together, like we were at WaveCon, just all together and
Yeah.
enjoying
Well,
Spider-Man together, you know?
yeah. It reminded me of like when we went to go watch Far From Home at WaveCon 3. Man, that
Yeah.
was another different Spider-Man movie, but Spider-Man movie. That it's fun. It's cool watching it with everybody.
Maybe for the third. Oh, no, the third one's in March. Never mind.
Yeah. Uh, well, still, really, yeah. It's man, what a movie. I can't say enough how much I love these movies. They're so good. Yeah, we mentioned that earlier, Jake, with with those
Yeah.
jokes. Yeah. Yeah, that shit's funny, man.
She's gonna crack up, or we hope she will.
Yeah, I think she'll have fun with it. I mean, we'll find out tomorrow, but
Yeah.
yeah, I think she'll have fun with it for sure. But yeah, what other things did you want to bring up, or do you have any other notes, Baba?
No,
Because
it was the spot.
I'm at the point right now where I'm like, we talked about so much that I don't know what else you guys want to talk about.
Nope, we covered it. Of course, I'm missing stuff because I only saw the movie once and I saw it on Saturday. So
Yeah,
yeah, I'm missing stuff and I can't wait to see more.
that's fair. Yeah, I've only seen it once as well. I watched it yesterday. And yeah, there's it's impossible to catch in any movie. It's impossible to catch all of it the first time, but even more so a movie like this where there's so much. And like I think I mentioned this to you guys, or I mentioned it to somebody, but this movie is 2 hours and 20 minutes, and it didn't feel like that long at all to me. At
Bro,
least it was
it
like
went so fast.
I love when I watch a movie and it's like you know, like for an animation movie, 220 is like kind of more than
It's up
usual.
there.
And to me, I was like, I was like, obviously the way they ended, you're like, I want more, right? But
Especially with
Hmm.
this art style.
yeah,
Like, that's fucking,
Yeah,
that's a lot of
beautiful.
work. A lot of work.
that's money.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's why you
Yeah.
understand. Like, it takes some years and so much manpower and resources to get it done because just you see the end product and you're like, I get it, man. It looks so good.
I did have one more question
Yeah, go for it.
because
Yeah.
I brought up canon events, and do you think that Miles is gonna have to deal with losing his father? do you think are we going to be able to save Mumbattan?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, not Miles, Miguel said that it's possible, but it's like really difficult to do, right? Or something like that.
Mhm.
So that's a good question, man. I'm not sure.
Is
I
he
really
gonna
don't
have
know.
to lose somebody for
I think
his world to be saved?
actually I think because every Spider-Man has to have like a, you know, uh
A
like a
canon
canon
event?
event. I think his is gonna change because of
Hmm.
uh you know, Miles saving the guy that was supposed to die. So I think he will have one, and I just hope for his sake it ain't his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Because that'd be fucked up if it is. Because then it'd be like, you know, Andrew Garfield with Gwen Stacy, right? Or and that would be
Well,
that'd be
that was
real
a
sad.
big theory for this movie. They were like, Gwen with movies number 2, the second movies doesn't do so well. So a
Well, I
few
mean,
people were thinking she was gonna pass in this movie.
even Gwen herself mentions like Gwen Stacy and Spider Man never works out
Yeah.
super
Yeah.
well, right?
Yeah.
Which is yeah, very true. Like it usually does not end well for them. Uh, you know.
Spider-Man's not allowed to be happy. It's okay. It's a writer's mandate. We know this from all the comics. They always make him sad. They always make something terrible happen.
But ain't none of them sadder than Ben Riley though, right?
Just don't depress. Don't make Spider-Man India depressed. Please no. I love him. Mm,
Yeah, I'm
He's so
actually
happy.
really curious about what's gonna go on with there. But I do think that he's gonna have other canon events that are gonna change from what happened in this movie.
Maybe him helping
Oh,
Miles
and
is his canon event.
yeah. Another thing was, yeah, they brought up Andrew Garfield and they showed Toby, but they didn't show
No,
Tom.
no Tom. Yeah,
But they did mention him specifically early in the movie with the
Yeah.
whole "Don't even bring up Doctor Strange" with.
yeah. He's like with that idiot or whatever from
So, like, we didn't see him, but he was mentioned, so maybe we do see him in Beyond.
I think I know that Tom also recently was in the news because he's like Spider-Verse is I think the first one. He says like the best Spider-Man movie or whatever, or his favorite
Yeah,
one. Or so I think, and I think I
Bizarre.
remember hearing an interview um where or something they said that they asked him and Zendaya if they would like to be in the movies, and they were like, "Yeah, we would," you know. So I could totally see them being in the third one.
Yeah.
At
Do it.
because
Because
now that they've done live action, they could totally do it. Like absolutely
Mhm.
could happen.
like one of the things though is like I think I saw somebody say this, so it's not my idea, but I wish it was because it's fucking smart. It's like in the last Spider-Man movie, Tom Holland Spider-Man goes out of his way to save everybody. Goes out of his way to save villains that are supposed to die, right? Canon
Yeah.
events, right?
Yeah,
And
That is true.
like he would fit in, he would immediately be on Miles' side. Easy, 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 easy on Miles' side. So I could see him doing that, to be honest with you. Like,
it's a good point.
especially
Yeah,
after that last movie. Like, so I wish it was my idea. It's not. I saw it somewhere else. I was like, oh, I'm gonna steal it though. I'm gonna bring it up on the
That's brilliant.
podcast.
yeah.
But it makes so
Well,
much
Like,
sense when you think about it. Like,
it does. Yeah, yeah, it really does. It's like I could totally see him showing up in the next one for sure. Which is something that I would have like before watching this movie. I'm like, I don't know if they would do live action and mix it with animation. But now that they have, literally anything is possible. They could do fucking whatever, dude. Like that's just wild. I always imagine like if they were gonna introduce the live action Spider-Man, they do them like animated style too, like in their own way. But they just straight up are doing it live action. So hey, fuck it. Let's go for it. Let's go full. Let's go all out, man. Why not?
yeah.
I'm
Oh
about it.
man, all three live action Spider-Man with the other Spider people. Oh dude, that'd be so crazy. I would
Oh,
love it.
man. Yeah, Jake.
Yeah, dude. For real. Yeah, just man.
So, ending thoughts. Is it a thumbs up or a thumbs down movie?
It's a big thumbs up from me.
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah.
really like it. I really, really like it. It's one of those movies where you just like want to talk to everybody about it who's seen it, and like
Yes.
you just want to like share your thoughts in places, but it just came out, so you don't want to spoil people, because you want
Mhm.
everybody to have the experience that you had, which is going in there and just spoiler free and just experiencing it for what it is. And yeah, like what I said earlier, I can't wait to watch it with people who haven't seen it. I can't wait to watch it again and just kind of slowly go through it. And yeah, I'm just what a great movie. I really, really liked it. Um Again, I'm gonna have to probably watch it a couple more times to see how I compare it to the first one. But I do see what you mean, Baba, about like being a one whole complete story. I think once the third one comes out, it'll be even more so.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, I mean, the animation is just was phenomenal in the first movie, but I think in this one they did some things that were just even better than that as well.
Yeah.
And then I will say
Mhm.
though, the soundtrack in the first one I think is definitely better in the first one than this one for me. And I think
Yeah.
most people feel that way for the most part. Like I know you say that, and Storm says that, and just I think
Well,
it's just yeah.
I had the first soundtrack on repeat for like months. Months. It
Yeah, I
made it
think
on my Spotify playlist of the year.
yeah, it's so good. Yeah, it really is really good. Yeah. But yeah,
Joshy?
those are just my
Mm,
thoughts. I really love
sorry.
the movie. Yeah.
Oh, I love the movie. Like I don't know what else to say. Like I think everything we've said on this show is just like, yeah, this is 2 thumbs up. Go see it immediately if you haven't seen it already. But hopefully, most of you that are in chat have seen it because we spoiled it, and I don't want to ruin that for you. Like,
Yeah, we
like,
spoiled a lot.
I like I look forward to what's coming next. Like when it ended, I wanted to scream, no, don't end.
Yeah.
I want it to be
Yeah.
over because I was just it went so quick. Like I I have like I was always like Peter Parker's my guy, right? Doesn't matter who it was, that's Spider-Man. Well, now I have Peter Parker, I have Miles Morales, I have Gwen Stacy, I have all these spider people, this whole spider universe, like that
Yeah.
are because I was never really in the comics. I was all about the movies and all that stuff. So that's kind of all I've ever really known. And what made me fans was they put them in movies and they made them great and made me love them and made me cry with them and made me, you know, feel like I could wear the mask. Like especially in that first movie where
Yes.
they're like, you can wear the mask. Anybody can wear the mask. It's just Miles right now. Like it's so that really resonated and it made me just a fan of all the Spider folks. So 2 thumbs up. Go see it if you haven't seen it and come watch it with us when we watch it again multiple times. I'm sure because I can't wait to watch it again.
Yes. And I have gone down as saying this is the first one is the best Spider-Man movie out there, and the second one is this one, Across the Spider-Verse. And I don't want to, knock on wood. So is the third one, and it will be the best Spider-Man trilogy out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all I can say. I think it's the best Spider-Man right now we have.
I got you. I do not disagree. All right. If that's it, are we done, guys? Is there anything else you want to talk about, or are we done?
I think we've been here long enough. We were
All
able
right.
to cover Ted Lasso and Spider-Verse, and yeah, it was two really good things that have recently come out, and just awesome stuff, man. I love that we're getting amazing things like this these days. What a time, right? To have so many good things to watch and check out, and hopefully in order for we continue to get more stuff like this, but in order for that to happen, they need to pay the writers and
Yeah.
Yes.
get the WGA situation figured out, because without them you have nothing. So
Mm-hmm.
you know all you out there, if anybody out there is listening who has any control over any of that, pay these people, treat them right, because they like doing what they do, and you will be better off, and we'll all be better off if you know, we can get this figured out. And yeah, just I look forward to the next movie. Like you guys said, I can't wait. I'm just glad we only have to wait like a year, because
Not even.
well, yeah, I just mean like 2024, but yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just
I'm just trying to be optimistic, Daniel.
I know. Listen, I'm just glad. I'm so glad I got to watch this in the theater. I wish I would have seen the first one in the theater. God damn it!
Same.
Watching this one, just man, so good. But anyway, I've talked enough. You guys go ahead. Yeah, awesome.
I'm done, Baba. Is there anything else you want to do to bring up, or are we done? We wouldn't do our shout outs now if you guys are ready. All right.
Best Spider-Man movie right now.
DT says he's done with talking, so we're gonna throw Baba into the fire, make her do her shout outs first. No, I'm kidding. We're not gonna do that. I'm gonna throw it to DT first. DT, you're up to do your shout outs, bud. Baba, you can go second.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us today on this episode of the podcast, episode 162. Look, you get me and Miles and Ted all together here in one shot, and everybody else here. What a fun episode. Thanks for joining us, guys. We'll be back next week. Summer Game Fest is gonna be the topic, so stay tuned for that. We're gonna have a lot to cover this next week. I'm gonna be streaming it as well, so if you want to check out that live, come over on Thursday over on my Twitch. I'll upload it on the YouTubes afterwards as well. Coming up for me, I have Diablo 4 tomorrow. I'm starting my journey in hell. I know it's out officially now, as of right now, as about like an hour ago. I think it went live, the game.
Yep.
But I'm gonna start it tomorrow because I want to stream it. And yeah, we'll be doing that tomorrow for a while. And then Final Fantasy VII, I want to continue the remake. I'm almost done with it. I'm only a few chapters away from being done, so can't wait for that. And then yeah, Summer Game Fest. But yeah, just stay tuned. Follow me on all the things here on the sidebars, and thank you, Baba, for joining us. Great to have you as always. Glad you're wanting to come on here and just talk about shit for a couple hours, and yeah, just thank you, and thank you everybody for watching and listening. I'll see you on the next one. Bye bye. Peace out.
All right, Baba, we're gonna throw to you. What do you got? Any shout outs, Baba? Anything you want to recommend, or anything coming up, or anything you want to talk about just in your goodbyes? You're on the main screen.
Thank you to Josh and Daniel for inviting me yet again. You guys always make me feel comfortable. I'm a little uncomfortable in front of the camera, but you guys always make me feel comfortable, and I love talking nerdy stuff with you guys. So thank you for that. The only thing I have is my Twitter. I post the stuff that I'm watching. My recommendations on there. Right now I'm in my Taylor Swift era, so it's a little Taylor Swifty on there. She's a genius. You need to listen to her lyrics. That's it. And Spider-Man's the best movie. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse is the best Spider-Man movie out there. That's all I gotta say.
All right. All right, guys. It is my turn. Coming up for me, I am going to be playing some Diablo tomorrow, most likely. And then we will be moving into Horizon, back to Horizon, probably around Wednesday. And then we have Summer Games Fest all week long of stuff, starting Thursday, I believe, with everything. And I will be streaming with DT, I'm sure, and Katie, and whoever else just joins in, because I'm sure there's always folks that just join in for that, because we'll come watch our reactions. I'll post all our stuff on YouTube, at least the stuff that I record up on there. So yeah, follow the stream if you like the stuff you've seen. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you really like the stuff you've seen. It really helps out here. I'm a dice maker, 902 Dice Creations. Go check that out on Etsy, TikTok, and the YouTubes and all that stuff everywhere. And just happy Pride Month, guys. This is a safe space for anybody that ever needs a safe space. We do not put up with bigotry around here. If you show up and you act like a bigot around here, you will get banned. So Don't do that. This is a safe space for guys and girls and everybody and nondescripts. Yeah. So that'll be it. We will see you all next time. Much love and thank you all for watching. Bye-bye.